this Thursday, November 6, 2025. My name is Janice Lukes. I will be the chair today. I'd like to welcome Councillor Chambers, Councillor Sharma. I think Councillor Eadie is coming in on Zoom. We have our clerk here. We've got people in the gallery. Welcome in the gallery. We have got probably people online in our public service. We basically have everyone here. And our fantastic security guard. Okay. Okay, so I'll start with land and water. Media too in the media. Okay, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the home of the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. And our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. So we've got a big day here. Maybe we'll start with the minutes of the last meeting. Councillor Sharma, would you like to move the minutes of the last meeting? Thank you. So moved. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we got Councillor Eadie up there.
If we could have a motion to authorize Councillor Eadie to participate remotely.
So moved.
So moved. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we have, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 delegations here. We got a busy morning. So we will start with our first delegation, Mr. Prince Adams. Here in person. He's here in person.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Prince Adams. We've got a request from a council.
New button B. Needed a new button B. Leave Alt plus whiteboards button. Close. Open apps panel. More options for show captions. AI.
Okay, Councillor Eadie, you've got your stuff talking there. Okay, so we've got, so we need a motion to allow Councillor Rowlands to speak. Councillor Chambers, move the motion.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what the motion was.
Suspend the rules.
Okay, suspend the rules. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, Councillor Rowlands.
Thank you very much. I want to start to just generally say thank you and welcome back to my colleague, Councillor Sharma. Missed you yesterday. I'm going to start with number 1 and 4 sort of simultaneously. Winnipeg Transit Network redesign and equity impacts, as well as the budget item on agenda number 1 that you've got before us. And I want to be clear that I do want us to move quickly to address some of the accessibility concerns that I write about in the redesign's impacts and equity impacts on your agenda item 4. And I have obviously listened to the public services delegations and briefings, and the questions that have been on my mind and on my residents' mind for months now. While I understand it's their position that it requires a certain complexity of equity analysis, I hope that you appreciate that as a counselor that's busy with, that together with community, I wrote that myself. And I find it concerning that we continue to hear that, there's a certain complexity of this work. While I agree about that, I think the basic coverage is really important, particularly around access to hospitals. And with respect to access, when there is political will, we've seen how quickly the city can analyze and act. For instance, that's an excellent coverage of nighttime service maps that we see on the agenda today. Wish we had have had them months ago, for instance, around late night service, but they have been produced. But the same urgency, I think, needs to apply to access to hospitals and a map produced for that. While I think that you should absolutely move the budget allocation to the working group, I want to be clear, we must also quickly address accessibility concerns. To that end, I've heard nothing. This is extraordinary, I think, when a councillor has to put a paper on the record with a variety of folks from civil society everywhere quoted in it. And then, as you know, it has to get posted, it posts publicly, but these are fundamentally questions that I've been asking behind closed doors for months. I have yet to receive an email with them. As a matter of fact, I receive emails and meeting requests saying, provide the agenda. A meeting at this information like an email with this questions that I've put into this report would suffice. I don't need a meeting. My intention isn't to waste time, but these are the questions. Even just an answer to one would be great. So route and bus stop reconsideration process is also something that I think needs to be made transparent and responsive. And if we expect public participation to be meaningful with respect to the transit redesign, then access to information and to decision-making must also be accessible. And so again, I urge the committee to move to address issues as soon as possible. And if not addressing it, because it shouldn't take months of persistence for a wheelchair user, a senior, or a low-income rider to get an answer, make sure that there's a framework for those answers. There is got to be a manner to disaggregate the information that is being collected for 311 on accessibility issues. Certainly I've been able to do it through my inbox, so why can't others? And if it is difficult, I am happy to be a resource. I have, some master students in economics in my office now, some bachelor students that are equal to the task. And there's got to be a way to disaggregate the data from 311 that they're getting from the transit service. And I believe at this moment, time is of the essence. Briefly, I want to talk about the rideshare loading zones. On behalf of, and I'm not speaking on behalf of True North Sports and Entertainment, Dawn does it nicely in your package, so does Kate Fensky. And as the chair knows, I've been, since August 25th, writing the mayor, EPC, about this simple safety-focused measure that reflects how people already travel.
Excuse me for a minute. Do you want to make a motion for another 2 minutes?
Yeah, how much time do you need?
Oh, yeah, that will suffice. My apologies.
2 minutes, yeah.
Okay, motion.
Stand for 2 minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
So this simple safety-focused measure, I thought, should be really easy, given that Canada Life is cashless. And so it goes to figure that the rideshare services on event nights, like the Jets, should be a clear question of approval, creating unnecessary risks for pedestrians and traffic alike, I'm sure is not your intent. And before you, the public service has said improve safety, accessibility, and traffic flow around downtown venues. I'm interested in the tourism aspects and the downtown aspects, as is Kate Fensky. Dawn and True North are interested in that safety, and supporting this measure is consistent with our broader goal to ensure everyone can arrive and depart safely. There's a lot on your agenda that you should be really proud of. These items that I'm speaking to, whether it is the bus routes, the parking strategy here that I want, we had a great council seminar on that yesterday, so I won't repeat what I said. I'll put all of this in writing to you today, but I think when our policies are passed, it's got to mean something. Whether it's the transportation master plan that prioritizes placemaking, safety, access, and inclusion and equity, and our democratic processes must be open and responsive. And I think that there's a lot to be proud of on this agenda, but I also think it's extraordinary when a councillor has to pen their own report in reflection of so many voices. And I hope you've read that report up from City Centre. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you for your presentation, Councillor Rowlands. Does the committee have any questions? Nope. Any questions?
Have a great day.
Councillor Sharman.
Yeah, just wanted to make a comment. Councillor Rowlands, appreciate your continued advocacy for transit. I think all of council wants to see improvements. It was great to finally launch the new system earlier this year, but it is recognized that we do need to make improvements, and I appreciate your dialogue on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And item 1 certainly does benefit yours and my wards, Councillor Sharma, through the chair. I just would ask you, I think you'll hear from more delegations today, as we certainly did at City Center, to really look at the hospital piece. You know, that piece has been on my mind since the summer. And for a more granular approach to that, it shouldn't be just status quo. And it has been since the summer, since I've been raising these concerns. And, you know, you'll see CAOs took the time to make their voices heard in the report. I just really would appreciate some more support from the committee with respect to these issues. You know, it's everyone's busy and it is a huge launch. I appreciate that. But these equity issues are important too, especially as the snow is about to fly. Although, what a great fall it's been. I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Okay, our next delegation, please, Mr. Clerk.
Next delegation is David Pensato, Executive Director for the Exchange District Biz, to be heard in support of Winnipeg Parking and Mobility Strategy Report 5. Hi, David, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Yeah, I know. So they've tightened it up. Exactly. So as a result, I'm kind of putting this into 3 sections.
Good.
Things that we like, things that we're disappointed by, and things that we think would strengthen the strategy.
Okay.
So I first appeared talking. I feel like parking is a perennial topic of conversation in the Exchange District. It was in November of 2017 that I first appeared before council talking about the parking rate increases. And so I would say that this is one of the things that we like, is that at that time we fought hard to suggest that parking rates should be based on evidence and turnover and not just arbitrary decisions. So that is one of the main things that we like about this strategy, is that we actually finally have a strategy. It's been a long time coming. Right. And we've been asking for one for a long time. That it includes frameworks for adding paid parking to other commercial areas of the city, because it disproportionately affects the downtown and the Exchange District at the moment. It sort of tilts the saucer, so to speak. And related to that, that they are collecting block by block data, which is something that we had asked for as well. So in terms of high demand, low demand, that's really important for informing those price points. Things that we find disappointing. So included in the strategy is a pilot project that is already in effect about extending parking to 3 hours in certain parts of the Exchange District. That was done with absolutely no consultation with the Exchange District Biz, representing 500 businesses in the area. So we're disappointed to see something in a strategy that's already been done and that's been done without proper consultation. That our suggestion of issuing, our collective suggestion of the other business of issuing warning tickets. So we like the progressive increase in fees idea, but we'd suggested that issuing warning tickets is the first step where there were parking infractions, obviously nothing that involves safety or fire hydrants or anything like that, but for minor parking infractions, warning ticket with good parking information as a first step. We see that being effective in places like the Forks within Winnipeg and in other municipalities. Some of the language is concerningly vague. In particular, stuff around extending hours of parking. Again, going back to 2018, 2017, we were very clear when the Parking Authority asked us about extending into evening hours that our member businesses would revolt until such time as parking was added to other popular commercial destinations. They could see the logic in it at some point, but when we're competing for areas that don't have any paid parking, it's a very tough pill to swallow. The reason we're concerned about the vagary of that is because there have been other vague language suggestions and issues that were vague until they weren't. And then they were very specific and very immediate, including the removal of paid parking stations. So needless to say, we would like to have some of that language clarified, as well as with the idea of dynamic pricing. So yes, demand-based is good. Basing it on data is good. If that means surge pricing and not knowing how much you're gonna pay for parking at any given time, that is not good. Things that we think would strengthen the strategy. Again, related to this sort of block by block stuff, data collection, we think that that should be made public and transparent through the open data portal. So this is all being collected technologically. There's no reason why that shouldn't just be public information. Because I think that would provide better transparency, which is one of the goals. Demand and just on price points. So we'll know how many people are parking at any given time. I think I'm gonna run out the clock, sorry. We're,
More time?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm almost done. A little bit more time. I can see this is
Well, this is a meaty topic, it's good. I make a motion, 10 minutes. Next, you got 2 more minutes, all in favor, Karen.
We think it would strengthen it to include provisions to at least explore a framework for establishing a fund within either public works or planning, property and development to return a portion of the revenue collected from paid parking into projects in the area where it's collected. Again, we've got really good examples from Calgary where this is effective. And here again, the Forks, which I realize is a different structure. But when people can see what they're paying for, that there's improvements being made to the area where it's collected, that's really good for public perception. It's also good, I think, strategically, if and when we start looking at extending paid parking to other commercial areas, that's a benefit that people are receiving. We're not just saying we're adding paid parking here, but hey, look at what the Exchange District Biz is able with the city to accomplish with just a little bit of extra revenue. And then clarity on what engagement means. I think I already complained about engagement. I think it would strengthen things to be clear about what they mean by engagement on some of the points that they're saying they're going to seek further engagement.
And you figured out it was those little people heads.
Yes, yeah. And I think that particularly for some of those, they should work with the BIZs well in advance to establish what a criteria for engagement is, what sufficient engagement will be, and with enough time, because often we're engaged very last minute and it's speak up or shut up and put up. And finally, I think transparency on the contract with Pay by Phone or any future vendor. I've been getting a lot of complaints about the ads popping up when people are trying to pay for parking. And I'm not sure, I didn't have a chance to look this up, but I'd be interested to know what the city's policy is on commercial advertising for people that are accessing municipal services. So if I'm registering for swimming, can the city show me a bunch of private ads? I've never seen that. The fact that we've gone to an exclusively app-based model, I'm not sure what other city
Good point, very good
points are
point.
there. And how much are they making from that? And yeah, and that's it. Thank you for the extra 2 minutes.
Okay, so Councillor Chambers, you've got some questions here?
Yeah.
Okay,
So with respect to the pilot, which is in effect, which you say no consultation was provided, is there anything you would add for consideration? I mean, now is your golden opportunity on the public record.
You mean in terms of the pilot?
Correct.
Well, I do know that some office workers are starting to figure out that if you can pay for 3 hours of parking and then add another half hour, it means that you can you can park on street all day. Because you park for 3.5 hours, you have your lunch break, you move your car, you park for another 3.5 hours. And that's often cheaper than paying money at a surface lot, especially if you're here, 3 days a week. So I think there's some unintended consequences that weren't thought through. And as I said, we weren't aware of it until we were told that it was going to happen. So I understand that they spoke with people at Red River College and at the MCCC, but again, those are two stakeholders in the area, and we're talking about 500 plus businesses.
Charmaine had a question.
Thank you, David, for presenting today. At the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the time limit being extended to 3 hours for parking. Can you elaborate on that point, please?
Yeah, so there's a pilot currently in effect that there's a few blocks in the East Exchange and a few blocks in the West Exchange where people can now park for 3 hours rather than 2. They can pay for 3 hours of parking, and then they can extend it by another half hour. So it means that again, it's a pilot, but yeah, it means that people can basically park all day if they take a lunch break on street. And to me, that seems at odds with everything else in the parking strategy and all of the policies related to parking in the city.
So it was a pilot in the strategy, we're continuing it?
Yeah, I mean, it's in the strategy, but it's already happening. So yeah,
Yes,
Yeah.
you're not certain that it should be continuing.
yeah, I'm
2 hours, back to 2 hours?
yeah, I think that that's consistent with the rest of parking policy, and I don't fully understand the rationale of having these few blocks have longer parking.
Well, that was gonna be my question. What was the rationale to bringing it in? You're not sure?
The explanation was to help people who are going to matinees at the concert hall, and students at Red River College who have difficulty getting back to their car in time.
Is at the concert hall?
Yeah.
There are parking lots as well in the vicinity, right?
Yes,
Red River College again?
that students have a hard time getting back to their car in time between classes to move their car.
Okay, very good, thank you. And there was no consultation that you were aware of or couldn't make it? Was there a survey you participated in?
No,
Nothing.
we were asked, I think, maybe a year prior in sort of a vague way whether we would be open to exploring extending parking hours in some parts. And I said, yeah, if the data is there, we're open to exploring it. But to me, that's going to be called consultation.
Remind us how many businesses you represent?
Approximately 500.
Very good. Active membership?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, so you mentioned Calgary and Margaret.
Mhm.
Are there any other cities that we should be looking at that have a comprehensive parking strategy in the downtown area that perhaps we can get some feedback from and look towards shaping our parking strategy?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my colleague Kate probably has more examples at hand. But in terms of the returning revenue back to the area where it's collected, the Calgary one is the one I'm most familiar with on that point specifically. And so they work with their BIAs.
Sorry, say again?
They're called BIAs as opposed to BICs, which are called
Okay.
here. But effectively there it goes to their equivalent of property planning and development and held in a fund that doesn't need to be spent in the same calendar year or the same fiscal year. And then in consultation with the BIA where there is one, and with the councillor and some sort of a council committee where there isn't one, their projects put forward to use the money. So, it's a pot that can build up and then can be used for things like that actually support other items in this strategy and other items in other city strategies. In terms of trees, in terms of enhancing sidewalks. So, when there is a road renewal, we can say, hey, we've got this fund and we know there's no budget currently for trees or benches or whatever, but we'd like to use this fund to make this project better.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks for your presentation. I hear you on the clarity on the strategy, because that was one of my things too. And it was kind of like, well, it took 5 years to get to this and it's sort of still fuzzy. But, and I hear you on the consultation. There's sort of a little bit of an underlying theme here with parking authority on the consultation part, but, we'll hear from the public service. I've got your points written down here. They have assured me over and over and over that, no, we'll be doing robust consultation on robust, and they put those little heads on the strategy, so where they would be doing, and they put a Gantt chart in or a chart. So we'll hold them to that.
Yeah,
And-
forgive me for being wary because I've heard that since 2017 as well.
Yeah. So I know we had COVID and I know we had the transportation master study, but I don't know, I was expecting volumes, right? But anyways, it's a strategy, so it's vagueness. So I hear you on those points and thank you very much for really being a great ED for the downtown, for the exchange biz. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Gonzato. Our next delegation,
Next delegation is Kate Fensky, CEO of
Downtown.
Downtown Winnipeg Biz. to be heard with respect to the Winnipeg Parking and Mobility Strategy Report 5.
Perfect.
Don't start the time yet. I had to cut my speech down.
Don't be 5 minutes. That's something we passed. You did? Okay. All right.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on the parking and mobility strategy. I also want to extend a big thank you to the Winnipeg Parking Authority. I know they've been doing some heavy lifting on this over a number of years. We have been waiting quite some time for this, as my colleague David mentioned. On behalf of the Downtown Biz, we do welcome the city taking a strategic approach. That is something we've been looking for, and we really appreciated the opportunity for consultation. We were really encouraged by the Parking Authority's openness to our feedback. We had a lot of conversations over the summer looking at some of these details, and we're seeing some of our input reflected in the strategy, including things like spots for food delivery drivers to stop in rideshare zones, which supports restaurants, and also the requirement for further engagement with stakeholders on changes to paid parking. One question we still have is, what is the city's position and policy on paid parking? Is the goal to promote turnover and support businesses, as the strategy states as objective 2 on page 11? Or is council's position that paid parking generate revenue for city services? And maybe you want it to do both. Being clear on the intended purpose and policy is really critical when you're working on a strategy. So we know that parking and mobility play an important role in shaping how people experience downtown. And we all want to ensure that residents, visitors, and workers can access downtown easily by removing barriers and not creating them. One of the ways to do that right now is to approve the rideshare loading zones, as noted in the strategy, and also item 6 on the agenda, which we have submitted a letter of support on. The reality is that downtown continues to face challenges. As noted on page 9, on-street paid parking has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels. So when considering the strategy's implementation, I want to stress how important it is to not put everything on the backs of downtown. It is critical for the economic health of our city that we don't discourage people from coming downtown, which continues to experience significant changes, disruption, and unintended consequences because of city decisions, including the closure of Graham Avenue, the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, the removal of pay stations for on-street parking. According to the timeline in Appendix A, paid parking expansion into new areas would not be implemented until 2029, if at all. But the strategy suggests changes to parking rates and hours in existing areas could happen sooner. So our position is very clear today. There should be no increase to paid parking of any kind downtown, whether it be rates, the time of day, the day of the week, or otherwise, before the expansion into other areas has been explored and implemented where needed. The timeline for implementing this strategy is years, and as I mentioned and David mentioned, we have been waiting years already for this, so we would urge the city to move forward more quickly. In the meantime, you can also consider other ways you could support downtown businesses through changes to parking in the interim. How about free Fridays? A suggestion from a Graham Avenue business that has been severely impacted by the drop in foot traffic because of transit changes. It's a great opportunity to encourage folks to visit downtown by offering 2 hours of free parking on a day that some streets do feel like a ghost town because so many people are working from home on Fridays. One of the biggest policy shifts we were hoping to see in the strategy did not make the cut. For years, we have been advocating for the adoption of parking benefit districts, which would see a portion of parking revenue reinvested back in the area it is collected to fund improvements, as David mentioned. So when we look at the spiffy new garbage cans that were recently installed on 2 streets downtown, we were told there were not enough funds to add public art to them or to replace the rest of the sad-looking garbage cans downtown. A parking benefit district could improve the things we know that Winnipeggers care about and show that downtown is cared for just like any other neighborhood in this city. If you're wondering what a parking benefit district looks like in practice, the Forks does provide a great example here in Winnipeg. It reinvests its parking revenues into amenities, infrastructure, public art, activations, and improvements to make the Forks an even better destination that people want to visit. It's also more palatable to pay for parking, knowing that it's helping improve the place you are visiting. Calgary, as mentioned, does have a formal parking revenue reinvestment program. 10% of the net revenue collected is used to fund improvements in business improvement areas. In 2024, Calgary Downtown BIA received more than $480,000 to support projects that make streets more walkable and pedestrian friendly, improve infrastructure, and create lively and well-used neighborhoods. So policy decisions do have real impacts on your constituents who all visit downtown, the residents who live here, and the businesses committed to this neighborhood. Overall, I need like 15 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Move extension, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you.
All in favor, Terry?
So close. Overall, we are pleased with the strategy, and again, appreciate the consultation with Winnipeg Parking Authority. We do feel with a few tweaks to the timelines and being more specific what is meant by some things like dynamic pricing, along with some political will and clarity on purpose, you can remove barriers and create opportunities that support local businesses and help make downtown a vibrant place to visit, live, work, and explore. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Fenske. Do we have any questions from the committee members? Councillor Sharma?
Okay, thank you for your presentation today and for your input into the strategy. You mentioned Free Fridays, parking idea downtown. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So there is already example during the pandemic. Really pleased to work with council to support downtown businesses that we knew were struggling. So there was free parking downtown for 2 hours. And so that was something that was an interim solution to address some immediate concerns. And looking at the parking on street data that's in the strategy already, we know that parking has not returned to pre-pandemic levels. So when I'm walking around downtown on a Friday, I'm in the office. I walked down Graham the other day. I mean, we've taken 100,000 people off. We understand the purpose of the transit master plan and are supportive of it overall. But there have been some unintended consequences with things like that. So we think while this strategy is going to take some years to implement, we know there's a lot of work and research and data that needs to be collected. We think there are some things that can do to support businesses, and it still doesn't impact turnover. It would still be 2 hour time limited that could still be monitored.
Great. Were you thinking of a particular zone or where are you talking?
I think down-
Shed or beyond?
I think it would be, I don't want to speak for David, but he's sort of saying, sure, why not? Texted on this last night. But I do think through the downtown business improvement zone and exchange district business improvement zone where there is paid parking, both in high and low demand.
And you say Fridays, why that day?
Fridays have typically been really slow for foot traffic. We're also seeing Monday is a slow day just because of the shift to hybrid and remote work. We are seeing big impacts, and businesses can't, especially small businesses. It's really difficult to run a small business on a 3-day-a-week model.
Interesting, yeah. So Friday and Monday are slower because of hybrid. There's probably a lot more work from home those days.
That's yeah. We're
That
still
in
working on
itself
the
is
data.
interesting and on conversation.
It is, yes.
Yeah. It's nice to have a long weekend.
Yeah.
I hear Costco's really busy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Chambers?
Have
any
some
questions?
ideas around that. Yeah, just another question I had, but go ahead. Just
Yeah,
collecting my
how
thoughts.
would the city or the downtown biz advertise those days as free days? I mean, you know, from my perspective, I mean, the city would have to update signage around those days or around those areas. But is there any other mechanism to let people know that if we were to move in this direction, that those days would be considered free days?
Absolutely. I think we could look at the model that we did use in the recovery period where we did temporary signage and the business worked in partnership with the city and Winnipeg Parking Authority. Our ambassadors went out and put up temporary stickers. So we could look at stickers, decals, things like that. And then obviously various communication through our social media channels. We hope that media as well would help share the message there that would be happening on Fridays for a time limited period.
Just back to the conversations about free parking, one day of the week, Fridays or Mondays. Do you have any data, Kate? How much slower is it on Friday or Monday for spots?
Not on me right now, but definitely we have been working to look at that data. It is more challenging differentiating between workers and visitors. Some of our data that we're working through is challenging because it's sometimes tracking workers as visitors because they're not here 5 days a week. So it is tricky, but we're working with Canadian Urban Institute for a new program that we should have within a few weeks as well through Environics analytics that we can do more in terms of the data on day of the week. We do see certain spikes when there's events and things like that, but really that daytime, anecdotally, what we have heard from businesses, depending on where they're located and depending which days workers are in, it can really impact the business.
Are there more shops open on the Friday or the Monday? Because some do probably close Sunday, Monday, perhaps. Bakeries generally do.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. Most of our businesses will try to either shorten hours depending, and it also in terms of staffing, right? So it depends what works for the business, what they are actually in the business of.
Thank you. If we ever did something like that, it's a whole campaign around it. You don't just do it.
Yep.
You get the shop owners involved, et cetera. Some
No,
excitement.
people sent out texts about the Mary Brown burgers on sale and they were lining up a mile long. Overnight.
Word of mouth helps, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So to your point though, how does this, I mean, this would obviously impact turnover. So cars sitting there and remaining there and other, like for restaurants, for instance, or even shops where they're expecting that turnover because somebody's meter's expiring, but now it's a free service. How do we maintain that turnover that is associated with a metered service?
Yeah, it's still the 2 hour time limited parking. We would still see that as being critical because turnover is so important. So that is what we did with recovery. Now the challenges, and we'd have to talk with Winnipeg Parking Authority because there would still have to be enforcement on the 2 hour time limit. It does exist in also some other commercial districts. Right now, there is 2 hour time limited on some key commercial streets. And so it's taking that application and bringing it back to downtown.
Okay. I also noticed that the director of the department, Mr. Berezowski, has provided an email as per the Exchange Biz delegation communicated on what City of Calgary is doing associated with their business improvement area. It's a summary of their program supports the parking revenue reinvestment program that makes streets more walkable and pedestrian friendly, improves streets and parking, enhances the design of the public space and helps to create lively and well-used neighborhoods. How the funding works, each year, 10% of the net revenue paid from on-street parking is set aside for local improvements. The funding also goes to business improvement areas and eligible communities outside the established BIA within the gray parking limited boundaries. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Berezowski.
Okay. So just let me understand this. We're a city that has got an excessive amount of downtown parking lots. Like, I don't get it, why we're fighting over on-street parking when we have all these parking lots. Like, there's a disconnect. Can't people find parking if we've got the most downtown parking in some of big urban centers? Like,
Term is getting them there. Right?
like.
Yeah, we do have, I think the
They
last.
only want to park on the street? Are they leaving the lots or why can't they park in the lots too?
The last stat I saw was about 30% of downtown, actually geographic, is surface parking. A lot of those surface parking lots are for the properties themselves, for their employees or residents that are there. I think we're seeing a shift about looking at development, but development is obviously very expensive right now to build new. When we look at the opportunity though with parking and the differences, you mentioned Donald Shoup earlier, sort of the parking guru, if you will. We had him in Winnipeg a few years back, and he talked about the psychology behind it. It's really interesting when you look at on-street parking, you are looking to park right in front of the business, the restaurant, the shop that you want to go to. But if you do go to a big box store with a massive parking lot that you don't have to pay for, you are okay walking a lot further. And I think there's even been some folks in the city that have examined the distance. And so it's a lot of just sort of psychology, quick run-ins and out. We've heard from businesses too, loading zones, right? Sometimes people are coming in to pick up something very quickly to support that business, but they're not staying for 2 hours. So the turnover can happen quickly, but only if those spots are available. This morning on my way here, there was blocks between downtown and the Exchange here where there was 7 spots open in one block. And I believe the strategy says the target is 2. So it does show that it's really important to look at that data and to make decisions based on that, which the strategy outlines.
Really liked it on the open data. I think that was a
Mhm.
good idea. Yes, Mr. Pizarro. So one last question, I guess, is you know, you talk about the strategy, the council needs to clarify what the strategy is, right? So the strategy is printed there, what the strategy is, but are you feeling that's not what we feel the strategy is, or?
I think it's a matter of what is council's position on the purpose of paid parking. This does talk about goals or turnover. And so I think the question really is, looking at, is the intended purpose for paid parking to generate revenue for the city? Right now, the on-street parking revenue that's collected in downtown, that does impact downtown businesses, is going into general coffers to be used for whatever you deem is right within your budget. And we're saying a portion of it, it would be really great to actually collect that and get it reinvested back in the neighborhood that it is collected to address some of the challenges we have where we are hearing that there's no funding. So it really is when you go to the Forks and you see a little sticker that says your 1 hour parking, you know, paid to mow 8 million blades of grass. It helped pay for this beautiful public art mural. People are more open, I think, and get it where the connection is.
So I think, I mean, I'm just putting my parking hat on in my area. I think, and I think of Corridon and I think of other streets, right, that could probably benefit from paid parking to turn over vehicles, but also the catalyst for areas to have a percentage of revenue given back. I would welcome that, right? I would welcome that. So in the strategy, you're saying not till 2029, but you know, maybe that's something we look at, like it sort of has to be the carrot and the stick thing, right? So that would be a carrot to expand it into areas so not everyone has a biz, right? And I think it's really challenging. I've been trying really hard to get a biz going, but it's a big challenging world for small business right now. I used to have a small business 15 years. I get it, right?
And conceptually, the same idea has been floated with respect to image capture and photo enforcement, where revenues from that can go back into traffic calming measures. You
The
know,
list
and-
goes on, growth pays for
Yeah.
growth, right?
Yeah,
And-
exactly.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's really intrinsically tied, the revenue part is, right? Like it's, we can say it's about turnover, but it's a big cash flow.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think it's okay if council's making that decision that you want to encourage turnover and support businesses, but also generate revenue.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
the policy decisions need to match up with that. If you are trying to generate revenue, you wouldn't just do it downtown, you would do it wherever
Exactly,
there's
right,
parking needs.
exactly.
But also reinvesting, and we'd be happy to work with, you know, would be a long list of partners. It's from public works to property planning and development to forestry, right? And looking at the different things that we could potentially do in an area that the city can do and where there isn't a biz involved, absolutely with the city councilor and the various departments about what does the area, what are they looking for in terms of.
So we see the
improvements.
director's keen on sending us this email with this information, which is really interesting. That's great. But do you have other cities that you're aware of that do this? And if you do, maybe you could send it to us.
I do, because I just Googled it.
Yeah, there you
But
go.
our team back at the office has been
Sure.
looking at this for some time, so we're happy to follow up with a
Sure.
report.
Sure.
Calgary and Vancouver right now, a certain neighborhood in Vancouver. We see it more in the US. So there's a long list, Austin, Boulder, Kansas
Sure.
City, Los Angeles,
Sure.
Old Pasadena, Pittsburgh, and the list goes on and on and on. So this is a common practice. And we'd be happy to chat with our counterparts in other cities and see what's working and different models.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I really appreciate your input in committee and just when you email and call me, I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. All right, perfect.
Okay,
Clerk, next delegate.
our next two delegations will be heard with respect to rideshare loading zones, report 6. I will call forward Haley Kressel, sexual assault resource team. If you'd like to come forward, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Haley,
I can just go.
just start
Okay.
whenever you want.
Okay. Good morning, counselors. I'm Haley Kressel, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Sexual Assault Resource Team. And I'm here today speaking to report number 6. I'm here to offer a different perspective on the impacts of this potential change around gender-based violence and sexual violence. So as a committee, we think what the city is proposing for rideshare loading zones is a great initiative and has the potential to become a preventative measure for gender-based violence. We anticipate it would be a successful first phase, and we would like to see how this can expand to restaurants and bars. Women live in a different world where they have to constantly think about their safety. Is it too dark outside to go for a walk? Should I wear headphones when I go out? How far do I need to walk from my ride to the venue? How public will the spaces be where I'm waiting for my ride? Will I get home safe tonight? Will I become another statistic? The issue of safe rides and sexual violence committed in rides is not a new concept. It's not a trend. The Sexual Assault Resource Team has been addressing this to try to make Winnipeg safer for women for over 10 years now. Previously, we have done advocacy with the Taxi Cab Board after hearing from service providers about the rate of sexual violence experienced by women in taxis. With the addition of rideshare services in the city, this issue has increased. We're hearing from multiple service providers that sexual violence in rideshare is an ongoing and consistent issue. These statements are not to paint a bad light on one particular group of people, but to share a recorded pattern of violence women are experiencing in Winnipeg. To make things more complicated, the gender-based violence sector relies on public modes of transportation to connect survivors of gender-based violence to support. So whether that's a ride to a shelter, a ride to a hotel if the shelter is full, or a ride to go make a statement in a protection order application. Women who are already traumatized and their sense of safety has been taken away from them just hope that they can get from point A to point B without experiencing more violence. The extra mental toll women have to take on to just go into public spaces is a lot, especially waiting for a ride. Is there enough lighting? Is it going to be in a public space? Do I have to walk down an empty back lane or walk to an empty parking lot? Can my friends watch me get into the vehicle safely? There are a couple of specific repetitive safety concerns we are hearing from those who have experienced sexual violence in rides. People are pretending to be drivers. The account in the car is not registered to the actual person who's driving. And then women get into the car thinking they're safe and that they're supposed to be in this car with a specific person, and that's not the guarantee. Another recurring problem we're seeing is when people are entering the vehicle, other people will get into the car and sandwich them in, and then the person can't escape. So having a specific dedicated place where people can safely get into vehicles is a great violence prevention initiative. There's no wandering around in the cold and dark hoping your driver is who they say they are. It decreases the chances of other getting into the car who aren't supposed to be there, and friends can watch and make sure their friend has safely gotten into their ride. There are basic public safety measures that are so simple to implement, but make such a difference to increase safety. Even having an attendant to check the driver is who they say they are, have somebody who's around in case something happens is beneficial. So if someone gets in a ride and something feels off, they can exit the ride in a well-lit public area with other people around instead of their only two choices being to either stand there in the dark alone or risk taking the ride and hoping nothing happens. It's about choice, the choice to take a taxi, a ride share, a bus, walk, etc. But the choices don't become choices when there aren't measures taken to increase safety, especially if someone has experienced sexual violence before. The Sexual Assault Resource Team Committee fully supports this initiative and sees it as a preventative measure against gender-based violence and sexual violence. There is the possibility to expand the initiative to establishments who serve alcohol, but at a minimum, where we are seeing an increase of sexual violence. I understand the initiative's start may not have been to address and reduce gender-based violence in Winnipeg, but they have created a suggestion and a system that is a preventative measure against sexual violence, and the committee will always support preventative measures to reduce and eliminate the impact of sexual violence in our city. Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Eady.
Thank you for your presentation. The things you've been learning are actually quite concerning to me. So in Winnipeg, we have transit stops. Right now, when we do have some security people sort of monitoring some of the more troublesome bus stops, for example. But really, we have vehicles for hire aside from the buses in this city. And do you think that it would be better to have a passenger pickup and drop off area for all passengers who are in vehicles for hire, whether it's a personal vehicle for hire, or do you think that, you know, we should apply this to all vehicles for hire rather than say, okay, rideshare, you get this space over here, taxi might get a space over here. Do you think it would be more logical to have for all vehicles for hire drop off and pickup zones that are as you want, you know, good lighting and closer to the destination, which in this report, it's a discussion of the BERT and the arena, right? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm wondering if perhaps you could maybe re-clarify the question.
Well, just to be clear, so this is only about, well, rideshare is not, whatever. It's Uber decided that they're going to call it rideshare, so now they call it rideshare. A rideshare is my buddy next door. I'm going to share a ride. I'm going to get a ride to work with them or whatever. But anyway, so vehicles for hire are like the Ubers, Lyfts of the world, and also the regular taxi cab industry that's regulated much heavier than the so-called rideshare. So what I'm getting at is that, and I used to sit on the Manitoba Taxi Cab Board when that existed, and I was quite concerned of all the sexual
What's the question?
inappropriate activity. So to clarify the question, would you support, rather than just a rideshare pickup drop-off area, would you support a passengers of vehicles for hire zone? So that's for regular taxi, and well, there's other private services for persons with disabilities as well. So pick up and drop off.
I think that the committee would support initiatives that generally increase the safety of people. Like, sexual violence is a public health issue. It's not an interpersonal issue. And so I think that it's the responsibility of public spaces to make it safer for everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Sharma, you have a question?
Haley, thanks for being here to present, sharing your perspective. We do appreciate that. In the middle of your presentation, you talked about some negative instances that are being experienced through rideshare. I guess that's through companies like, I guess, rideshare, Uber, Lyft. It's very disheartening to hear that. Wow, so those instances are being reported, I guess, and because often you said that there's a different driver in the vehicle. Other folks are coming into the car, so someone can't escape. These are very serious things that are happening,
Yes.
but they are being reported, I suppose. Yeah, I'm sure.
So we get our information from service providers. So we have the Hummingbird program at Clinic, the Walking with Our Relatives program at Gunnichik, and then the Health Sciences Center Sexual Assault Nurse Examiner program. And so that's where we collect our information, and that's where we're hearing our stories. Whether that gets officially reported is up to the survivor. And so the great thing about our committee is that we're hearing what's on the ground and what's happening, even if it doesn't enter the quote unquote official public statistics.
Now, in terms of the city of Winnipeg doing training with, let's say, the taxi industry, and you mentioned you've also reached out to them and worked collaboratively, pardon me, with the taxi industry. There's been some success to that. I would say there has been. How about yourself?
So that was before my time.
Okay.
But from what I understand, it was advocacy that was done and it was well received. And advocacy often, it's not, we do it one time and that's it, right? Like
There's
trends, ongoing trends evolve, different issues come up. So just because it happened once doesn't mean it can't happen again.
The chair has been very involved in those discussions. This committee has, working with our vehicle for hire manager, Grant Heather, conversations ongoing, and And as you said, not something that's done once and that's stopped. Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, are you familiar with any training that rideshare drivers have to go through?
I'm not familiar with the regulations or the training. I do know that it is more challenging to report. Let's say if someone did report a driver through the app, it just goes to the general company
But in
and then
terms of
nothing
training,
happened.
if
Training,
you
I'm
wanna
not
become a
sure.
driver, yeah, that's a question we'll ask,
Mhm.
but I don't know that there is, but we will ask that question later.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Any other questions from the committee? No, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next delegation?
Next delegation is joining us over Zoom. Yannick Williams, Public Policy Manager from Uber Canada.
Hello, sorry, just adjusting the. Perfect. Okay. All right, good morning, Madam Chair, and members of committee. My name is Yannick Williams, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Uber Canada. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the city's proposal to create new rideshare loading zones. First, I'd like to commend the Vehicle for Hire and Parking Authorities teams for the desire to apply innovative solutions to improve safety, reduce congestion, and better manage curb space in high traffic downtown areas. Goals that Uber fully supports. Every week, thousands of Winnipeggers rely on rideshare services to get to and from downtown events, whether they're attending a Jets game, a concert, or a community celebration. At these peak times, the curb becomes one of the city's most valuable resources, and without clear direction, passengers often wait or cross streets unsafely, and drivers circle blocks looking for space to pull over. These new zones directly address that challenge. By designing the short-term 15-minute pickup and drop-off areas for personal transportation providers, the city is creating safer, more predictable curbside access points for riders and drivers alike. This helps to reduce traffic congestion caused by vehicles, double parking or stopping in travel lanes, improve passenger safety by directing people to well-marked visible pickup locations, and support smoother event operations around major downtown venues. That said, while we're supportive of establishing rideshare loading zones, we believe it may be valuable for the city to revisit the exact locations that are being proposed and the size of the proposed loading areas to help maximize utilization, minimize unintended curbside loading, and maintain smooth traffic circulations around the site. My colleagues on Uber's venue operations teams, which supports major mobility efforts with partners such as the NFL, the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics, and of course, the upcoming World Cup host cities, they're ready and available to provide feedback and insights for consideration. Our goal is to help the city achieve its safety and congestion management objectives, and we'd be happy to schedule time to review options in more detail to help inform an evidence-based strategy for the best possible outcome. We also appreciate the city's thoughtful approach to enforcement. The proposed fees of $70.5250 for early payment for non-rideshare vehicles parked in rideshare zones, and the same for rideshare vehicles exceeding the time, strikes a fair balance. They help maintain order at the curb and ensure these spaces are used as intended. That said, while we understand and support the intent of these measures to maintain order and ensure curbside turnover, we do encourage the city to take an education-first approach during the early phase of implementation, giving drivers and riders time to understand the new system through clear signage, communication, and outreach. This will help set the pilot up for long-term success. Uber is committed to being a constructive partner in this pilot. We'll work with the city to inform drivers and riders through in-app messaging and wayfinding so they understand where and how to use these zones properly. Encourage compliance with posted time limits. In closing, Uber supports this pilot and the city's leadership in taking proactive approach to managing curb space. We believe these ride-sharing loading zones will not only enhance the experience for riders and drivers, but also contribute to safer, more efficient streets for everyone in Winnipeg. In fact, this pilot brings Winnipeg at the forefront in Canada in alignment with other major cities, including Seattle, Columbus, New Orleans, Denver, Nashville, and Minneapolis, where Uber has successfully partnered with local governments to establish dedicated ride-sharing loading zones to enhance safety and reduce congestion. Most recently, city officials in Minneapolis reported that visitors to the North Loop area of their city feel safer thanks to the Uber and Lyft loading zones introduced as a pilot this August, which have been so successful that they will now remain in effect. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate with the city on this initiative as it moves forward.
Thank you. All right, committee members, do you have any?
Madam Chair, oh,
Yes, Councillor Edie?
may I go or somebody?
Speak, question? Yes?
Yes. I don't know if you were listening into my questions of the previous presenter, which she raised some concerning things, but I'm going to stay focused on the issue. Is Uber opposed to having a vehicles for hire passenger pickup and drop off loading zone rather than just a so-called rideshare zone?
I definitely defer to the city in terms of the loading zones that would be more applicable to the city's needs. I will say that there are already loading zones for taxi. So I do think that this is a complementary thing to add and to expand loading opportunities for rideshare.
Just to follow up then, are you aware that the proposed rideshare zone is bigger than the taxi cab stand area near the arena, which is not necessarily the best strategic place for it?
Again, I defer to the city and the officials to determine the scale and scope. Again, we're happy, as I mentioned, with my colleagues who do support venues and operations. I'm happy to facilitate a meeting with them so that they can also share their expertise.
One last question then. It is really concerning. So personal vehicle for hire. So the concept is that I own a car and I'm off work now and I can make a little extra money for, send my kid to university, whatever. What is Uber doing to ensure that there aren't other people than the owner of the car driving that personal vehicle for hire?
So again, each driver is required to follow the rules as determined by the city of Winnipeg in order to remain and be compliant. So those include a number of things such as background checks, licensing for their vehicles, and so forth. We do, again, ensure that we are, validating the individual that's driving. We have a number of safety features that have been embedded into the platform, such as, again, having the driver's name. There's a photo of the driver. Again, when we provide or when a trip is matched, the rider does get the name of the driver, the license plate, the make, model. We do provide guidance to folks to always validate and verify that you are entering the correct vehicle, such as checking the license plate before you enter. Again, asking a question before you enter, such as, hey, who is this ride for? The driver can then say this ride is for Unique. Then you can validate that you're entering the right vehicle. We also do have an opportunity where a PIN is requested before a rider enters a vehicle. So if you provide the PIN to the driver, then that then enables the drive to start. And so this is just a few of the safety features that we do have in place to, again, ensure that we're centering safety with each trip.
Okay, and actually, it just occurred to me, what is Uber's policy about personal vehicles for hire where the person is working for 2 or 3 different so-called rideshare companies?
So in regards to folks double apping, triple apping, that's something that's commonplace. For Uber, we do not restrict folks from being able to pursue the earning opportunity that works best for them.
Are you aware that there are errors and my ex-wife was actually penalized because the guy got mixed up as to where the drop-off was and was dropping her off at the wrong place, and then he charged her she got charged an extra fee to get dropped off where she asked to be dropped off. Are you aware that those kind of things happen?
Again, each trip may have so again, I can't speak to that specific incident as it pertains to your wife, but I do know that if something like that did take place, there are tools within the app as well to report that you got dropped off at the wrong location, you got overcharged, and with that, customer service support would be there to take in that report, investigate it, and then take the appropriate action.
Councillor Reedy, now Councillor Chambers has a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Through you to the delegation. In not every instance, it is human cargo that rideshare is providing. In some instances, it is, Uber Eats or DoorDash or Skip the Dishes, that are delivering food or groceries to a specific location, even in our downtown area. So are there provisions that we have for delivery drivers that are using this rideshare platform as a service?
Sorry, could you clarify that question? I'm not.
Again, it's not always human cargo, so drop off of a person to a specific location in their downtown area. It's often it is food companies like Uber Eats or DoorDash or Skip the Dishes. The specific policies around delivery drivers, not just rideshare for the purposes of human cargo.
I'm so sorry. I still do not understand the specific question.
Uber
Yes.
provides drivers for passengers, right? To go
Yes.
from destination to destination. Uber also provides services for grocery pickup and delivery or food delivery.
Correct.
Have you had issues with respect to, those services that are being provided in cities that you operate in?
Again, whether folks are delivering for or earning through mobility or on the delivery side of the app, safety is always centered. So we do center safety, again, ensuring that we validate and verify the individual that's signing up for the account. Having things like the PIN function I mentioned on the ride side, that also exists on the delivery side. So again, we do center safety in all that we do in terms of how folks are onboarded onto the platform to earn, but also how folks engage with consumers using the platform as well.
Okay. Well, perhaps this is a question for our public service.
Okay, and I just have a couple questions. So you're the Canada rep, is that correct?
Yes, so I specifically focus on the prairies.
On the prairies, all right. So I guess then, I'm just curious about examples of other cities. What do we have in, I guess, so are you doing Alberta too? Do you do Alberta? Is that a prairie?
I do support Alberta as well.
Okay, so let's pick Calgary or Edmonton, for example. Do they have dedicated PTP areas where it's solely for pickup by Uber, Lyft, whoever?
So actually, that's one of the things that I'm quite impressed by the city of Winnipeg. Currently, in terms of a strict dedicated rideshare or PCP zone, Winnipeg would be, from my understanding, the first. Again, we do have, and it's through the team that I mentioned, my venues colleagues. We do work with folks like the city of Calgary around Stampede, in Toronto and etc. around major events. So around Calgary Stampede, we do have targeted pickup and drop off zones. However, that's time limited. This would be the first.
Sorry, when is the time limit on those?
It's a time limited during the event. So during
okay,
Stampede.
so during the
Yeah.
event, what amount of time can vehicles sit there in those dedicated zones? Do you have any idea?
So I don't have the specific timeline for Calgary Stampede, but in terms of having those zones being active, because Stampede goes over, I think, at least 10 days, those zones are active throughout that period.
And they're dedicated? They're dedicated? Or
Yes, they're
here?
dedicated pickup and drop off zones for rideshare. So when you're at Calgary Stampede, you'll see massive
Sure.
signage to say, hey,
Sure.
keep walking, keep going.
And only on special events is what you're saying, right? Only-
Currently in Canada, but in my remarks to close it out, I mentioned that in Seattle, Columbus, New Orleans,
Wait, and I have-
Denver, Nashville, and Minneapolis,
Sure.
they actually have what you folks are proposing. And as of recently, Minneapolis, they did their pilot in August, and they saw that it was successful, and they now plan on extending it.
Sure. Okay, Councilor Sharma, you have a question?
Thank you, Yanika. I was along the same line of questioning, actually. But just to, on the heels of those, question and answer, so there's no other area under your umbrella where there's just a rideshare pickup passengers?
Not in the way that you folks are proposing. Again, we do around major events, do work locally with the regulators and with folks
Sure.
on the ground
Okay, so
to establish this. Go ahead.
outside of those events in Calgary, is there anything else you have going on with any other city?
No. So we do not have pickup drop off zones for rideshare as you folks are proposing, only around major events.
And the question was posed from Councillor Edie earlier about your feelings around having a zone that reflects both rideshare and the taxi industry using it. You said you deferred to the department. What's Uber's position on that?
So our position is we defer to what you folks think works best for your city.
Okay,
Were you initiating, is Uber initiating this ask here today, or where did that come from?
No, this ask was news to me, and we're quite pleased to see the city take an innovative approach. Again, it wasn't something that I was necessarily monitoring, but then once I saw it, I looked into it, and I do think, again, it's something quite notable for the city to consider and to give great thought into. Again, it's not new. It's not a completely new idea in the sense that there are existing cities in those communities that I mentioned. So I do implore you folks to check out those cities and to see what works, what doesn't work for them.
Thank you. And we do appreciate you being present here today.
No problem. It's my pleasure.
And where are you located out of, your particular office? You're in?
Yeah, so I'm Canadian. Our head office is in Toronto, so I'm currently working in the Toronto office. But I travel to out west in the prairies quite often.
Thank you very much.
thanks for your presentation.
It's my pleasure.
Questions?
Oh, sorry.
No other questions. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good. Our next delegation?
Our next delegation is Andrew Single to be heard with respect to the safety study at Main Street and Assiniboine Avenue, Report 11.
Great, excellent. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, councillors and chair. I wanted to speak in support of items 5 and 11. Obviously, parking is always going to be a contentious issue for council, and it's important that we move on from the idea of the city's job being to provide free, ample parking anywhere residents want to drive. We should acknowledge the reality that if businesses relied entirely on customers being able to park directly in front of their business, that would mean most businesses only had, 3 to 4 vehicles of customers. that could patronize the establishment. So I support making it easier to use car sharing and ride hailing, and particularly around those zones would let people come in quickly and easily to reduce congestion and make it easier for people to get places. I echo the concern from Councillor Eady that Uber and Lyft behave more identically to a taxi service, and that while we're calling it a ride sharing, it's not really a ride share for people to come pick up their friends and drop them off at events. So when free parking is nearly impossible to find downtown, it's an indication that the cost is too low. Having all nearby parking spaces used up by drivers that have little incentive to free up or move that space means that customers have a difficult time accessing businesses by cars. And generally, street parking is too cheap in Winnipeg, and most of the city, there's no fee at all. The cost of using a private lot is much higher than street parking. And when you go in the evening to the Exchange, you'll find that there are no free street parking spots at all. It's all used up, and usually you're going to have to stop at a private lot. So for me, that's an indication that we actually should look at charging for the high demand areas in the evenings when those spots are all being filled up. There's a respected researcher, Donald Shoup from the UCLA, who spent basically 50 years studying this kind of issue, and he had three main recommendations. The first was to end minimum parking requirements. Developers would still build parking spaces, but only for the amount of spots that they thought there was a business case for. Second is to charge the market price for street public parking. This would be the price would vary with demand, so that would result in 1 to 2 curbside parking spots being open on any block. And finally, to create parking benefit districts to put the money from parking fees directly back into that neighborhood for use better bus service, tree plantings, improvements to accessibility and beautification. So it's not just seen as a tax grab. I'm encouraging of the changes you've talked about here. Regarding number 11, Assiniboine and Main is an intersection that's been a top of mind for me for a long time. Most of the changes made here have addressed the intended risk, but the one that was still unaddressed here is the left turn onto Assiniboine. It's very common to see vehicles ignoring the red, and drivers turning left often ignore the stop line and position themselves in the crosswalk space. And then when the light, even though it's still red, they proceed anyways. And often when the first vehicle in the line runs the red, it means the vehicles that follow behind also run that red, meaning there's a lane of traffic that moves through the intersection during that walk cycle. The other main piece that's not addressed here, though, is crosswalks being impeded. If you look at Assiniboine and Main with every light cycle, and honestly, almost every downtown intersection during busy times, you'll see that cars are stopping well past the stop line. They're impeding the crosswalk. They are midway through the intersection and are blocking the further crosswalk. And this is just completely common behavior. It's not being addressed through enforcement. And it's particularly bad at Assiniboine and Main because of the large size of the intersection. There's no cross traffic from Assiniboine to speak of. It's a three-way intersection. So vehicles feel safe pushing their way into the intersection even when there's not space to clear the intersection. I've got a number of videos that I've taken from that intersection showing vehicles being all the way through the intersection. The light turns red. People have the walk sign, but vehicles that are in the intersection are still moving to clear it, even as people are walking across the intersection. So that's something that's not currently addressed that I'd love to see City Council and the department look at improving. It's particularly bad when it gets congested because vehicles are not wanting to get stuck behind the red, and so they push ahead. And I would love to see more attention to, hey, it's important that vehicles not enter an intersection unless they can clear it, and that they're stopping before the stop lines. So I'm happy to take any questions people have.
Committee members, do you have any question?
Madam Chairperson, I just want to thank this gentleman. When you're a blind pedestrian and you're at a crosswalk, you have to maintain a straight line. Otherwise, you're going to walk into a front end of a car. Or in this case, you'll just end up going diagonal because you have to go around a car that's blocking the pedestrian right away. The Highway Traffic Act states that where the the pedestrian right away, which you have the right once the walk signal comes on, you have the right, but you do, once the walk signal comes on, just to be clear, it's okay for a pedestrian to go until the intersection clears. It's the same thing with when a green light goes for a motor vehicle, they have to ensure that the intersection is clear before they proceed. So anyway, I thank you for bringing that. I just wanted to thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's not safe when you have to go around the nose of a car or they start backing up and moving. I had my foot run over one time, or well, not my whole foot, but part of my foot, the toes, because somebody was blocking the pedestrian right away.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eady. Any questions from my other two colleagues here? Thank you, Andrew, for your passion on parking. Parking is a very passionate topic here at City Hall with a lot of people, and we appreciate your input. And I pass through Assiniboine every day, and I was, before I was elected, worked on getting Assiniboine installed, and took a long time to get the land from the Northwest Company. And you've probably followed Assiniboine's saga from the start. And I think this is the closest we've gotten to getting a good solution for Assiniboine. But I hear you 150% about people driving through the intersection, getting halfway into the intersection. And it's so frustrating to see the way people are driving out there right now. We have enforcement, but I'd like to see 10 times the amount of enforcement, but that's a whole funding topic. But I do think we're really close to having a good solution for Assiniboine, but I agree with you 100%. There still needs to be, I guess it's enforcement that it is what it comes down to.
If I can make a suggestion, what's used in some places is we have the lights on the far side, and by having the lights on the far side, you can drive into the intersection and still see the light status. What some nations do is they have near side lighting only, so that once you enter the intersection, you can no longer see the lights. And that's the approach that's addressed some of that in other places of the world.
Right. And I think, like, if I think of Shaftesbury crossing the tracks to not to Wilkes, but McCreary, and there's a bunch of lights there that has confused people, but it's sort of a double set of lights. But anyways, our public service is here today taking notes on this. So thank you for your presentation and your comments. We really appreciate it. Are there any other questions, Councillor?
Well, yeah, and I just note that I've seen, as I'm driving northbound on Main Street at that intersection, at hours where the left-hand turn is not permissible onto Assiniboine, but cars are still stacking there because aware that it's a time restriction.
Yeah.
And the problem with the stacking then is if a vehicle does position themselves in that crosswalk, they're now proceeding through the red, and often when the first driver proceeds, every car behind them just kind of goes on autopilot.
Yeah.
And so you've got a moving lane while people are trying to get through there.
Yeah. No, or what happens is that they realize they can't turn there at that restricted time, and then they veer out into to go up on Broadway. So it is problematic. Still.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. Thanks for giving us feedback. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. It addressed most of the issues,
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Next delegation is from Steve West with respect to preliminary report, equity, accessibility, and the impacts of the 2025 transit network changes. Report 4, Winnipeg Road Safety Strategic Action Plan 2025 Progress Report, Report 8, and Safety Study at Main Street and Assiniboine Avenue, Report 11.
Okay, Steve's gonna talk fast. Go, Steve, go.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I will do my best. Also, good morning, members of the committee and the public service. On item 4, transit changes, I believe the public service developed the most thorough plan given limited operating resources. I was also impressed with the level of depth, detail, and consultation in Councillor Rowland's submission, and trust that those concerns will be addressed on behalf of a wide range of communities and users seeking transportation equity. On item 8, road safety, it is encouraging to see that the reduction in fatalities exceeded the goal. However, I have a real concern with goals that in any way imply that 140 deaths are an acceptable level of loss. The goal should be 0, and I urge Council to formally adopt Vision 0 to achieve the safety improvements other jurisdictions have accomplished under it. On item 11, Assiniboine and Maine, I agree with you, Madam Chair, on the improvements thus far and the need for enforcement that you mentioned when Mr. Fingal was speaking just now. I fully support the department's intention to make the pilot project changes permanent, and I'm pleased by the improvements in safety. I also give credit to the staff for the additional barrier at the east end of Assiniboine in response to cycling community concerns raised about the danger to pedestrians from drivers continuing to speed the wrong way to shortcut onto Main Street. From my own experience and information shared by members of the cycling, pedestrian, and mobility challenged community, there is acknowledgement that safety has generally improved at this location. We do note that the red light running still occurs off Main onto Assiniboine, though definitely reduced. In February, Bike Winnipeg submitted a lengthy, detailed report of the cycling community's observations from a 2-week period of monitoring the intersection during afternoon rush hours in October 2024. While no departmental response was received to address those concerns, I was assured in April 2025 that this November's report would address the issues we raised. However, the report before you today does not mention 2 substantial issues from Bike Winnipeg's report. And the first one, Mr. Singal spoke eloquently on this issue of drivers not clearing the intersection and then creating conflicts, and Councillor Eadie commented on that as well. I'd only add, no, I really have nothing to add there. Now, roughly around item 2 that was missing from the report, roughly around the time that the pilot project was being implemented, Councillor Rollins informed us she was copied on a work order to remove the no U-turn restriction for northbound traffic at the left turn channel on Main Street onto Assiniboine. Given what was known about drivers running the red light to make left turns, endangering those on the east side of the intersection, it was bewildering to see that the red light runner could now do a U-turn, creating conflicts on both the east and west sides by entering active crossings on both sides. Even on a green light, allowing U-turns seems questionable given the volume of traffic at that location. Plus, I imagine it must complicate the previously mentioned challenge of clearing the intersection in the yellow to red phase. I realize that these 2 issues were not part of the pilot study. However, like the representation that led to the additional barrier at the east end of Assiniboine, they are community concerns raised during the pilot project that were documented along with photo and video evidence provided to staff and elected officials. As one closing point, I'd add that throughout the time that safety issues at this location have been brought up by the community, there has been no mention by the department of any dialogue with police. I'm aware that only the police chief can direct resources. However, I believe it's not only appropriate, but it's also essential that the department notifies police with locations of high numbers of traffic violations that endanger pedestrians, cyclists, and other drivers. All that said, I appreciate ongoing efforts to improve traffic safety for all Winnipeggers at this location and others. Thank you very much.
Okay, good point, Steve. Yeah, that's a good point on the dialogue with the police and the traffic violation count. The U-turn, I'm going to ask the department about that. Do committee members have any questions? No questions, okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I just want clarification, and maybe Councillor Chambers can help out on this one, but I know that when it comes to traffic issues in the Mynarski ward and elsewhere in Lord Selkirk, West Kildonan, if there's a traffic issue, I send it to the inspector for the area, who's the top person for that district. And they make an appropriate decision and let the traffic officers know where there's problems in the community. I don't think it's just the chief of police that's directing traffic officers.
Okay,
Yeah, your approach on that is correct. The inspector would be notified, and then through the inspector would reach out to the relevant traffic unit in their division and provide that information to them for assessment and action. The traffic units are assigned to each of the district offices.
okay. Okay, any other questions here from Steve? Thanks, Steve, for your presentation and always for your emails and input into improving active transportation in the city. We've come a long way, but we have a long way to go. So thank you.
I agree on both points. Thank you very much, Councillor and Committee and Public Servants.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Our next delegation is Abhishek Tara of Winnipeg Community Taxi Association to be heard in opposition to rideshare loading zones, report 6.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Now unmuted.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. My name is Abhishek Tara. I am the General Manager of Unicity Taxi. We thank you for the opportunity to present today, not only behalf of Unicity Taxi, but the Winnipeg Community Taxi Association. Today, I am not only here to express our opposition to the proposal rideshare loading zones, but also to present a proposal, one that we believe is fair, practical, and beneficial for everyone. If the respected Madam Chair permits me, then I can provide the copies of that proposal to all the committee members.
You see the suspension of the rules.
Suspension of the rules to pass information around.
So moved.
All in favor, carried.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Winnipeg Taxi Industry is committed to working with the City of Winnipeg to provide the best possible community-based taxi service and to be active in improving our city. We are proud to be an essential service provider 24/7 and 365 days a year. We provide mobility to thousands of people needing standard and wheelchair accessible taxis. We are committed to working with Indigenous peoples for reconciliation and real change. Our industry is made up of hundreds of small business owners. We are 100% local and 100% Canadian. Both Unicity Taxi and Duffy's Taxis have local call centers. We are proud to say that there's nothing more Canadian than a Winnipeg taxi. When the City of Winnipeg took over jurisdiction for taxis in 2017, it set up an unfair two-tier system for vehicles for hire. Taxis, universal service provider with standard regulated fares, serving customers not only through credit card payments but also with cash, accessible via call centers, street hails, and mobile apps, meeting the needs of all citizens, providing wheelchair accessible taxi service through a central dispatch equipped with cameras and shield for driver and passenger safety, investing in state-of-the-art apps and dispatch technology, operated by trained professional drivers. This is in sharp contrast to PTPs like Uber, which are allowed to operate with no training, no cameras or shields, no set pricing, no wheelchair accessible service. Today, every single trip through the City Wave Central Dispatch is made by a wheelchair accessible taxi. We have been seeing significant progress from Mayor Gillum and Council and Grant Heather from the Vehicle for Hire office in consultation with our industry. This includes dealing with a major concern, leveling the playing field between taxis and PTPs. That is why we were surprised to see that so-called rideshare loading zone proposal that went to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works on October 7, 2025. We were not consulted. We believe the proposal is flawed and that there are workable, equitable alternative solution for passenger loading and unloading during major events in downtown. Solution based on best practices in other cities, as well our decades of providing service to Winnipegs and visitors to our community for these events. We would like to thank the Public Works Committee for moving the issue to come back today. Thank you to Councillor Sharma for moving the motion, Chair Councillor Liu's, Committee Member Councillor AD, and Chambers for supporting the referral motion. The parking proposal was not part of any consultation related to the parking plan going back to 2021. There was no reference to it in the Transport 2050 plan that was adopted by Council earlier this year. We have prepared a proposal, Safety for All, a proposal that focuses on passenger loading safety in the downtown, especially during major events. A proposal for all transportation providers, not just exclusive services like PTPs, but the universal service user of taxis and the public. A proposal that does not give exclusive access on city street to an exclusive service that does not provide universal service. We believe this is a win-win proposal. We looked at Vancouver and other jurisdictions that focus on the key issue, safe passenger loading for all vehicles. The key element of our proposal, a pilot project in the downtown that includes, number one, would establish dedicated passenger loading zones that would be available to all. Number two, update taxi zones and accessible zones that are important to provide service.
Do we have a motion for another 2 minutes?
So moved.
2 minutes?
Thank
Okay,
you.
all in favor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Number two, update taxi zones and accessible zones that are important to provide service to all of our residents and visitors. We have identified a number of potential sites that could be immediately added as passenger accessible and taxi zones. Initially, 4 sites, the 3 identified by the parking authority, but as a passenger loading zone, and a 4th taxi zone on portage in front of the Radisson Hotel that would be there for street hails and other pickups. Number 3, use workable enforceable loading times like the Vancouver passenger loading times for 3 minutes and the existing signage Vancouver uses. Number 4, add additional accessible sites, particularly for wave vehicles in consultation with the accessibility community. Number 5, set a time of 6 months for the pilot project. Our pilot project proposal is equitable, accessible, and innovative. Most importantly, it works. It is based on our experience and expertise in serving Winnipeggers and visitors to our city. It has one goal, safety for all. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you again for your time, your attention, and your ongoing efforts to make Winnipeg transportation system fair, safe, and accessible for everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Now, do I have any questions from committee members? But before we start questions, can you just clarify for me? Winnipeg Community Taxi Association, who's that?
Like, it is a combination of 2 major companies of Winnipeg, that is Unicity Taxi and Duffy's Taxis, and we have another representative in our Winnipeg Association, that is Steve Ashton.
Got it. Okay, so got it. Okay, okay. Councillor Sharma?
Madam Chair, thank you for the presentation. Mr. Tara, you circulated this package to the committee. There's an alternate proposal in here, and I see some attachment here of the Vancouver model.
Yeah.
Maybe if you can just elaborate and run it through, run it by us again here.
Like, if we talk about the Vancouver model, they don't provide any signage for the rideshare or the Uber and Lyft. They've introduced one method, one model that is for the passenger loading zones. And that passenger loading zones can be used by anybody, because we are talking about the safety of all, not about any particular sector or not about any particular company passengers. So, and the time limit for this loading zone is only 3 minutes, because if we are going to give 15 minutes, that is not a loading zone, that is a corral. 15 minutes is too much. Even it is not according to the Uber's website, where they mention that you will get the ride within 5 minutes. So 15 minutes is too much, And I will recommend that this should be only for the 3 minutes loading zone.
And Vancouver is 3 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
3 minutes. And they are using this model from last couple of years and we have connections over there and we have a positive report from there about this model.
And it started a few years ago, did it?
Yeah,
Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I have a question.
Sure.
Just a follow-up. Does Vancouver, let's say somebody's giving me a ride. They're not going to the Jets game, but I'm going to the Jets game. Can my friend drop me off in that passenger zone?
yes, because it is for all. It is not for particular like ride share or for taxi industry. It is for all, even for the general public.
And just another follow-up question. Do you know if in these zones they have like curb cuts for drop off of people who use wheelchairs or walkers?
No. That is for the accessibility, they have different zones.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chambers?
And again, you know, in terms of delivery, it's not just, in terms of the rideshare apps, it's not just passengers, it can also be food delivery or grocery delivery as well. So 3
Is it
minutes
Uber
in your
and-
estimation would be enough time?
Like if you talk about the delivery of goods, then we have another loading and unloading zones in the downtown already. That vehicle can use that area.
So this is not for scale, what you're proposing?
Like it is only for the passengers loading zones.
Passenger loading
Yeah.
zones, passenger loading and unloading, okay. Okay. So you're proposing that these 3 zones plus another zone
Yeah,
be passenger loading zones, so that anyone like, so any taxi, any PTP, and the general public can drop off or pick up in a 3-minute period. Is that what I'm understanding?
yeah, but the 3 spots for the passenger loading zone and the 4th one is for the
Yeah.
taxi loading, only for the taxis.
Where is the
Because
taxi?
our proposal include both things, like we are urging to like revise or update the taxi loading zone as well. So
So, sorry,
Where is the taxi location you're proposing,
that is in front of the Radisson
The
Hotel.
Radisson.
That is currently it is a loading zone.
which currently has nothing there? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a loading zone.
It's loading zone, it's not a taxi.
you don't wanna make it a universal one? You're not
No,
recommending
not
a
only for
universal
the
one?
taxi zone.
Taxi only.
Taxi, because our urgent, we are requesting to improve the current like taxi zones because they are
They haven't
outdated.
been looked at it for a while, that's true. They haven't been.
Yeah,
looked
from
at
the
it for a long
decades, I think, yeah.
Right, so, right, the map that was attached here, identifies many different taxi areas. Do you know when the last time those taxi areas were reviewed? Like
In Winnipeg?
in Winnipeg,
I don't remember, even I searched on the internet, I could not find anything.
right?
Yeah, because
Right.
this, I
Right,
don't know, 20
okay,
years,
so-
30 years, 40 years.
Historic, so, okay, so that, and I'm not sure in the big picture strategy, we'll ask the department if that's in the plan to review the locations, I kind of hope it is, but we'll ask the department, and if it's not, I totally agree, downtown is dynamic and changing from the last 10 years,
Yeah.
so that's something to consider, okay?
Did you share this proposal with the city? Did you talk about it a little bit in the last week or so?
Like we're talking about the city, about this proposal, like I think we mentioned about that passenger loading zones, but we do not provide about the exact locations, like what are should be.
So with respect to this document and Appendix A, do you have a electronic copy? Because a lot of these are
Yes,
PDFs.
we can forward by email, yeah, we can provide that.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes, Councillor Eady.
I've just been working this through my head. So 3 minutes. So that's assuming the passenger is already in that zone. So I'm coming out of the Jets game, out the front door at Donald and Portage. And where the proposed one is right now, that's between Carlton and Hargrave, I believe. So that's a block or so. So now I got to get my butt over there, and sometimes when you book a vehicle for hire, they're instantly there, but it's going to take me some time to walk over there, a block or so, over to that zone, which is where I ordered the taxi to. We're assuming that people will get to the zone and then put in for a Uber or put in for a Duffy's taxi or a Unicity taxi, right? So I'm kind of curious as to how we derive 3 minutes. That works great for drop-offs. 3 minutes is fine, right? But for when you're doing a pickup, sometimes the people aren't right there yet. How would we deal with that?
Like Councillor Eddy, like if we talk about Uber, they are like mentioned on their website that they can provide service within 5 minutes, and you can, otherwise they will charge according to. And I think 3 minutes are more than enough. If we will allow to park or in this designated location more than 3 minutes, approximately 10 to 15 minutes. And if I talk about the taxis, they are easy to identify. But I talk about the Uber or about the vehicles, there is no way to, like, very little way, like, because they use only 1 or 2 stickers on the, like, their cab on the Uber, it is not easy to identify. But I think so this model is currently running successfully in Vancouver. That is why we have a live example. That is why we are proposing this thing. This is a new thing. This is not.
We gotta let customers, then we need to let customers know, don't book a ride, whether it's from the taxi industry or whatever. Don't book the ride till you're at the place where you're being picked up, right? So we'll have to educate the public on that then.
Yeah, well,
No, I just know from my experience traveling to different airports, there's a designated ride share or Uber location that is separate from taxis. And I mean, in terms of, say, our downtown area, and Councillor Edie talked about, Canada Life Center, your attraction in the downtown area that should have a specific location. When I'm hailing an Uber, oftentimes, depending on which exit I'm coming from, it's that Uber driver that needs to find me and I need to find them. But if there's a designated area for rideshare, all rideshare, people exiting, go to this location. This is where you're going to be picked up. It's going to be a lot quicker, much like it is in airports. And airports are usually very large. But if you know you're going to a specific area where your rideshare will pick you up, it makes it much easier and less confusion, less traffic congestion.
first of all, like, we can't compare with the airport with the public streets. That is totally
Yeah,
two
it's
different
different.
things. And another thing, even whenever if you use the Uber app, they provide you the location like where you can meet your driver.
Okay.
So
Right.
it is already in their app.
Mr. Chara, are you suggesting this be a pilot project for a period of time, 6 months or 10 or 12 months? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. Because currently it is successfully running in Vancouver. If we are going to implement it in the Winnipeg, then within the 6 months, we can talk with the other stakeholders like the ILRC department. They provide the accessibility service training. So in these 6 months, we can have an idea. We have like the public experience, and then we can make it permanent.
Okay. Any other questions? No, I just kind of like the active transportation. I have to say, like, even in my 10, 11 years here, the taxi industry has undergone transformational change, and you guys are really, you've got a lot of processes in place that were never in place before. You're complying, you're doing training. That's very commendable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
Yeah, okay. Oh, one last
Sure, I
comment.
agree with that completely, and we've been on this file for a while,
Yeah.
consistently, certain
Yeah,
counselors.
on and on.
Also, please extend appreciation to Duffy's Taxi. Mr. Randbauer is not here today.
Yeah.
I don't see him, but he certainly did reach out, I think, to council. And there's always ongoing discussions, so thank you.
Yeah, he is the senior member of the taxi industry and he in the taxi industry from more than 1 decade. Yeah.
Thank him for his work, and it's appreciated because we need to hear perspectives.
Thank you
And
so
that's
much.
what today's all about, the delegations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Right, Mr. Clerk, our next delegation?
Our next delegation is Don House, Senior Vice President, Culture and Guest Experience, True North Sports and Entertainment, with respect to rideshare loading zones report 6. In support of the item.
Excellent, great.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. My name is Dawn House. I serve in the role of Senior Vice President, Culture and Guest Experience at True North Sports and Entertainment. And I'm here to express True North's support for proposed amendment to establish designated rideshare loading zones in downtown Winnipeg. This is a straightforward, safety-driven request that reflects how people are already moving around our city. Canada Life Centre welcomes more than 1.1 million guests each year. We employ roughly 800 employees for a typical Jets game or a large concert event. And the Burton Cummings Theatre hosts over 90 events annually. Together, these venues, we are drawing people downtown year-round. People travel downtown in many ways. Some drive, others take taxis, city transit, even some will bike. Each have designated areas for their use. There are clearly marked zones for parking, bus stops, taxi stands, accessible drop-off areas and for pickup, and even designated bike lanes. But rideshare remains the only mode of downtown transportation without a defined safe zone. In the absence of designated rideshare zones, drivers are stopping wherever they can, sometimes in traffic lanes, accessible zones, taxi zones as well, and poorly lit areas. Guests have shared with us their confusion about where they need to go, and we regularly observe people who are cutting across the busy streets or walking long distances at night to meet their rides. These are unnecessary risks that need to be avoided for the safety of the people who visit, work, and live downtown. According to the City of Winnipeg's Vehicles for Hire 2024 annual update, which is prepared by the Winnipeg Parking Authority, the data shows consistent year-over-year growth in both rideshare and taxi use. Between January and September 2024 alone, Vehicles for Hire provided 7.3 million trips. That's an increase of almost 11% per month over 2023, with rideshare vehicles now making up more than half of all of those city trips. This data tells a clear story. Winnipeggers are changing how they move around the city, and data trends show that continued growth. Establishing designated rideshare loading zones isn't about promoting one mode of transportation over another. It's about responding to real demand, improving safety, and aligning Winnipeg with best practices already adopted in other major Canadian cities. Cities with NHL venues in Canada, including Edmonton, Calgary, Ottawa, Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto, all have implemented designated rideshare zones around their venues. Adopting this bylaw would bring Winnipeg in line with those cities and demonstrate our shared commitment to modern, safe, and accessible infrastructure. True North has brought this forward as a response to our market and its genuine safety concerns that have brought it here and what we've also observed. In fact, we first brought this concern forward to the city 2 years ago, and we're encouraged to see it advancing to this stage today. Establishing designated rideshare loading zones is a safety-driven response to both data and firsthand feedback. By providing clear and consistent pickup and drop-off points, this measure ensures downtown access aligns with the evolution of modern mobility and is cost neutral to the city. Thank you for your time and your consideration. We respectfully request the committee to support this amendment and move it forward for council approval.
Okay, thank you, Don. Okay, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just a little bit confused. You said that Toronto has an NHL market? Yeah, I digress. But is
Order.
would True North advertise at some point during the game designated ride zone area so that fans are aware of where that would be?
Well, we don't advertise transit or this isn't about one method of transportation.
No,
Everybody, yeah,
but I'm talking
Yeah.
about an area,
yeah.
not a service. Is that something that True North could do broadcast that during a game saying, at the end of the game, the designated ride zone area is located at Graham or, Portage and Donald or wherever.
I think if the question is specifically like an in-game PA announcement, we have really tight deadline or like timelines that we can work with. However, all of the people who work in the venue, we educate them on how to direct people where to go. They ask which exits that they would go out of to access the convention center parking lot. They ask where they need to go to get to a taxi stand. Where's the nearest bus stop? So we would just work to educate them to do that. So
So-
advertising, no, but
About signage?
directions, yes.
What about signage?
Um,
Like at your exits?
yeah, we can work on wayfinding signage. We're always looking to improve that.
That's Shara.
Thank you, Dawn, for your presentation, for being here today. I agree with you. It's not about one method of transportation. It's about getting people home safely. There was a question asked earlier by Councillor Edie and I think others in terms of these loading zones. How do you feel about having taxis and rideshare there together?
Well, I think that, putting, like, there's a lot of people who leave, like, we're speaking about a Jets game, and I'm not sure how that would go in terms of just space. There's limitations, of course. I have seen methods in other cities, of course, with much bigger spaces. If only there was a space that we had to work with, where they actually have areas where people can pick up their vehicle for hire, but they're constantly moving. They're actually not parking. And so they order it, they stand in one spot, and then they wait, and it's a lane that the vehicles are moving through, and they can jump in. It's very quick, it's very efficient. But if we're talking about muddling into loading zones and knowing what I know about our Winnipeg streets, I'm not sure how that would exactly work, because then we would be sending a lot of people to one area, and it could be very confusing.
Yeah, so these loading zones are spread out, of course, because that's the space we have.
Yeah.
Now, True North Square doesn't have a little loop. No, it wasn't designed that way.
No.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so not sure. We'll certainly ask the questions later to the public service as well. Yeah,
Madam Chairperson,
Yes.
I have a question or two. Just for clarification, so I understand there's a taxi cab zone or whatever you want to call it on Graham by the Shark Club. Do you direct people to that particular spot for getting a taxi?
I don't believe there's a spot on Graham. There are two spots on the north-south streets on Hargrave and Donald. And depending on which door people are leaving, and if they're leaving out of our southwest door, then we would point them towards the Shark Club for taxi.
All right. Oh, I see. So they're flanked on either side of City Place then, you're saying, right? Because I think Hargrave is taken up by your loading and unloading various events on Hargrave, I think. If we were looking at turning all these different, like the taxi cab, and then creating these new ones in particular areas, the one that I noted was the one between Hargrave and Carleton, right on Portage. So it's a block before you hit the bus stop or whatever. Would you be okay with turning those into just a pick up and drop off loading zones for events happening at the Canada Life Center? And similarly over at the Burt.
I would say that we're not here to determine how the solution works. We're just here to share feedback and come up with a solution.
You need a safer place, right? That's what you're.
Yeah, absolutely, because people are being picked up by their rideshare at a lot of different places. If you think about the north-south streets, Hargrave and Carleton, they're picking up as south as St. Mary, as north of Portage even, and that can, that could be a concern. On the other side of Smith Street, we're hearing from people that they're being picked up between Graham and north of Portage. That's a really wide area, and if we just had one place that we could have people safely go and communicate that. As far as, allocating loading zones or whatever, that's not, we're not going to solve that. We'll defer to the experts on that. But I would just say that if we're putting a lot of people in one concentrated,
Let me put it to you
it'll
this
be
way.
very busy.
Can I put it to you this way? You can say yes or no. Your main concern from True North is that your customers can be picked up and dropped off safely. Whether, doesn't matter what vehicle they're using, you want to just make sure that your customers are safe when it comes to pick up and drop off. Is that correct?
We're responding to the market, and that's what we're hearing from customers.
Yeah, well, the market, yeah. Okay. Anyway, thank you.
Okay. So thank you. I totally agree. I've seen people just dodge out into traffic to catch their vehicle and I hear what you're saying and we want to do that. We're going to figure this out today. What you did mention, which was kind of piqued my curiosity, I wondered ahead of time, why haven't we had this request come forward sooner? Because the arena's been there, or I'd share PPPs have been there. And now you said it's taken 2 years to get to this point?
So this was a conversation that we started in November of 2023. It was our understanding that there were some changes that were required just for signage purposes. And so we've been, waiting and following along for that to happen. And so, but here we are today.
Okay, well, ask the department about that. Okay, great. I don't have any more questions. Committee members, no more questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay,
All
our
right.
next delegation is Baljinder Sharma to be heard in opposition to rideshare loading zones, report 6.
All right, Jinder. Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. All right.
Good morning, all of you. In fact, there was some error. My name is Baljit Kumar Sharma, in fact.
Okay.
And I am Baljit Sharma, accompanied by my 2 colleagues, Chairman and Secretary Mr. Balkar, Mr. Shamandra.
Yes.
And due to some preoccupation, Mr. Ram, our General Manager, couldn't make it today.
Yes.
I am here on behalf of our company to solicit your support for our proposal. I would like to give my perspective as someone who has involved in the taxi industry for many years as a shareholder. We have worked hard in recent years to provide best service to our community, and both our companies have state-of-the-art technology for dispatch system. We take pride in serving our community. We have worked extensively to significantly improve accessible services as well. It would not be out of place to mention here that we lay great emphasis on aspects of indigenous reconciliation too. When it comes to downtown transportation, with experience of number of years, we do have constructive inputs, ideas that can help providing better and safer services to all passengers. We were surprised to see the original proposal. It offered preferential treatment to PTP companies which are not able to provide service to our community with special needs. They do not even have the safety features which our companies have for the last many years. It's surprising to note that their minimum courtesy was not extended to have our inputs as stakeholders. Taxi industry was kept in dark. Today, we thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to respond to a proposed in question. You have allowed us to present our own proposal as well. So the proposal is, our proposal is based on what other cities like Vancouver already have. Vancouver has transit accessible and taxi zones. They have passenger leading zones for all. We have taken time to map out some initial inputs for passengers, loading zones, and updated taxi and accessible zones too. We are suggesting pilot projects should include 3 zones identified by parking authority and another for taxis to pick up street hail customers in front of Radisson Hotel on Portage Avenue. Additional spots. We would also like to seek additional spots for accessible passengers to be selected in consultation with accessibility community. For us, it is about fairness and common sense. I would refrain from using the phrase level playing field, as this was grossly misinterpreted and has lost its currency altogether when it is used in the context of Uber versus taxi industry. We take this opportunity to invite councillors to take ride with us in downtown to have the first-hand experience themselves. We would like City Council to take into consideration our proposal as pilot project as well. Before concluding, I would like to request you to join hands together, work for the betterment of our economy, which is going downward spiral. We should make an endeavor to promote our support for local taxi industry. Our industry should not be made scapegoat to please PTV companies owned by and operated by our southern neighbor, who is determined to hurt our economy in every possible way. It is public domain. It is in the public domain that how our southern neighbor is treating Canada. As at the end of the day, it is the Winnipeggers who not only run taxi industry and control the economy too. Every dollar earned is spent in Canada itself, unlike the PTV companies. These are same Winnipeggers who is going to vote in the coming election and the local election as well. We should make sure that interests of the Winnipeggers are not compromised, which happen to be the mandate for the City Council too. We assure you of our full cooperation that ensures best taxi industry to our community in a best possible manner. Thank you very much once again for your time and patience, please. And if you have any questions, my manager is in best position to do that because he has a comprehensive proposal. And I'm not sure whether he has given to you already or if not, we will do.
Okay. Are there any questions? I think we're pretty clear. We had a good presentation earlier. We're pretty clear on what the industry is looking
And
for.
thank you very much for your compliment for industry.
Yeah, no, it's come a long way. It's come a long way and a lot of hard work to get there. I know that.
Thank you very much.
So they're basically, you're in support of the same proposal we just heard about?
Yes, I think he has pretty much same.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, our next delegation was to be Kelly Ryback. However, he had indicated he had to leave. So we will move over to Zoom to hear from Mark Coho, Executive Director of Pike Winnipeg, to be heard in support of Winnipeg Road Safety Strategic Action Plan 2025 Progress Report, Report 8, a safety study at Main Street and Assiniboine Avenue, Report 11, and in opposition to pedestrian and cycling facilities as integrated with street renewal projects in 2024, Report 7.
Okay, all right. Mr. Coho.
Just gonna ask you to start your video and unmute your mic.
Perfect. Sorry, just double click there. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Just to get going, with respect to the safety study at Main Street and Assiniboine Avenue, we're really happy to see the recommendation to make the changes permanent that we've seen at that intersection, as the temporary measures certainly have improved safety. We welcome the pilot. We really found that many people were reporting collisions and certainly lots and lots and lots of close calls at the intersection. And that was really a result both from people making the right turn off Assiniboine onto southbound Main, but also from people making the left turn off northbound Main onto Assiniboine, sort of connecting through the crosswalk and through the red light to make that left turn. So I really want to echo the comments that Andrew Single made with regard to those left turns off Main onto westbound Assiniboine. There really is a need to continue monitoring this. It might be a location that the Road Safety Strategic Action Plan looks at and requests increased enforcement for. With that monitoring, to make sure that we are actually cutting down that risk, because it's definitely a concern. Do you have a question? I think the answer is yes, but I just want to make sure that the curb extensions being called for are both sort of at 4th Street and at Main Street. That was that second barrier added at Main Street that we felt did make a pretty big difference on the amount of cut-through traffic that was sort of in violation to the through restriction. And we would like to see that made permanent, both to shorten the crossing distance, but to also really deter that movement as well. Moving on to item 8, the Road Safety Strategic Action Plan. progress report. We think the program has been successful, and we certainly want to see it continue. We definitely hope that it will get included in that next strategic plan, and that funding for the program as is part of what we are asking for in terms of federal funding. We think it's a program that's making a difference. We want to see it continue to go. Happy to see that the bike counts will be added into that to help factor into that decision-making process. I think that's an important part to make sure we're seeing where the exposure is, so that we have that sense of data coming in into our prioritization and that decision-making process. Certainly, a suggestion would be to look at allowing speed reductions to be considered as part of the pilot process for that. We recognize that's a major safety improvement that can be added. We think that would be a good tool for the road safety strategy to have in their toolbox. With regard to the pedestrian and cycling facilities as integrated in street renewal projects, we're concerned to see that report moving away. Certainly recognize that the inclusion of walking and cycling improvements is really a key pillar in that implementation of the city's pedestrian and cycling strategies. That's one of the major, the regional and local road renewals programs has been one of the most important drivers of the pedestrian and cycling strategies since they've been adopted. I certainly agree that the public service has been doing a better job of including walking and cycling improvements in their road renewals, but we're still not 100%. And I think the report really provides an explanation as to why something is not included. It's not showing what we had in previous budgets. We definitely did have that ability to see and to be reassured that through the road renewals project that inclusion of walking and cycling was being considered and looked at. Certainly, and I think there's an absolute benefit to having that process. It's just to see that the public is being provided with the rationale and the decisions going into the inclusion or exclusion of walking and cycling improvements. So, I think we can look at how that's being presented. I think if we can look at extending the scope or not the scope, sorry, but expanding the timelines that we have in our road renewals, that we get a little more lead-in time as to what projects are coming, that some of the studies can be accommodated within that and scheduled to match up with that road rehabilitation. I think that would be an important step. As well, I think in previous budgets, or at least one previous budget, we had an option to include.
Minutes. We just gave you another 2 minutes if you need it.
Yeah, perfect. I'll finish up in a minute here. The previous budgets also included within the road renewals program a line item that allowed for sort of a scope of road renewal to be extended somewhat to allow some of those shorter projects to be extended to a safe start and end spot. I think I can't remember the exact language there, but that was a definite benefit that goes to that question of, is it too short? Certainly on neighborhood greenways, the major benefit of the neighborhood greenway is getting the crossings. So I think, if we could work the crossing improvements into the road renewals, I think that might be something that we can definitely look at. So again, we want to see some can continue in terms of where that spending is going and where the decision making is going, to see reassurance that the plans and the road renewals are looking at active and safe transit, to make sure that we're including that. So any questions, I'd be happy to take. Thanks.
Right, committee members, any questions from Mr. Coho while you're maybe thinking about it? So I hear you on the road renewal strategy or on the road renewal report. I hear you on that. We'll talk to the department on that. I know, I would like to see some sort of associated dollar value, right? Like a dollar value, just so we have an understanding. think it percolates up anywhere else in any of the reports that come forward that I'm aware of, so. And then Assiniboine Avenue, I mean, it's still not perfect, right? It's still not perfect, but it has come a long way, and it's great now that Northwest Company we've got that scenario there. Yeah, that's just been a really long one to really try and resolve, right? But
Yeah, but an important connection as well.
yeah, massively important connection, crazy busy connection, right? So, okay, so committee, any other questions? No, thanks for your email yesterday too. I really appreciate that. Lots going on.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Coho. Thank you. All right.
Our final registered delegation was to be our second individual named Baljinder Sharma to be heard in opposition to rideshare loading zones report 6. However, Baljinder is not in the room, so that concludes our registered delegations.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw this out at committee members. How about we take a little, like a 5-minute, 10-minute break? And then we come back and we deal with transit, who's all just waiting here and they can't wait to get here. Is that okay?
Then we'll take a break around 12:45.
And then around 12:45, we'll take our lunch break. So if that's okay with everyone, so let's just take a.
Good with me, Chairperson.
That's okay with you? Okay, so let's take a short break now. And then we'll come back. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. We had a short break and now we're going to start our reports. We're starting with transit. Mr. Yankee's here from transit and the team, and here we go.
Good afternoon. I've got Bjorn Radstrom here from Service Development, Jesse Crowder from the AMO office, and Aaron Cook from our Zero Emission Bus Program. And Bjorn's going to start us off with report number 1, the expansion of transit night service beginning in April 2026.
Okay, so this is a report that was requested by this committee back in September. And so we are reporting back now with a plan to expand night service beginning in April 2026. And to provide a bit of context, this builds off the report that we presented in October. That was just about extension of service in on-request zones for the middle of December to the middle of April. Just to remind everybody, we can schedule on-request service much more quickly than we can fixed route service. It's just a much quicker process. And we got that report to the October committee meeting in time that it could go to EPC and council, and it was approved. So now we can actually get it in place for December. But anything else can be fixed route extensions. Those need a longer lead time, and they're part of this report. So this report continues on from where that one left off. That one approved the expansion of night service in the on-request zones, like I said, from the middle of December to the middle of April.
This is not on request zones, correct, Bjorn?
This continues that because that previous one was only on request zones, but it only approved the budget to the middle of April.
Yes, so this
This
is
report
afterwards.
extends that from now on permanently, but also introduces late night service on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 fixed routes.
So the extension of night service from middle of December to April, that was a $4 million budget
I don't
request.
remember what the cost of that one
Registered
was.
was 4.8.
I don't have that in front of me because it was part of the other one. We don't know, it was not that much. And that was just the on-request zones.
167,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somewhere around $500,000.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's December till April.
Till April, right. So everything, all of the late night service that was proposed and on request as part of that report continues on in this report, but what this one introduces is funding that permanently, but also then extending night service on 11 fixed routes. So we took a
So
look.
Bjorn, I know we keep asking, but at council, we already approved the on request zones.
Yes.
Yes, we did that. That was last week. And now this is late night service.
Late night service, yeah.
And
like,
when does it start?
this would be, the exact date is.
And it just ends at this committee. This is the critical path,
Well, then it get referred to the budget process.
right?
So,
Yeah, but this report is going to the budget process, yeah,
correct, yeah, this gets referred directly to the budget process as part of it.
for this week.
And what
But
we're
we could
proposing
work on it.
here would begin on April 12th, 2026. Like I said, it would extend the night service in the additional on request zones. Then it also expands night service on The D10 Hannah Adsum, the D14 Salter Stafford, D16 Academy Notre Dame, D17 Talbot Selkirk. Those are the primary network routes. And then also in the feeder network, we've got the 28 Arlington Stafford, 38 Mount Monroe, 43 Walt Logan, 70 Roblin, 74 Kenniston Keewatin. Those are all part of the connector services. And then two of the community routes, 224 Sherman Valor and 680 River Heights Cambridge. The most instructive thing in this entire report is actually to take a look at the appendix where we show a map of late night service comparisons. So the one on the left is the late night service at the launch of the PTN. And you can see that throughout the city, the service after midnight can be limited in some areas that don't have a lot of late night service. You go over to the map on the right hand side and you can see in the lighter shading, it shows all the on request zone service that's being added at night beginning December 14th. And that fills out a substantial part of the city, but there will still be some gaps in there. So then there's the two different shades of blue there. One of them is a repeat of the existing one, but then it also shows the new night service on fixed routes and the walk that are within, or the areas that are within 500-meter walk roads and all different areas of the city. And what that really fills in is some gaps that were in some of the further outlying areas, but also within the inner city. So this going north-south within the north end, there's a fair bit that's filled in along there. In the Weston and Brooklands area, as well as in Elmwood, and then in parts when you get further into the northwest of the city. So it filled in a lot of those gaps. And the way we approached this was we took a look at areas of the city that didn't have night service, but also major destinations and more importantly, major employment centers such as malls and retail agglomerations that didn't have service that ran late enough. Because in a lot of cases, people are working until the store closes at 11. By the time they finish up their closing duties, it's getting to be 11:30. So really what we needed was a couple of more departures from these areas, including at least one departure after midnight. So that was the philosophy behind all this.
Can I just jump in with a question here? So you would know a lot of these areas from the prior network, right? Like,
Yeah, and I guess what we didn't realize was the importance of having that bus as late as midnight to get people.
Right.
We had service that still went fairly late in a lot of cases, to 10:30 or 11, sometimes even after 11. But if the last departure is at 11:05 or 11:10 and people are working in stores that don't close until 11, it's just not enough time for them to finish their closing duties, get their stuff, get up to a bus stop.
but wouldn't you have had numbers on that? Yeah.
We did, but the ridership in areas like that, it can be fairly low. And the whole philosophy behind this is to put the service where there's a lot of people taking it. And in doing that, that does make a lot of sense. But in doing that, you end up with a situation where we didn't have enough service to those areas that had low ridership. And so we're not expecting there's going to be a ton of riders taking all these services, but the people who need it really need it.
Right.
With all of the other the challenges that people have had learning this new network, learning new routes, learning where they need to transfer and things like that. Those are the things where we say, try it out, give it some time, and that still stands. But in areas like this, if you don't have a bus running at the time you need to get home, no amount of trying it out is gonna help.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why this proposal makes a lot of sense.
Okay, and then and one of the reasons I thought too was we did say keep within the funding envelope, right? So we did kind of constrain you there, which,
Correct.
but anyway, sometimes, changes forces to add more money to the system, which makes it better in the long run. Okay.
The full year cost for the first year of this is $4.413 million, and it's 33.5 FTEs. So that's 2027, the full year. When you take a look at the portion of 2026 these will operate in, then the cost is just over $3 million, then it's 23.8 full-time equivalents.
Okay.
Question, Bjorn, this report. Talk about the old Kildonan area, I guess, or any area. Are there any gaps, things that we weren't able to tackle right away? Are folks in my ward, like I see the D10, gonna be able to get that late night service where it's needed?
Yeah.
Based on the feedback that we've given you?
Yeah,
That you've
based on
heard
the feedback that
citywide?
we've heard from your office, from other councilors' offices, and specifically to do with the D10, we definitely heard from workers and employers in that area because as you're aware, Waterford Green Common has become a real concentration of retail activity that goes fairly late at night. And people weren't able to take that to get even over to McPhillips, so they can take the frequent service that's there or the FX service that's at Garden City. So this restores that connection and helps people get there. This also ties into the expansion of the on request service because, as you remember from last month, we've now added the McPhillips Walmart and Garden City to the on request zone. So that's further connections to help people be able to get home.
And similarly, in other areas, you've gone through that whole
Yeah.
exercise, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So that's where you see a lot of things filling in here. If you take a look, even in North Transcona and in parts of Elmwood and East Kildonan, it fills in. There's parts of the southwest of the city. It really, fills in a lot of those gaps in a lot of areas of the city. Some with fixed route service, a lot with on request.
So in looking at that map on the right-hand side, that grayish blue area, is that the feeder service?
The on the map, we didn't distinguish between feeder service and primary network service. It's just uncolored lines. I'm not going to say which colors they are. The darkest color is what we're adding now.
Right.
The lighter blue, I think it's blue, is what exists now in the PTN, and then the shaded areas, that's everything covered by on request.
Oh, okay, good.
So that's why you see by far the largest areas are covered on request, because that's the service where we can have, if we have two buses covering a fairly large area, we can provide pretty decent service. But if those two buses were just operating on a fixed route feeder service, you'd have a bus coming every 60 minutes or 70 minutes, and this is a lot more useful.
Thanks.
Okay. This is good, right? So this is responding, this is what we've heard, this is responding. This will start now. Okay, let's just talk about drivers. Maybe we can have a little update on drivers, like where are we at? We've got them leaving, we've got them coming, we've got retirements, like, can you just kind of give us a synopsis? I maybe should have given you a heads up, you may not have the data, but what do you do?
I would have brought exact numbers, but feel like
okay, well,
approximate numbers,
well,
we can,
okay.
we'll ballpark it. We've
But
hired,
you know what, after, send me the exact,
Sure.
that would be great to share with people because they're concerned.
And just the focus on new hires as well as retention rates.
Okay.
Are more drivers staying as opposed to leaving?
Yeah,
That'd be interesting.
yeah, we have drivers leaving throughout the ranges of their seniority, really.
Yeah.
So, but we've hired approximately 240 drivers this year.
Okay, that's mind blowing. Okay, I think it is. What do you usually hire in?
It's a record. We set a record last year at 208.
Right.
So we're continuing our hiring schedule to the end of the year, which is 6 operators per week. So we anticipate being around the 275 mark, maybe, or better for the year.
That's a lot of drivers considering the drama that is out there, right? That's quite amazing. Is that amazing? I think that's amazing.
Any speculation on why that's increased?
Well, we've improved upon our recruitment processes for starters. We've also improved upon our training regime so that we could get enough of these drivers through the process of training them and getting them signed up. So that's helped immensely. We've actually really reinvigorated that process a lot to be able to do this over the last 2 years. So that's a real testament to our training branch in revamping their schedules and such, as well as HR for sure on the recruitment side. We've also taken some measures to have some temporary instructors in place to help with that training schedule. But that is in place, I think, until I'm going to say March of next year. It's an agreement that we have with the Amalgamated Transit Union and WAPSO as well, if you recall. Yeah, so that's in place. I think it's till March. So without that, we wouldn't have been able to hire the amount of, or train the amount of drivers we would have expected to hire.
Has there been any changes in terms of part-time drivers? Is that helping? Is it allowed?
We do not have part-time drivers. Yeah, this is something that is a topic of previous negotiations, but that has not transpired. So all of our drivers are full-time drivers, yeah.
Okay, so we're looking good then for the number of drivers for spring. For this. for all
Correct,
these
so
new
we need,
rates.
with this report, we need an additional 27 operators, I think it's 27.5.
Yeah.
Right now, we are probably sitting at about a negative 70 operators. When I track the operators that require for service, we're short about 70 right now. So we're filling some of that with overtime, of course, right? But you are aware of what DNO buses are, which means do not operate. So I mentioned before, when we were short of drivers, we had some buses that did not operate for a portion of the day's schedule. I think I'm going all the way back to May, I think, if memory serves correct. We have not had a DNO bus, not a single one. So that's a testament to the hiring that we've been doing, the training that we've been doing.
And in that time, we went back to full service.
And in that time, that Bjorn's right, we went back to full service on June 29.
Okay.
So it's a real testament to the effort that's been made to the recruitment efforts at Transit. So those efforts are ongoing because we now need an additional 27 operators. I think we needed 4 for the on request that comes in December.
Yeah.
So that pressure is always there. So we continue to hire. But I expect that we will continue to do well, barring anything unforeseen. And we will rely on overtime if needed in April for the addition as well.
So quick question, and it's more cultural in discussion in terms of some of the drivers that want to take extended periods of time on vacation, go back home. Has that resolved itself, or are you still finding challenges with that?
I think we still have challenges in that it's hard to let people go for long periods of time because that could mean a bus does not operate, right? However, we do have some provisions in the collective agreement that do allow those kinds of leaves. But keep in mind, we do try to balance that with the need to be able to have the buses out on the road.
So, in relation then to the, just coming up to the new on request
In December.
Extension. So I still feel a lot of people don't really get how to use on request. Are we gonna do like, I know I've seen some ads, I've seen some stuff, which is good, right? What do you think? Do you think they get using on request? Do you think the general public understands it? Or could we do even more promo on understanding it?
I guess we can always do more promo. This may be a question for Alyssa, who's here.
Money, but, okay.
But we did an ad campaign and people are getting it. Like we're seeing, we're getting good usage out of it and people are figuring out how to use it. So it's just gonna take time for more and more people to realize that it's even there.
Yes. Okay, so while we're just, if you don't mind, we're still talking about that. So Councillor Brady had brought up an interesting point during the council meeting about using smaller buses versus the big buses, because we are getting heat from these big buses roving around at night. So tell us, like that's a whole fleet investment and such, but tell us, is that possible? Is it doable? Give us an update on what's happening from the standpoint of smaller buses.
Aaron's gonna have a lot to say about this. We just want to jump in with something quickly and say, yes, we do need some smaller buses. We don't need a ton of them, but we do need more for this type of on request service. The one thing we don't want to do is buy buses that are so small or that are light duty that we can't use them for other service. Otherwise.
What? Like, what do you mean other service?
On a regular route.
On a regular.
You know, rush hour on a feeder route that doesn't have a lot.
Sure.
So if we had light duty buses, they don't last very long.
No, we wear them right out. Okay.
We really need heavier duty buses that we could use in on request when they're operating, but then when the on request service isn't operating, to at the very least use it on feeder routes at the time
So
of the
those are
day.
the 40 footers then.
Well, they can be 30-foot buses. The problem is those haven't existed and haven't been sold for quite a while, and Aaron might
Oh,
have some better
okay.
updates than me.
Yeah, and that's, we've been trying to balance what we will need for future, family of services and the on request model. And between Teresa and Bjorn and myself, we've been looking at a number of buses over the years, and we've recently gotten a few sort of one-day stop demos so we can get different people at transit and have a look at them. We've just made a few new connections at trade shows and whatnot that to see what's coming on the market right now. The plan right now is to put out a request for information next year to see what's evolved in the market there, so that we have the potential to be able to put a order forward either in later in 26 or early in 27, along those lines. So we're still trying to.
For a smaller bus.
For a smaller
But a heavy duty, smaller bus.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So there are a few, both in diesel and zero emission, options that are out there, so we are exploring both. In terms of what's out there, the European buses that are out there are much more zero emission than gasoline. The local market tends to be more gasoline and less zero emission, but there are a few that kind of fit into both, including both Canadian manufacturers and European. So there are options out there. We're just trying to find the one that's the right fit, and we feel that request for information is probably the best way to proceed, and that we can get some more detailed conversations with those manufacturers and see what's out there.
So they are manufacturing, there's stuff out there?
There's challenges, so the accessibility requirements in North America are different than what's in Europe. So there are European manufacturers that are looking to come to North America and creating accessible vehicles that meet requirements. That's what's been the lag in getting those vehicles here right now. So we have heard that there will be some available in 2027 timeline for that, and then whether we need to look at a short-term solution of something a little bit smaller for specific deployments in the city where we're having challenges perhaps with the bigger buses right now.
And when they become available, it's going to help with our procurement strategy, because we also need more 60-foot articulated buses, but they cost more.
Right.
So if we have funding for, say, 50 buses,
Right.
but they're priced at 40-foot buses, we can't just say, oh, we're going to buy all 60-foot savings
Right.
funding. But if in a given year, 35 of them could be those 60-foot buses, and then 15 could be smaller buses, it'll help to balance that out. Not necessarily exactly, but it would help with that strategy. We need more both of smaller and larger buses.
So one question, then I'll let you guys ask questions. So does a company like a New Flyer, do they like, or is there a demand out there from producers like a New Flyer?
There's a huge demand for this product in North America right now, because almost every city has rolled out some form of on request.
Right.
The delay has been getting it here. So New Flyer owns a company called Alexander Dennis, who does create a smaller bus. But again, they're one of those companies that have to adapt the bus for the North American market. So,
Based in Scotland.
yes,
Wow. I have to check that out.
yeah.
So it's not just the buses though, it's the infrastructure to support them as well.
Well, no, I know.
Surface
That's-
voice,
oh, yeah.
parks availability, all of those things, right?
Yeah, no, I know. Okay. Council Chambers.
On Tuesday, Councillor Allard, Mays and myself met with the trustees and of the Louisville School Division, as well as the superintendents and whatnot. Talk about the challenges in the Sage Creek, Buena Vista, and Windsor Park area, around, and South St. Vital area, River Park South, about the challenges of getting back and forth to whether it's, J.H. Bruns, Windsor Park Collegiate, and Glenmore. Now, we talked about on-demand service, but not certain if that's available early in the morning for that purpose. But the individuals at that meeting, the trustees and superintendents, weren't really aware of the on-demand service.
On-demand service can't deal with the high volumes that you get when you get a bunch of students going to school. So in those cases, we've been talking to the school divisions and the schools and seeing when and where we need to add service. So we have additional service going on to the routes that serve those schools that you mentioned. And also up in North Kildonan, in the River East Transcona School Division, there's some issues with one route in particular that serves 3 high schools, Miles Mac, Kildonan East and River East. So we've got trips that are being added to that. But in all of these cases, it needs to be additional trips on a fixed route because on-demand doesn't work well when you get a lot of people who want to go to the same place at once. So it's not really an option for that. We're focusing on improvements to the fixed routes. And the complaints we've got from the schools is really, there's not enough service, so the buses are overloaded, or the arrival and departure times are just slightly off from bell times. So that those are some of the type of things that we've corrected as best we can for December. We'll see how that goes, and then we'll propose further changes for subsequent semesters.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the issues that they had raised, as well as the fact that the bus comes by 5 minutes before the bell rings. And then students have to wait, you know, an additional amount of time before going home at the end of the day.
I think what's important here is we're aware of these issues because they're telling us, we're getting that feedback, which is what we need, and we are making adjustments. So.
Yeah, the school divisions have actually, and schools have been very good about being really specific with their feedback and telling us, you know, here's the exact problem that we see, such as not lining up for the bell time or too many students trying to get on this bus and you need another one.
So here at City Hall, I believe tomorrow's Friday, the 7th, there's a planned protest with respect to the PTN. There's been a counselor who's been quite vocal about returning back to the old system. Not going to happen. But the concerns that have been raised by many residents, and you know, in my travels, there are those that say, "Hey, this is a better system for me and my family." When I look at the Creek Bend area, South St. Anne's Road, they're better served by this the PTN network. But there are others that say, "Yeah, my child hasn't been able to be at school on time since this change has been implemented." What optimism is there for those families that, you know, have experienced the negative side of the changes to the PTN?
The launch of the PTN was the start of a lot of work for us. It wasn't the end of a lot of work. So getting all this feedback this is now our job, is to constantly make improvements to the network. One of the challenges before, and I think I've probably described it to this committee, is that we had so many routes that tried to do everything. You'd have one route that was a local feeder service out in the suburb, and then we get onto a main road, it would be an express route, and then it would make every stop, and then it would, at the other end, it would also be a feeder route. And it just didn't work to be able to put the resources in the right locations and have the operating hours of the routes match what people wanted. So really separating it into the primary network and the feeder network, we can put the resources where they're needed, but it's an iterative process where we know we didn't get everything right with the launch, but now our ability to deal with the complaints like you're talking about is much better because we can be really targeted about how we do this. So for example, those schools that I was talking about in North Kelowna, the way that they were served, some by feeder routes, some by mainline routes, shifting those times and adding service to it could be a really expensive and cumbersome proposition. But now, because they're all on a single feeder route, we have a lot more flexibility to change the schedule slightly and not have it cost an exorbitant amount because you're adding a bus to a route that goes right across the city. It's only within that confined area. So I'd say there's a lot of hope that things will get better because of how much more the new network allows us to address these problems in a really specific way. But it's going to take time. And again, the feedback is extremely valuable. So I'm glad people are sending that to us.
And this has really been proven out when we launched the stage 2 in the south end of the city. This council has experienced with the changes that were made relatively quickly.
Yes.
Very efficiently.
Yes.
To benefit those that were using the system. So we're starting to see some of that here. It requires some patience, and I know that's hard, and we know that's difficult.
And to the extent that you had technological issues that were impacting arrivals or announced for arrivals or whatnot, how they impacted people's journeys back and forth, and are those technological issues now resolved to the extent where there's more reliability when they look at their app or look at the sign above?
That's come a long way in the last few weeks. I think I described this at a previous meeting, how we're getting the GPS data now from a different device on the bus, but we literally have to go through and run a bunch of cables in the bus to connect the devices and update the firmware on the onboard computers to make sure that it can process this new geographic information that's in a slightly different format. But we're well past half the fleet.
Okay, so is that where we're at? Half the fleet?
Oh, we're
On the-
well beyond
More
that.
than that,
Well
right?
beyond.
I think we're
So
even
how
past
many
3/4.
kind of at it by now about?
I don't have a number today,
Right.
but I would argue that we're close, if not already done, but we've got to be close where we are. The challenge that we had was, as Bjorn mentioned, about the cabling that we were putting in to resolve the issue. When we were doing the newest buses first, which was about a 10, maybe 15-minute process for each bus. As we get to the older buses in the fleet, it's increased to 2.5 hours. So it's been problematic because the routing takes much longer. So it's extended the timeline that we originally anticipated, but we're getting it done. We are getting it done.
One of the reasons we don't have good ridership data right now, though, is because it's generally a lot of our older buses that have the automatic passenger counters, and they're the ones that require this 2.5 hours of work. So we're getting there, but the problems with the GPS units, it was made for a really, really difficult time for the riders who were learning the new network, because
Horrible.
when you're taking a brand new bus service and you're unsure of things, it's very reassuring to be able to check an app and see that your bus is coming in 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, whatever it is. We couldn't provide that information, and we, like any of us who work with the country, take the bus, were affected by that as well. It was just, the timing could not have been worse to have a technological breakdown. Totally unrelated to the launch of the new network, but really had a profound effect on everybody trying to take a bus. And I feel awful for everybody who was learning the new network and didn't have that real-time information. But now we're getting to the point where it's back, and just even taking the bus to get here this morning, it's working perfectly. It said it was coming in 2 minutes, it showed up in 2 minutes, and I was here at City Hall soon after that.
To your point, when these issues arise, you as a transit user and work in transit understand what the issue is. For those riders that don't work in transit, don't know what the issue is, and are expressing frustration, not knowing that it's a situation beyond your control.
And this is one of the more difficult things, working on the implementation of the new network, is anything that goes wrong right now, people blame it on the new network.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's related. And this is one thing that was completely unrelated, but like I said, it had a profound effect on people's ability to use the network. So
Couldn't have had worse timing.
No.
Well, reliability also will increase service. Where people can say, yeah, I'm not gonna be standing outside for 45 minutes to an hour in minus 30-degree weather, because I anticipated a bus here at 6 o'clock and it either came at 5:55 or isn't coming till 6:45.
And buses, they are late sometimes just because of construction and accidents and things like that. And even if a bus is gonna be a half hour late, if we can tell them that.
Yeah.
And they can plan for that, that's a completely different situation than going out there at the time you said it was gonna be there, but you have no information on knowing when it's actually gonna be there. So I'm really, really happy that we're getting to the point that the GPS units are hopefully back.
So I'll ask one more question here and then we'll move on unless you have more questions. So, the one thing that concerns me in the big picture of the network is it's based on transfers. Got it? We get it. That allows frequency, it allows deeper in neighborhood into the neighborhoods, it allows flexibility and changes. But my concern is we are permanently, forever and always will be a summer construction city. Like we just will. Like there's just no way around it, right? There's no way around it. So when it's a transfer-based system, then I guess it's just the critical importance of the accuracy of the timing, right? So.
And we're working on that with, I'd mentioned in previous meetings how we knew that there's 3 routes that are consistently behind schedule, D12, D13, D16, rewriting those, but also by the same token, I've said before, people understand that a bus can be late because of all these things. The one thing they're never willing to accept is that a bus is early, because there isn't a good reason for that.
Right.
But in this case, we do have some routes where we allow too much time, and we're rewriting as many of those as we can to tighten them up to give more accurate information so that people aren't walking to their bus stop and then 2 minutes before they get to the end of the block, they see the bus go by, and the bus was actually supposed to be there for another 3 or 4 minutes.
Right.
So we're working on making sure all of that is a lot more accurate, and then getting the GPS units back will give you the better real-time information, so kind of all goes hand in hand. And the other thing we're still working on is building out the infrastructure, because accelerating the implementation of this network from 2026 to 2025 meant that we couldn't get all the infrastructure in place. So making sure the locations where people transfer, that there's the proper accessible platforms there for people, but also adding in new shelters and things like that. That's all stuff that we're still working on.
Right,
figuring
okay,
out
so
how
that's
it
good,
goes.
but I guess the question really is, knowing that we're a permanent summer construction city, the accuracy of the connections, the accuracy of the timing and the information that people are getting. We're gonna feel good once we get through this GPS glitch that we're
Yes.
gonna get good, accurate information.
Yeah, and having a separate primary network and feeder network also helps with that, because if there's construction in a residential neighborhood, it's going to affect a feeder route less than a major construction project
Right.
on a
True.
major street. And transferring from a lower frequency feeder service to a high frequency main service is easy, because you go to the main bus stop and the bus is coming in a few minutes. It's more challenging the other direction if you're transferring onto a service that only comes every half an hour, and that's where the accurate information is really, really necessary. And so, but having the route be shorter and only operate in those neighborhoods makes it inherently more accurate and more reliable.
Okay. That's my question on that, okay.
I thought you were gonna tell me we were gonna have 1 year without construction. What's going on?
No, you're kidding. No, like it's just permanent, right? Like it just is. Okay, so we're on the night service report. So great map, excellent map. People like maps. This is great. Any other questions or comments on this report? Okay, nothing? Okay, we have a motion to do everything to get it going. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay, now, we're gonna talk about this one, and we're gonna talk about terminology also on this one when we talk about it, okay? So, okay, Aaron, go to town.
Which number, sorry?
Number 2, over expenditure authorization, didn't wanna say it, but anyways.
So this is not your traditional over expenditure report. So we're continuing to scale up our zero emission bus fleet, and we're expecting to receive 80 battery electric buses over the next few years. We found out that the chargers that we're using under the first phase of our construction, which are moving along right now, are being discontinued at the end of this year. So we were asked to commit to continuing to purchase the chargers before this time in order to be able to continue phase 2. We looked at alternative chargers, and in order to use a different type of charger, it would have been a huge cost increase to the project. The chargers that we bought are basically perfectly suited to our garage right now in terms of how they connect and distribute cables and whatnot. So they work perfectly for what our needs are. The manufacturer has confirmed that they will maintain and operate these chargers, or not operate, maintain them and service parts for a minimum of 10 years after purchase. So there's no risk to buying these chargers, despite them being a discontinued older model.
Let me just, quick question on that. So they're gonna discontinue the chargers, but they're gonna support them with parts and bits and pieces for 10 years.
At minimum.
Is that the way the industry works on
Yeah,
stuff?
everything is built, these are designed for buses, and buses have a 12-year life.
Got
So
it.
the
Okay,
chargers
got
are
it.
basically designed to align with the life of the bus.
I just found that, I didn't ask that before, but when you're discontinuing, you think you're just ending the whole thing. But you're not because of the life cycle stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we're purchasing them from Siemens, who's a massive electrical company. They're
Right.
not going anywhere.
Right.
They're someone who supports their product for life.
Right.
So there's very little risk.
Why are they
in these
discontinuing?
So the technology has shifted a little bit away. We have a technology, it's called sequential charging. So basically you plug in like multiple buses into the same charger and they charge one after the other. The technology's moved away to something they call dynamic charging, where you plug in all the buses at the same time and they charge simultaneously, but at a much lower rate, depending if you plug in the buses. So in our case, you can charge the first bus very fast, and then it takes a little bit of time. So buses at the front of the garage are charged quickly and are able to go out. The other ones will sit towards the back of the garage, but they'll be ready to go when they're ready for dispatch. The new way, you would charge all 4 buses, but much slower. So it'd still take the same amount of time to charge all 4 buses, but they're just charged at the same rate. So it's just the way it's shifted a little bit. It's still not really the best technology, it's still evolving, but it's kind of the next step in where the charging technology's gone. But the difference for us was, in our case, you run 1 cable from a charge cabinet to the dispensers over here, and then you connect the dispensers 1-to-1. And the other newer chargers, you have to run 4 giant cables from this part of the room over to that part of the room, and our roof load can't support that extra weight. So if we were at risk of potentially losing a truck of buses, if we were moving to this new technology for this garage, we're a new roof, so it was gonna be a huge cost escalation.
Okay, so what did you do to solve it?
Yeah, so we've asked for the charger manufacturer to hold the chargers for us pending this report. This is work that we had planned to do next year, so it's fully budgeted. The contractor is still working on phase 1. They're on site already there, so we have the option to extend this work to their existing contract. So in the traditional sense, it's an over expenditure because we're asking for more money for them to do more work, but it's not because of any fault of the contractor. It's not a fault of the design. It's just additional planned work that we need to do to support these buses.
Okay, you get that? So, okay, so, well, that, like, I mean, it's positive that you can get more chargers and we don't have to deal with the roof and all of that,
It's an
right?
opportunity. and
Yeah.
That's why we're trying to capitalize on
Yeah.
it. So.
Yes, okay, so that's good. Okay. Hey, committee members, any questions?
Yeah. Hello,
Reading?
may I? Okay.
Yes, go.
Just one question. We're gonna go to the 3rd report, which is the 66 kilovolt service. That cabinet on Brandon, is that being served by a 66 kV?
No, that garage is served by a 25 kV system right now. Will likely, if we continue electrification, would need to move to a 66 kV line for Fort Rouge garage at some point in the future. But the Brandon garage is serviced fine with the 25 kV service that we have today.
Okay, thanks. That's all I need to know.
Okay. All right, any other questions? No, all right, can we have a motion then to move this report to?
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, Counselor Edie, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, number 3, single source negotiation and award a contract for the design and construction, of the 66 kV line. Okay, well, this is sort of easy, but you can tell us about this.
Yeah, I think so. It's a pretty straightforward report. It's essentially, in a nutshell, a contract for design construction with Hydro to provide power to the new garage site. And because it's over $1 million, we require SBC approval for that.
And there's no one else to provide.
Couldn't quite hear that, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, speak up, please.
I will repeat that a little louder. Yeah, so it's just a single source negotiation with Hydro to provide power to the new garage site on Oak Point Highway.
Yeah, and Hydro is the only one that can provide this service, so that's why it's single sourced. City is using debt. External debt for this.
Yeah, it's part of the project budget. So that's the formula for it.
So, have you heard anything about Hydro doing installs faster than usual, like faster than they've done in the past? There was a lot of drama with them not getting out, doing the installations in a timely manner. I think the province made some discussions or, have you heard anything about that? That's been impacting you at all?
No, they've actually been quite supportive, yeah,
Okay,
of our
that's great,
projects, yeah.
great. Anything happening on the garage out there on Oak Point?
Yeah, they've started the earthworks and started getting into the servicing, so land drainage and that, We'll
More
be
so
back
than
on
when we
Monday with
opened
an
it,
update, but yeah, I'll bring some photos maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'd
no,
be
that'd be
good.
good. You'll come to finance.
Finance
committee.
on Monday.
I was unable to attend the groundbreaking and that.
Yeah, it's
occurred
pretty
back early in the
pretty
summer.
impressive.
Yeah, so pictures would be great.
Yeah, okay.
A question, Chairperson.
Yes, Councilor Edie?
So we're gonna get the 66 kV. It's a new garage. Are we going with the new charger system where it charges slower, but charges them all the time?
Yeah, I actually just heard at the 2 days ago that we are awarding to, it's actually a different manufacturer at that facility. So, but it will be a newer style charger there, yes.
Okay, and what is the capacity of one of those I mean, it's slower, but what's the capacity? How many buses can it do at one time?
The charger, it said the cabinet can just connect up to 4 dispensers at once. So that's still kind of the limit of the power, but the power cabinet's bigger. So right now we have a 150 kilowatt cabinet that does 150, 150, 150. The newer one would be like a 360 kilowatt cabinet that would go like 90, 90, not, and so you'd have 4 charging at 90 if they were all plugged in. I may be off that, but that's kind of how it works.
I love talking electricity.
Yeah.
Yes, Sparky. You have some electronic chargers at the Osborne site, correct?
At Brandon Garage.
Oh, Brandon, yeah. And is it gonna be the same as that or different?
So the new garage has a different charging system than is at Brandon.
Hey, any other?
Took us on a tour of that, was it last week when we had that delegation, 2 weeks ago,
Oh,
when we
you-
had that delegation, yeah, I was
Oh,
involved in that
yeah,
with Lisa Blake.
Yes, that's,
Very interesting to see.
I need to do a tour. I'll do it in January after you get over the budget. Okay.
I'll move the recommendation of the public service to go to a sole source because it is Manitoba Hydro and that's who's delivering the electricity, so.
Okay, that's good. All right. Pardon me? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, now, this is a motion that's come forward from the community committee, from the City Center Community Committee, requesting, what is she requesting here? Review the attachment and report back. Okay, within 30 days. Okay, well, everyone here knows that we can't turn around reports in 30 days. So maybe you could give us a good, robust, verbal update. You saw this on the agenda. You hopefully have had time to prepare for it.
Yeah.
So we can't do a committee, I just want everyone on the committee, we can't do a turnaround in 30 days, but we can get a robust verbal update that we can listen to forever and a day on recording.
30 days.
Okay.
In 30 days and in 60 days, maybe we could get a full report.
Well, let's see what they have to say right now and.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes,
all right.
thanks, Councilor Edie.
I mean, you know what? When we went to this system, it was always specified that people with mobility challenges and stuff would be underserved because of it. And I've always said, get ready for a big influx on Transit Plus. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so when this was first posted on the agenda of the community committee, I got a hold of this and I started working through it, so I could comment on a lot of the different things that were said in it. If I come across as a little bit defensive, I apologize. I'm not being defensive. It's just that there's so much information here. In a lot of cases, I'm going to be having to go through and correcting a couple of mischaracterizations, but also I'm going to be talking a lot about things that we are already addressing, other things that we are working on, and there are going to be some things that I don't agree with, that I don't think we should change, and I'll give the reasons for those as I go. So I'm just going to go through the items and read out the responses that I prepared for them. So on page 1, when it says, despite widespread concern and numerous formal complaints, there has been no departmental response to date. We responded directly to numerous comments and complaints about the new network. We don't have the resources to address each individual comment, whether it's a complaint or a commendation individually, but we have responded to numerous ones, especially when they're raised by larger institutions or large groups of people that represent riders. So these would include things like schools and healthcare facilities. Throughout this report here, it mentions that we hadn't consulted or we haven't responded to anything that was brought to us by any hospitals. That's actually not the case. The only hospital that has reached out to Winnipeg Transit directly is Health Sciences Center. And they had some concerns about the safety of some bus stops out there. So some staff went out, met with HSC senior staff on site, did a walk through some of the bus stops, and we were able to propose some modifications to make to the bus stop locations and just how different things work there. So we responded to that directly. There were two other hospitals I know that contacted Councillor Rollins. They had not contacted us. So when I saw the comments in here, this was the first time I heard about these things directly from hospitals. So I'll address those kind of as we get to them.
Okay.
So further down, it says the elimination of stops.
Just before you proceed, so hospitals is one thing. I was contacted by the Winnipeg Clinic on St. Mary's.
Yeah.
And because we've taken traffic off of Graham and pushed it to Portage, it's more of a walk now for patients of the Winnipeg Clinic that now have to walk well over 400 meters. And some of them are, cannot, don't have the capacity to walk that far. They're either in wheelchair or walkers or crutches. And that's they've become vulnerable as a result.
It's about a 200-meter walk from the Winnipeg Clinic to Portage Avenue. And then depending on which stop they're going to, can be 50 meters or 100 meters to get to the actual stop. So the actual walk is somewhere between 250 and 300 meters from the Winnipeg Clinic. I was going to get to that eventually, but what I can mention is we've had some correspondence with the Winnipeg Clinic, and they also raised this issue even before launch. So we started working through some ideas. I've got something that I some more details on with my staff that we want to take to the Winnipeg Clinic to propose to them, but we have heard from them and we've got some ideas on how to alleviate that.
Great.
At least in my respect.
Sorry to cut you short there.
No, that's quite all right. So it says here, the elimination of stops and routes serving critical destinations such as hospitals, seniors residents, and health and social services, including Health Sciences, Winnipeg Clinic, Misericordia, Declaring Grace has led to growing concern from healthcare providers, patients, advocates, and accessibility organizations. These concerns are reinforced by evidence that show inequitable transit design directly contributes to social and health inequality. The last sentence is true, but it's misleading to say that routes were eliminated because we replaced the entire network. So you can't say that routes were eliminated because they were replaced with a lot of other things. And now we're working through is making sure that those routes and the stop locations actually work for these facilities. The two in here that were highlighted in particular are at Victoria Hospital. There's two stops there. The southbound stop is and has always been on the street. The northbound stop was on the hospital property, and we moved that out to the street. The distance, it used to be a 30-meter walk to get, a 20-meter walk to get to the bus stop, the northbound bus stop if you walked out the front door of the hospital. That has now been moved 120 meters further away, so now it's now a 150-meter walk. One really, really important thing to note there is that the assessment criteria that we use for Winnipeg Transit Plus is that somebody will qualify if they can't walk 175 meters. So the bus stop location is still well within what we could expect somebody who is on the edge of qualifying for Transit Plus. So it's an acceptable walking distance to expect them to walk 150 meters to get to transit service. The thing is, the route that goes by there, it's the blue line. It's about their very frequent routes. If we were to bring that onto hospital property and back out again, that has a lot of extra running time. So yes, it does affect people who want to get from the hospital, but also it affects thousands of other people who take that route every day. And what we did was we didn't just slap the bus stop down there. This was a location where we did a really comprehensive redesign of the pair of bus stops.
Oh, God, went on for
So,
years. It was
yeah.
painful,
So
but it works now.
we upgraded the stops on both sides of the street, made sure we poured new concrete and accessible platforms, installed shelters on both.
Beautiful.
The biggest thing is that we installed a safe crossing to get
Yes,
across.
yes. Oh, it's dodgy before.
The
Yeah.
thing that I find odd about this particular complaint is that for the longest time, the bus stop, southbound bus stop across the street, which somebody making a trip by bus would have to use either arriving or leaving, we never heard anything about that, even though, to be honest, that stop was terrible because there was no safe crossing there. So, and it's always been farther away because it's across the street. So now we upgraded that one, we upgraded the northbound one and moved it slightly further away, and that's an issue. But even if we were to move the northbound bus stop back onto the property, somebody taking the bus still has to get the bus stop across the street. So, and it's a shorter distance. So my recommendation would be that we leave this one in place because of
100%.
all the work that we've done to upgrade these stops.
Yeah.
It's still very close. It's only 150
And we
meters from
put
the-
sidewalks in there now,
Yeah.
and like we have transformed the Victoria Hospital access. So I can fully attest to that. And I worked with the Vic on that. And that southbound bus stop, you were having to cross a crazy in a T intersection, and anyways, okay.
So this is one of the cases where I don't agree with the assessment, because I think
Yeah.
what we provided in terms of an accessible bus stop is actually significant improvement of what was there before, especially because of where the southbound bus stop is now and the crossing. On one of the
Okay,
pages.
are we still on hospitals? Any questions on hospitals?
I do.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the service to the Misericordia Hospital in Councillor Rowland's ward is just as good as it always was. Is that correct?
It's probably a little bit better now because there are a couple of primary network routes that go there as well as some feeder service. So it definitely looks different. But I would say overall, that's definitely been an improvement. Just because of the volume of service that goes through there.
Yeah. How about at Seven Oaks Hospital?
Seven Oaks is a bit of an interesting one just because of the design of the entire system. We've never had, or the entire site, we've never had service that goes right onto the Seven Oaks site. It's always been out on McPhillips or on Digla, and that still has basically.
On Court, used to go down Court, right?
There is that as well on Court and serving the Walmart. So the walking distances there should be functionally the same. I can't remember offhand if we shifted any of the stops around, but for Seven Oaks, it's very similar. But the night service extension will restore on the D10. We'll get better nighttime service for hospital employees to be able to make connections even at just at Garden City or to get farther along where the D10 goes.
Excellent. Okay.
On one of the next pages, there's some statistics given about people who are in equity seeking groups and about where they live, which are 100% accurate. But then the characterization is that service got worse for them because there was a greater reduction of bus stops in those areas. But when you take a look at the map that we produced that shows the density of bus stops in all areas of the city, those areas were and still have, or had and still have, the highest number of bus stops per square kilometer in the city. It's just that by rationalizing them a little bit, we've been able to improve the service and speed up the service. So that's a huge improvement for people. So the reduction in service, or the reduction in the amount of bus stops, doesn't equate to a reduction in service. And the other thing that always gets mixed up in here is that because we moved all the service from Graham Avenue up to Portage and left the north-south routes on the north-south roads, it looks like there was a significant reduction in stops in the downtown, which is true, but really it's all about Graham Avenue. But the problem with the network before was basically every route that went through downtown, whether it was a north-south route or an east-west route, it went east-west through downtown. So people wasted a lot of time having to take the bus along Graham or along Portage, going east-west, even if they were really trying to go north-south. The other thing is that it introduced a lot of really unnecessary transfers. The new route network, because north-south routes stay on north-south streets, it's eliminated a lot of transfers. So this is a case where it goes against what the common narrative is about this new network. If you think about two of the busiest streets in Winnipeg, going north-south, Main Street through downtown and the Route 62, the corridor of many names, Osborne, Memorial, the Balmoral, Salter, Isabel, that whole thing. Until we launched this new network, we didn't have a single route that just went north-south along that route. And until a couple of years ago, until 2020, we didn't have a single route that actually went north-south on Main Street all the way through downtown. Everything turned on or off of Graham or Portage. So if you wanted to go from around Upper Fort Garry to City Hall, there was not a route that did that. Now you don't have to transfer if you're going through there. And if you take a look at the maps that the city produces about traffic volumes, those corridors are some of the busiest in the city. And taking a look at just overall travel, that's a trip that people really, really want to make. But we forced everybody to go east-west through downtown and to transfer onto what was some of the busiest corridors in the city. So the simplification of the route network has really, really helped with that. What allowed us to do that is taking the service off of Graham Avenue, not making north-south routes go east-west unnecessarily, keeping all the east-west service on Portage, keeping all the north-south service on Route 62, Donald and Smith, and Main Street. So it's not fair to categorize the reduction in stops downtown as a reduction in service, because actually there's been a huge improvement and increase in service that came with the simplification.
So that map that was sent out, I think we received a map yesterday. Did you receive the map yesterday? I don't know who made the map up. It came from the mayor yesterday, or no, it came from the mayor this morning.
Orly.
Brzezinski, Professor at the U of M. I know the map came from her. I can't tell.
No, but the map, the density comparison map.
Yeah.
Who did that map up? I think that's
We
pretty good.
have one just like that on our website. I'm not sure if she made her own or if
Oh, it
she
came from
just.
the mayor's office, so I don't know where they got
Okay,
it from.
okay, it was one from the, yeah, so that's our map then that we.
Oh, yeah.
Because it tells a more accurate story than what we saw before, because the mapping that was shown in that article in the Free Press that everybody often refers to showed the reduction in bus stop density in all the different neighborhoods, but like I said, that's not a good measure of the quality of service, even if you accept that bus stop density is an indicator of quality of service. And there's a lot to say about that.
So someone looks at this at first glance, they see downtown west, downtown east, Point Douglas, North Point Douglas. They see it's lighter in color for the total stops per kilometer. So right away, people are gonna go, well, we've got less bus stops here per kilometer.
Can I talk about, like North Point Douglas, but can I talk about, I just wanna throw something out here. Is the McGregor bus, is that the F8 or F6? I can't remember. F8?
The F8 is the Henderson bus.
I'm sorry, so F6 is the McGregor?
Yeah.
Okay, so now what's interesting, now my biggest problem was I wanted to know where all the stops are located, okay? So like, for example, on Main Street, which ones were taken away or whatever. But but on Main Street, we have a 31 running down it, which means it's stopping more often than the FX2. So now that I understand what's happened along Main Street, and this is why I want to online list the stops down streets, because that's how I view the world. But on McGregor, there's only the F6. So the F6 means that it's stopping less often because it's a frequent bus. So there were a number of stops removed, and there is quite a distance. So the Free Press made a big deal about McGregor. But so what you're saying though is the service though has improved on the F6 in that it's frequent. Is that correct?
Service has improved and it's frequent. And also that neighborhood still has among the highest stop densities in the entire city.
Yeah, like Selkirk still, I noticed, I rode the whatever bus it is going down Selkirk Avenue. All the same bus stops are there. They haven't changed any bus stops. It's all the same. So that's kind of cool. But anyway, so you can see how I was having difficulty evaluating what people are saying to me, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, but we do know that a stop near two different seniors blocks were removed. So they do have to walk a further distance.
Yeah, that did happen in some cases, but when we were going through this exercise of picking out the stop placement, it was really important that we have stops in pairs at a place that has a safe crossing across the street. So without knowing specifically what you're talking about, I don't know, but in a lot of the other discussions we've had where somebody said, hey, why did you remove this one stop in front of the seniors residence? It's because a block away, there's a protected crossing at a signalized intersection or pedestrian corridor or something like
Yeah,
that.
like Flora has a pedestrian. So the thing is, this thing's between Stella and Flora, 114 McGregor. So what happened there is a pedestrian corridor now what's weird, there's a northbound stop at Stella and McGregor, which the safe crossing for the seniors to get across if they want to go northbound is the Flora pedestrian corridor. And then Flora, the next block is Selkirk Avenue, which is a totally signalized intersection and is pretty safe, right? So anyway, I just throwing that out there, right? Like, but what's really weird, if you want to go southbound, they do have to go to Selkirk Avenue to get the bus, because there's no stop at Stella or Dufferin. It just, the F6 has no stop at Dufferin. It gets to that 4-way stop and it turns left. So
Yeah, in that particular case, there's no stop on southbound McGregor because the bus needed to get into the left lane to make the southbound left turn onto eastbound Dufferin. So the bus stop is on Dufferin, just a little bit east of McGregor. It's one of those odd ones where there is a pair, but they couldn't be right across the street from each other because the bus had to get into the left lane to make a turn.
yeah. Hey, by the way, what is the number of meters that is the, like, if somebody wants to qualify for Transit Plus? Because the biggest concern I'm getting are from seniors. They're very angry that they have to go so much further than they used to, right? So what's the
another criteria with Transit Plus, but one of them is that you have to be able to walk 175 meters. You can't be able to walk 175 meters unassisted.
Right.
And then that's one of the qualifications.
Okay, thank you. I'm done, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, all right, continue on.
Okay, so really, just to kind of recap a little bit, the map of stop density doesn't tell you about the quality of service. It's a combination of where the stops are located, but also the frequency of service. The inner city in Winnipeg has essentially always had the best service in the city. If you think about the routes on Ellison Sargent and Notre Dame through the West End, and then the service on Main Street, Salter, McGregor, and McPhillips in the North End, those have always, and that it's true to this day, and they also have the highest stop density. So yes, there was a reduction in stops throughout the entire city, but they still have
Okay,
the primary network service that has best frequency, longest span of service hours, and more stops than anywhere else.
so it's been, when did we launch this? End of June?
It's
1st of July?
been 4 months, basically.
4 months. So have you had the opportunity in 4 months to sit down with Councillor Rollins and have a talk, you can only do so much in email. Have you had it? Has she come to you? Have you, pardon me? A dialogue. Yes. Have you met with her? Has she lined anything up?
Not yet. We're working on
In 4
scheduling
months,
that.
you've not met with her yet.
She had mentioned before that she wanted to meet with us and we said, okay, but there was miscommunication on who was actually going to set up the meeting. So I know this sounds silly. So now we've established she wants to find a time. We suggested some times that didn't work a couple weeks ago. Each of us was away. Now we're all back.
Well,
figure
in
it
4
out.
months, if I want to meet with someone, if I'm really worked up about something, I can usually schedule a meeting. So it is a little frustrating. Because you can really get a lot more talking to a person than emails. But anyways.
We're in the
continue on.
process of setting that up.
Okay,
Once you get into the section where it says, community impacts evidence from Winnipeg, and then there's some itemized things in here, healthcare access and accessibility and disability rights. A lot of issues in here have to do with, nighttime service, and we're addressing the nighttime service through the report that we just presented to everyone. The other issues that were brought up were at, like I said, Victoria Hospital, and I really do think that we should still leave that one in place. Another one is at Grace Hospital.
Right.
This is an issue that's been brought up by Councilor Dobson as well.
Dobson talked about that.
This one is a challenging one. Route 11 and 21 used to service Grace Hospital directly, but they could because it was the end of the route. So you have to picture the map here, but the bus would be coming west on Portage Avenue, it would turn on Booth right before the hospital, it would enter the hospital and stop there. but then it would leave by turning left to go south on Sturgeon and then left again to head back on Portage. So it got back to Portage on a signalized intersection. We could have that what we call a one-way loop because it was the end of the line. Those routes, the mainline routes don't end there anymore. They go further along.
Right.
We've got one that goes, the FX3 goes further up Sturgeon and the blue line heads up to Unicity. So we would have to have a way to get the buses through there in both directions if we even wanted to consider this. There is a signalized intersection at Portage and Sturgeon. So a bus that is continuing to go west, it can make a right turn there and it can turn left to come in. Is no signalized intersection at Booth. So the buses can't get back.
Right.
Can't
Yeah,
get
it's
on
that
Portage there.
intersection actually.
If we
Yes.
wanted to consider this, buses would have to operate along Lodge and Ronald, which is a residential area
Lodge, not good.
with, the streets are actually wide enough they could support it, but it's a residential area. We've got homes there with, driveways in front. And I know in other areas of the city, we've had complaints where we have service operating on streets where they haven't before, and we've said, no, actually, we still think that they should stay there. This is different because this is the blue line and or the FX3. And at different times of the day on each of those, you've got a bus coming every 5 minutes in each direction. This is a case where it would absolutely overwhelm those 5 residential streets. But because of it's a geography and geometry problem. If you want to bring a mainline route into the hospital, it has to be able to turn left on and off of Portage at a signalized intersection. Booth doesn't work. Ronald is the only one that would work, and it would involve bringing. So that's why we're still trying to figure out ways we can do some improvements. But for the time being, they've got service. I realize that Portage is a long walk away, which is why the FX3 goes up Sturgeon. The stops on Sturgeon that serve the hospital are actually close to the entrance. And I went to visit somebody at the hospital about 3 weeks ago. And I made sure that while I was there, I was going to look at everything, take some photos and pace it all out. My parking spot in the visitor section was actually a fair bit further from the front door of the hospital than the bus stops were. So people who come to the hospital already have to park farther away from the front door of the emergency room or just visiting the hospital in general. So we're already providing better service than their own parking lot is. That's not to say everything's perfect. We're definitely willing to keep talking with them and figure this out.
And has that hospital contacted you?
Not directly, but now we've got the contact information through Councillor Rollins, which I'm very appreciative of, so we can initiate that conversation. We did go back and take a look at all the feedback we've got to the 311, and I made sure that I said, look for any email address or any email from somebody who says they're from the hospital or a phone call, and look at every email address. If it ends with, the domain for WRHA, Shared Health, or any of the hospitals, flag that and send it to me. And there were none yet. So we haven't been contacted directly by them, but I know they did talk to Councillor Rollins. So we now have contact info. We've got names. We can initiate those.
You had you're working on a solution for the Winnipeg Clinic.
For Winnipeg Clinic, there's an idea that we had a few weeks ago that I think could be workable. We have to figure out some things. Again, it always comes back to geometric problems. Can the bus make this turn? Is there a place where it can lay over at the end of the line? Those are some things that we need to work
through. That FX3 would have been helpful for me when both my mother and my stepmother ended up at the Grace Hospital where they passed away. So it would have been great to be able to get off the FX3 close on that side anyway. But can I just want to leave some. I wanted to mention. So I got a personal one, and I got a. There's a young man who's working for
Councillor Eady. So we have a big session with transit coming up, right? And when is that? Next week or the week? Next week.
There's a guy named Dylan who loves the 38 because he can come from the north end and go work in Transcona. Just saying. Okay. I don't want Bjorn to take a.
Anyway,
another question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll jump ahead a little bit in talking about, there's some mentions in here about issues that have been raised by UMSU and City. Yeah. This is another case where we weren't contacted directly until very recently, actually. One of the vice presidents at the U of M reached out and wants to schedule a meeting. So we're going to schedule that for sometime in the next 2 weeks. So in all these cases, we are definitely open to discussions, and one of the most helpful things of this report that Councilor Rollins put together is that it now gives us the names of people who we know want to meet with us because they hadn't reached out to us directly before. So this is extremely.
Well, they wouldn't know who to get directly other than 311, right?
Yeah. So if we can, I don't know how much more detail you want me to go into on some of these things here, but like I said, a lot of it is addressed by the comments about late night service.
So when you meet with her, you can go through all of these again with her.
Yeah, I can go into it in more detail than I can here.
And then she'll get that within her 30 days, right? And then if at that point, after you have the face-to-face meeting and an actual conversation, then if she wants more reports, like I know you guys are very, very busy, and I know that some of this information, like some of these requests, you don't have staff to do, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and if we can jump a little bit ahead, she's got some suggested immediate action, so I can actually talk through these ones here. One of them was reestate essential connections to major healthcare facilities, congregate seniors residences, ensuring access for patients, staff, and visitors. We're always open to looking at what the route network is and even where the bus stops are placed. But we need some time to be able to look at this in detail. This is something, again, I hope this comment doesn't come across as dismissive, but it's not, but it's the way we need to look at things. When somebody complains about something, that highlights something that's a problem for them, and it can definitely be completely legitimate concern. Solving their problem in the way they ask for it to be solved might create lots of problems for other people. There's always unintended consequences for any change that you make. So in a lot of these cases where somebody says, please do this because it's going to make this better for me, and it absolutely would make it better for them, we can't react to that instantly. We need more time to be able to assess these things. So in the case of the effects on healthcare facilities, we've talked through a couple of them here, such as Grace Hospital, Victoria Hospital, and there's others that we've heard about at your Lodge Center, the Winnipeg Clinic. We need time to be able to do that. The best way to do that is to let us deal with these things as part of the annual service plan. That is where we will have the time and the resources to be able to address and look at.
Nothing would happen before that anyways, right?
Right. Yeah. Second one was about evening and night service levels. That is being addressed through the report that was today, and then that'll always be something that we look at as part of the annual service plan. The next one, it says implement short-term equity metrics to track service impacts and publish quarterly updates for council and the public. This would be a huge project. To give an example, we're a partner in a major project that's being done right now. It's being run by 2 professors and funded in part by the federal government and a lot of different agencies. The professors of the University of Alberta and École Polytechnique in Montreal. And it's taking a look at the needs of women who use transit and all the equity measures there. It's a multi-year project being led by 2 professors. It's got a lot of funding, has several grad students involved. And the first part is just figuring out what the equity measures are and can we even collect the data to respond to those equity measures. We're a partner in that project. We just did a workshop at a conference in Montreal last week where we discussed a lot of this. So dealing with this type of thing is something that, yes, it's a good idea, but it's not a small project at all. To ask for quarterly updates, we don't even have close to enough staff or the level of expertise to deal with it in the way that she's asking us to do that. So really, we need to look at equity impacts based on the feedback that we're getting and what the overall network is like, but to do specific equity analysis, it is a huge project that we are just not resourced.
Okay, well, as Councillor Luke said, you'll reach out and review this again with Councillor Rollins.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so let's for now, should we receive the report as information? He's gonna talk to her within the next 2 weeks, sooner than her 30 days. Go through it in detail, person to person. Then we'll see what percolates out of that. And then see where we're at. Does that sound okay?
Right, we're always open to having discussions. I feel bad about how the scheduling didn't work out before and there's communications, but now we definitely know she wants to meet with us. We need to arrange the time. We'll get that done soon.
All right, so anyone want to make a motion here?
So moved.
Okay, Council Chambers, receive his information. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so that's it for transit. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good weekend.
You.
You too.
Okay. Okay.
Lunchtime, Madam Chairperson?
Lunchtime. Lunchtime.
Thank you.
I'm recalling the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works on November 6th. And now we're working through our reports. And now we are on the first report in the Public Works Department. Mr. Clerk, what do we have up?
Item 5 is the Winnipeg Parking and Mobility Strategy.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair. We have with us today Mr. Randy Topolinsky, Ms. Lisa Patterson, and Ms. Ashley Williams, who will be speaking on the report. Ashley will be doing the presentation and the summary on the parking and mobility strategy with support from Lisa and Randy. So
Okay.
take it away there, Ash.
Thanks, Jim. So this report before you recommends that council adopt the Winnipeg Parking and Mobility Strategy, which is a 5-year plan for how Winnipeg Parking Authority will manage curbside space, parking, and mobility services. While parking still remains a core focus of the strategy, it also reflects the WPA's broader role in regulating the vehicle for hire industry and supporting mobility services like car sharing. It really takes a holistic approach to how curbside space and mobility intersect in a growing city, recognizing that parking today is more about where people park, store their vehicle. It's part of a larger mobility system that shapes how people move, how business operate, and how streets function. The strategy focuses on actions within the WPA's mandate while aligning with other city master plans and policies that intersect with parking and mobility. It ensures decisions are evidence-based, locally responsive, and balance the needs of motorists, residents, businesses, hospitals, and visitors. It provides a clear roadmap for modernizing policies, reviewing programs, and implementing progressive practices, giving stakeholders a defined direction while maintaining flexibility to adapt as mobility needs evolve. As you can see in the strategy, it has 3 goals: managing curbside space to support mobility access in a growing city, encouraging transportation choices that support sustainability and mode shift, and delivering ongoing service enhancements to improve the overall parking experience. The implementation is staged over 5 years, with some actions still requiring some budget approval and many actions tied to further public engagement and stakeholder engagement. Structuring it this way gives the WPA the ability to align with the city's regular budgeting process, seek council direction, and undertake engagement before major shifts happen. So this is really important to point out in the strategy because engagement around the strategy primarily took place in late 2020 and through 2021. And then the strategy was put on hold for a number of years until the Transportation Master Plan 2050 was released so that the 2 plans would align, with the Transportation Master Plan being the overall arching policy for vision of transportation in the city. While the strategy was updated to reflect that earlier engagement, we know things can either change over time, or we know that people will want to engage with us before any larger changes are being planned for the initiative. So you can see in the strategy itself, in the document, it has an icon where there's 3 little people beside any of the action items, essentially key results, we call them in the strategy, that are going to be purview to further stakeholder and public engagement. So at a high level, in terms of some of the key changes being planned, the first one that is the largest change is modernizing the paid parking policy. So the idea behind that is that we would take the year essentially of 2026 to work on establishing clear criteria for when rates would be reviewed, when paid parking would be added to other areas across the city, and when it would be even removed from existing areas and replaced with time limits only. It would also include a review of the times of day paid parking are effects, so things like evening parking would be considered if it benefits from it. So modernizing the policy really is something that we're looking at doing over a 4-year timeframe. 2026 is really a year of a lot of data collection, looking at the areas that in current paid parking areas, what is the demand looking like to see if we can better align rates with demand, as well as looking at areas primarily that already have time limited parking in place where we know there's challenges, where we might think they could be candidates to consider expanding paid parking, and coming up with a framework criteria that would go into a report to council to consider for further public engagement after that. So it takes a number of years to do this right, to get the right level of stakeholder and public engagement. And just want to really focus in on some of the discussion around what is the paid parking policy for. So the strategy is very clear. Having paid parking is intended to allow for turnover and access to a parking space across the city. So we do have that language included in the objective in the strategy. It's not, revenue is an outcome of paid parking, but the purpose of it is really to make it easier for people to find a place to park for the destination that they're going to. Just on that point, because that was a topic of discussion. So I guess that is the parking authority strategy, right? But I do think that some of council's strategy too is the revenue part. So it's kind of a bit of both. In terms of our strategic direction that we've outlaid in the plan, we are going to be using data to purposely look at seeing how we can improve access to a parking spot. So we're not going to be, for the way that the strategy is laid out right now, we're not looking at how can we get more money. Sure, that would be an outcome in certain areas where you'd be adding paid parking. On the flip side, when we're looking at demand, if an area doesn't need paid parking anymore and it could suffice just to have time limits, we're looking at that too. So we're looking at it both ways, all based on turnover and access to a parking space. And just to be clear too, we've had some questions as well about what does it mean when you're tying parking demand to parking rates. We're not looking at doing dynamic real-time pricing, like we've had a few questions around that too. So it's really looking at trends over time. Maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, to see what is the area looking like. Does it need a higher parking rate to generate a more turnover? People maybe not parking as long, so that there's access to spaces when people need it. So that's the way that we're viewing it in the strategy and how we've.
And with this data, they had a good point about putting it in the open data. Like, are you going to be doing that?
Yeah, it was a good point to consider. We're not quite there yet in terms of presenting it in the open data format. We're just starting to really dig into the level of data. We have more than 2 million data points when we're looking through these things, because it's on both sides of the street on one block.
So how do we get that in the strategy, that you, maybe in your timeline, that you do include that? Because I really like that.
We certainly embrace open data. We were one of the first ones putting all our parking ticket information in there. So it's nothing new. It'd just be, we would be getting it once it's in a form that we can actually upload it. And
But how do we get that in the strategy, that when you make decisions, that you've got stuff in there that people can look at and see and understand?
So the first quarter of 2027 is when we're coming with a separate report outside of the strategy. That's our first main report to council, where we want to present a whole framework of how we're going to modernize the paid parking policy. That will include things like this, and we can make sure.
Say that in the strategy?
It says that we're presenting a report to council on how we're going to modernize the paid parking policy to do things like.
Wait, does it say when or no?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Yeah, first quarter of 2027 is when that's going to be happening. I did take notes today from watching the delegates, and we can commit to, we will include that in that report to council for how we could share that data, because even further than just open data, that sometimes it's good to provide it. We do that a lot, but sometimes you need to have the context. Yeah, so we would want to even have heat maps to show people what are the areas that are the most parking challenged. So it's a little bit more intuitive for people looking at the information, but we can certainly include that in that report to council. Great. The modernizing of the paid parking policy is that one of the bigger shifts. We're also looking at things like exploring progressive fines. So when people are parking in an area with a time limit, whether it's time limited parking or paid parking, we want to explore whether we can charge more for somebody that keeps getting tickets doing that, to try to get the compliance, free up the space. We're also supporting sustainable transportation through more rideshare and taxi loading zones, looking at expanding car share programs, and looking at doing a pilot on a downtown EV charging station in cooperation with a local car share co-op. And we still are one of our core focus is still parking. So we want to improve the overall parking experience. And the way that we want to do things a bit different than we are right now is we want to hear from people more. We want to do annual surveys to get a sense from the public and our stakeholders. what do people think of the programming we're offering? Are there areas that we can improve on? We want to establish networking groups with people like the biz groups where we would meet even as frequently as quarterly to understand the business community challenges in areas with paid parking, time limited parking, or even just any areas throughout the city. And we also want to be exploring a regulatory framework for enforcement on private parking lots, which is something that other cities do take a more active role. And finally, we're looking at working with the Transportation Division of Public Works and other city departments and stakeholders on development of a curbside management strategy citywide. So the city is growing, things are changing. We want to be figuring out ways to support any on-street parking challenges as we continue to grow. So those are the key points that will be changing as the strategy moves forward as well. Not going to necessarily get into everything that every delegate brought forward, but I just wanted to point out one thing on the meaningful engagement commentary. We definitely support that 100%. We want to be doing further engagement on the elements of the strategy that will be a change for people. We'll be working with our Office of Public Engagement on that structured engagement processes for that. And as we've done in the past with some of the biz groups and in paid parking areas too, we happy to work with biz groups on looking at what that could look like in terms of engagement and yeah, really looking forward to continuing to work with.
I guess I felt a little choked, and so did I, really, about the 3-hour thing. They felt they were consulted in 2021 or something, and then ta-da. And then I think they were very choked about the removal of the parking meter and all of that, right? So I kind of get what they're saying. It's very frustrating, right? And they feel they weren't consulted.
So we definitely want to move towards this. We want to move towards better collaboration with the biz groups. That is why we want to have things like networking groups with them where we meet regularly. On the refresh of this strategy, which came after on the heels of the pay station removal, we did re-engage with the biz
Yeah,
groups.
they said they were happy about this,
Exactly.
right?
So we want to continue that type of trend. We're really happy to work with them. They provide extremely valuable feedback to us.
But you can see how they're feeling a little out of sorts.
I think it would be great for us to connect with them more to talk about what we mean by engagement and consultation. So for some of the bigger changes that we're talking about in the strategy, that's going to be a really structured public stakeholder engagement
That's
approach.
what I said.
But for smaller things like the pilot that we did in the exchange, we were viewing that more as a consultation, not a large, broad public sort of engagement. But I could maybe pass it to Lisa Patterson to give a little bit more information on what kind of consultation we did for that and what it placed.
Yeah, so just to carry on the conversation, the Red River College came to us a couple of years ago to say they're having some challenges with students being locked out of the classrooms. They need to go in their car and relocate the 2-hour time restriction on the street. So we did engage with David Pensato and to let him know that the Red River College, which sees about 10,000 students coming to this area every year, needed to look at ways to allow for students to come to classroom and not stress about moving their car after the 2-hour time limit. Same thing with the theater group. They also asked for longer time limits, so families going to the Manitoba Museum, matinees. So the Life of Pi is on. There's matinees for the theater this month. Same thing there. They wanted their visitors to the events and venues.
That's all good. It's the talking to them.
Right, so what, sorry, I'll go back, just some history on there. So we did talk to Dave Pensato about the pilot. He did recommend that we stay away from businesses on Princess. So Clementine Cafe, Subway, Canadian Footwear. He was suggesting that the 3 hours wouldn't be enough or accommodate the businesses on Princess. So we took that feedback and we condensed the area to be just around the River College. Same thing with the theater area. He gave us a list of businesses to reach out to, which I did. We didn't receive any feedback from the businesses in the area. So I
reach out to them.
Email, same thing through the Chamber of Commerce as well. We let them know that we were trialing this. We were trying not to fan the message out as best we could for the businesses in the area to let them know that we were trialing this, and we haven't received any feedback from the businesses as of yet.
So on Princess, you're talking about north of William, that's the businesses that the 3-hour parking would be applicable. South of William, not so much.
Correct. There's that little piece of Adelaide. There's a little street called Adelaide, so no businesses on there other than the college. And then just on the other side of the college where the bike lane is, that's where the 3-hour time limits is. So just the Tim Hortons that's inside the college essentially would be affected by the time limits, but it's there to support the students in that area. So we did restrict the area to accommodate the feedback from David Pensato suggesting that 3-hour turnover might not be great for Canadian footwear and for Clementine.
And I appreciate,
Little Brown Jug, certainly as well.
Going just south of Williams.
I appreciate that you,
No, okay, yeah. Well, it's right on William, on the south side.
But I think the extension is on the street. I think that's correct.
and I appreciate that you've gotten the feedback or didn't have any feedback, but he is getting feedback. He's the, with the biz, right? So often what happens is when we send out e-blasts as well to our residents, they're sometimes just not getting the gist of what's being told to them and their opportunity. But they may go to his meeting and talk about a few issues and also this comes up.
And we for sure want to hear that feedback.
Yeah.
From year-long pilot. Like, we can reach out to David separately. We do want to collaborate with him on that for sure. So this one just took a little bit of a different flavor. We did targeted consultation with specific businesses. It was a much smaller area we were impacting, but we can definitely reach out to him to work through any challenges if the businesses are seeing any impacts. That's the purpose of the pilot, to see how do we balance the 10,000 students in Red River College. We tried to stay away from businesses to not impact them right in front, but for sure we would want to hear from all of the part of the purpose of this pilot is we did
And there's good bus service to Red River College. They're downtown, there's good bus service, I'd say. Correct, to the college?
So the students of the college, the ones that are in the media program, they're carrying valuables with them to and from. So that's what we're hearing from the college is that they would prefer to drive. They now get shuttled to and from the college as well because they do have the media equipment with them. So they are driving to the college for the media program. So maybe not necessarily taking the bus as much.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, there is the bus in the bike lane.
Also now unmuted.
So, yeah, so that's just an example of where we could clarify with any of our stakeholders that are interested in participating in developing sort of some of the engagement programs and processes with us, where what kind of approach we've been taking. So for sure, we can connect back in with that one. And that was mostly what I wanted to just give from the high level of what's included in the strategy, and happy to answer any specific questions.
Well, another one, I mean, it's not really related directly to the strategy, but it is a good point because it is kind of frustrating. Ads on the phone, on the app, So like, wow, when you push the wrong button and you're down a rabbit hole. So what's the deal with the ads on the app? I know it's an international app, but surely we can allow or restrict ads.
My understanding is that actually on the app, you can go in and turn off the promotional ads inside your own.
Is
on your
that
own
fact?
settings.
For sure?
Yeah.
I'll show you.
Okay, don't show me right now, but we need to put that out there, and that's very frustrating. Okay, so we can do that. So if people don't do that, like, do we make any money on running these ads or anything? No. Okay, so we can turn it off.
You got a choice in turning on and off all those features.
Madam Chairperson, I have a question.
Oh, Councilor Reed, yes.
So you talked about rationalizing whether or not to keep paid parking or use a different strategy like 2-hour parking or whatever. Can you explain to me what kind of criteria would be used to determine to get rid of paid parking, say on Selkirk Avenue from McGregor to Salter?
Sure.
Good question, Councillor Edie. That is something that we're going to be bringing forward in the report to council for the first quarter of 2027. We're going to lay out exactly what type of criteria we would be looking at. We do want to spend a bit of time talking to some other cities to get really a deep dive into how they do that. We have already worked with a consultant to look at frameworks and jurisdictional scans. So we know other cities that we could look at applying here, do things like when they're adding paid parking into an area, they look at the occupancy. So on the flip side, if you're looking at removing paid parking, you would also be looking at the occupancy. Like maybe at one point it was hard to find parking in an area, like maybe on Selkirk, for example. And then you start looking at the data, a few years over year trends. If you're not seeing that it's parking challenge, that's where we would have a decision point based on a certain level of occupancy that we would be tracking. We track that right now through our mobile app where people are paying for parking. So we don't have the exact number for you today in terms of what would that occupancy be, but the idea is all of this will be based on parking demand. If you've got a lot of challenges, high parking demand, not many parking spots, you'd be paying for parking versus if we start seeing that there's not that many people parking in an area anymore and it doesn't make sense to have paid parking, we would use that criteria to remove that and put a time limit instead, for example.
Would you be looking to talk to stakeholders about, and you know, there's a challenge on Selkirk Avenue. There's NGOs all over the place, and then there's some small businesses. But I think the circumstances have changed from when paid parking was brought in there. But is there any consideration of like the reality is, other than one or two stores which don't have paid parking by them, they have their own parking. The amount of people, it's not a destination anymore. It's local people. And then you have like Mennonite Central selling cheap furniture and that kind of stuff. So is that a criteria you'd look at? And that might be the situation on other streets that have been quite commercial over the years.
Yeah, I think what would end up happening in an area that maybe has surface lots nearby or not as much activity, the points that you're speaking to would come through on the occupancy data because they would show not very many people are parking on the street anymore. There's enough parking off street or not as many people are going to that area. So right now we were leaning towards looking at more just the data. The stakeholder engagement piece would be once we have a framework and a policy in mind, the idea would be that we would go out and do very broad stakeholder and public engagement on that criteria. So we could hear from businesses, residents, hospitals, visitors to sort of the area, just to get people's feedback on criteria before we start using it or before council approves it, for example.
Okay, now, if I may, Chairperson, it was brought to our attention from the Exchange District and Downtown Biz, the concept of taking I guess a percentage of the revenue into a fund, and they talk about local, but do you think there's a fair way to do it? Like the Downtown Biz is big, the Exchange Biz is big, the West End Biz is big. You got the Selkirk Avenue Biz, which is small. You got St. Norbert Biz, it's small, although there's a lot of surface parking out there. But anyway, so do you think that might form some sort of strategy? I know right now, if we want to enhance the streets, it's been reduced, but there is a biz only related city grant thing that helps to do street enhancement. What's your perspective on that kind of thing?
Well, very good question, Councillor Edie, and through the chair. There's a lot to unpack in that statement because there is funding agreements today with council and the biz the biz groups, the business improvement zones. And so when you look at, for example, the budget appendices related to grants, you'll see a number of variety of funded grants to various business improvement zones being the downtown and the exchange. I mean, there's service purchasing agreements right now that are already funded that are associated with the parking authority and the business groups as well as they're operating. So what we would need to look at if we were going to look at selectively a concept about returning parking revenue as a percentage like the city of Calgary does with their business improvement areas, we'd have to take a look at the biz group's funding model as a whole and ensure that all the work that we do in road safety and construction is not already realized in what Calgary's model supports. So what we would do if so choose, and this is the wrong committee for it, is to evaluate the funding model for the business improvement zones and then take that a step further.
PPND?
That would be through PPND, that's correct. I believe.
PPND's got two capital programs that they administer, but then there's the other sharing agreements. I'm not sure if it's administered through various different departments.
Yeah, but the lead on that discussion. So good question.
Right. Okay, so that's the parking benefit district. Parking, open data portal. So, right, clarity on engagement, robust clarity. So you're going to be looking at other areas within the city for potential paid parking for turnover, right? Turnover in 2029, is that?
And well, it's a 4-year plan. So 2026 is where we're getting all the data together to come up with a new framework. We would come first quarter of 2027 to council. Then in 2028, let me just grab it. I don't want to see the wrong date here. It's through 2028 originally in the plan is where we were talking about making adjustments after council approves a framework and then adding it to other areas in 2029. So that's the part of the strategy that when Kate Fensky came and spoke about, she was, I believe what she was trying to articulate is not to do KR 1.8 in the strategy where, KR 1.7 in the strategy in the first 2 quarters of 2028, which is to adjust parking rates in existing areas.
Right.
Don't do that
Right.
ahead of expanding to other areas was their perspective.
Right.
So we can look at changing that we push out that adjustment of rates to align in 2029 with adding it to other areas. At the same time, if we finish things earlier and reports go through to council, then we'll just finish that earlier. So if it's the committee's will to move that, we can make that adjustment in the implementation plan to accommodate that.
And KR 16, that's the one.
That's where we're doing the
Yeah,
stakeholder
right.
engagement on it.
About that, right?
Correct. So it's
Got it.
KR 1.7 that
Sure.
is the part that I believe was concerning for the downtown biz.
Right, right.
So I have a question
Yep.
with regards to a progressive fee structure.
Fee or fine.
Fee, like in terms of parking, that it would be designated dollars during different hours.
Oh, like for the time so it parks, so we
Yeah.
did explore that. We saw in the earlier jurisdictional scans we did, there were some municipalities, I don't have them all on hand here, that did look at progressive pricing, so the longer you stay, the more you pay. That concept, we did float during our public engagement, and stakeholder engagement, as well as the dynamic pricing where you real time adjust
Yeah.
prices up and down. The feedback we got from people was that that was deemed too confusing for some people, as well as businesses were concerned that there's not enough predictability for the paid parking rates. That's why we moved to saying that we want to do more of a demand based, so that, you're not changing rates throughout the day, you're changing it every year too.
Well, it also speaks to, again, turnover. I mean, if one person stays there regardless because they have the dollars to pay the additional money, the fee,
Right.
it would reduce the amount of turnover.
Yeah, it's not in there right now, but just because of the feedback that we got, but it doesn't mean once we introduce a new paid parking policy, as time goes on, if we find that we need to do different things, because there will be a lot more pressure on the street all throughout the city as we get a lot more housing developments happening and density and infill happening, like there'll be changes that way too.
So I've also received, and again, don't know if it's too far into the weeds here, but the reliability of the pay by phone parking app that, and I've experienced it myself where it's difficult sometimes to pay. I noticed that there has been an update to it and the look and feel is a lot different. There's ads involved and again, frustrations around trying to get the ad to disappear so you can actually press in the amount of time that you want and the location, et cetera. Are we consistently gonna go with the same app provider or are we looking at different apps that provide the same service?
Very, very good question, Counselor. The problem is that we're relying on technology and just like yourself, you have a drop call, could be some interference. We've actually been running we're probably one of the longest customers with pay by phone, probably, don't quote me on this, but I think it's in around the 2007 that we started using what was called Veris. I can tell you it's probably one of the most stable apps that we've had. Yes, this past year, there's been one or two instances where, there has been some connection issues from their end, but that would be like any other, they're not immune to whether it's Park Mobile, Hang Tag, whatever, there's a whole bunch of providers. That's always going to be the limitation. When we get notification of those, there's certainly, we broadcast that to the enforcement folks, so everyone's being kind of a watchful eye that the system's down.
Well, I think earlier this month, not this month, last month or September, I reached out to the parking authority because of problems I had trying to pay for parking. And I also called 311 to let them know as well that and it was on Fort Street, I believe it was, that I was trying to pay.
I somewhat remember, and I think we were able to resolve, or you were able to get through with still manage to get your parking space paid for and park without receiving a ticket. I do want to mention that the last conference with the Canadian Parking Association, which was just probably 4 or 5 weeks ago, one question, because I do usually moderate the municipal roundtable, and I asked everyone that the cities that were all present, there's probably about 40 different cities, how many cities have multiple apps? There's no other city in Canada that has multiple apps for municipal use. Off street is a different story, so we're going to be very clear on that. But all the cities that were there indicated that they rely solely on one application. Again, we've been asked the same question. You start looking at multiple apps and your additional signage. And I know that we went through a pilot project a couple of years back to try to redesign, and Azure's involved with that project as well, redesign a different parking sign. So now if you're going to be adding, a pay by phone sign and then another vendor sign, we're going to get back to cluttering the street up. And so certainly right now, hearing that majority of the cities do not have multiple apps, right now our recommendation would be to stay with one. And because we've been with them for so long and stability has been that good, again, I would make the same recommendation that we would stay with them.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Do you have any more questions?
Ready to move the motion? And that the Winnipeg parking and mobility strategy for the parking authority be adopted. I will share me. Oh, you're looking. Wait. Hold on a second. Yeah, I will accept the public service recommendation to adopt this.
And this goes to council, I believe. Yes. Okay. Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now, I don't know, should we go to number 7 and come back to this? Because I think you're working on something. We don't have it ready yet. A modification to the motion. We'll skip number 6 and we'll go to number 7.
Just working on. No, we're good. We're good.
Oh, you got it? Okay, do you have it? Motion, draft?
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Just to confirm with what's written is.
We'll do we'll do the ride share report first and we'll take it. So in regards to item number 6, rideshare loading zones, we have our agency expert, Mr. Grant Heather, delivering on the report. So go ahead. And thank you for your efforts.
So this is bringing this report back from last month, where it proposes to create 3 rideshare specific loading zones, 2 outside of Canada Life Center, 1 outside of Burton Cummings Theatre. That would dedicate 10 existing parking spots, free parking in the evening, to become dedicated loading zones for rideshare vehicles. So those are generally your app-based vehicles for hire. This is would be in addition to a number of taxi stands that already exist in the area. And just to put on the record, a taxi stand allows a taxi to sit in the area waiting for a street hail, or to be dispatched through a call for service type thing. Whereas these zones would be restricted to allow a vehicle only to pull in, basically load, unload passengers, and then have to exit the area, no different than any other loading zone that the city has, except that they would be restricted specifically to rideshare vehicles in the hours as noted on the signs that'll be posted on the street. It does require a bylaw change in order to create an offense for use of the rideshare zones by both designated rideshare vehicles, registered rideshare vehicles. Those are ones that are deckled and registered with the companies in the city, as well as vehicles that any other passenger vehicle that pulls in there, or a non-rideshare vehicle that uses it. So there's kind of a multi-pronged offense in there from the enforcement side. As well, there's the piece there to roll out and have these on the road, but also to have an education system go into place. So we're educating the passengers, educating the riders.
How do you do that?
So that'll be from our side. We'll be mostly providing information to the company so that they can push this out. So that's working with True North and how they will work with the companies to get that information out to the patrons, whether that's taxi users or rideshare users. And they'll gladly work with the companies to get information out on their behalf.
That's what I asked this morning.
Well, and I think the question is not for them specifically to be putting signage up, but it's for the companies to work out to propose what type of wayfinding and advertising they want to do in the arena. I mean, you've got a dedicated crowd of 15,000 plus who sponsorships and whatever. I mean, we know that's what makes sports and concerts go, right? As well, the companies are able to push out information through their apps, not just the rideshare, but also the taxis. They have apps that work, that push out information. And so they're able to do that. They're able to take advantage of the advertising that opportunities that exist. Maybe that means, getting putting advertising on a garbage bin, or putting advertising on a bus bench in the area for wayfinding. Get your taxi stand up there. There's opportunities, and it's not really our place as the department to direct how that type of stuff happens. What's that?
Everything comes at a cost.
You know what? And this is a for-profit industry, right? It's a for-profit industry with a government regulator, and our job is to not. And I've been very clear on this since 2018. Our job is to not direct companies how to do business. It's not to influence how they do business. It's to pull levers to make sure we're delivering, and that the companies are delivering safe service and effective service in order to transport people. It's really
our role to create a fair, competitive situation as well, sir.
I think we're moving in that direction, Councillor, and I think I've been really a number of bylaw amendments forward, with more to come that continue to do that. I can't speak for what I was handed and the decisions that were made back then, but I think we've done a really good job in this last, specifically in this last term, where council has been very supportive of a number of changes, and they make a lot of sense. We're seeing a very different dynamic, And I think it would be very, it would be very wrong for us to sit back and just watch things happen and not be proactive and make adjustments. We've led in a number of areas in vehicle for hire. We lead the nation in a number of areas.
So the underlying purpose, Mr. Heather, then is what I hear is safety for those ride share people or the personal vehicle for hire people. Why shouldn't a passenger in a taxi cab or in a accessible van or whatever service has vehicles for hire aside from buses? Why shouldn't everybody be able to use this safe zone for pickup and drop off?
Well, so to that point, there's already a number of taxi stands in the area, and those
are they 10 parking stalls long?
There's no 10 parking stalls. It's 10 parking stalls total between the three. The rideshare zones that or the taxi stands that are really close by equal 6, as well as a 4-stall dedicated accessible loading zone right outside of Canada Life Centre on the Canada Life side of Donald Street at Donald and Graham. That can be used by wave vehicles. If they're using it, then
Rideshare's not using it.
Sorry?
How come personal vehicles for hire isn't using that
loading zone? Because it's restricted to accessible vehicles only. So they either have to have an accessible hang tag from Manitoba Possible, or they have to be an accessible vehicle. Any other vehicle would be ticketed for going in there.
Yeah, I guess.
So that zone already exists, and I'm sure there's ways that we can work with the taxi companies through the Winnipeg Wave program, which has been, incredibly successful in Winnipeg.
Okay, but on the disability, I'm more about fair competition. So why don't we turn the taxi cab stands into passenger drop off and loading zones as well, to provide for the private sector delivery of transportation, which includes the taxi industry, it includes personal vehicles for hire.
I'm all in favor of leveling the playing field in that way.
I think what we need to do though, Councillor Eady, is we need to do like the taxi industry really wants to do a review of the locations of the current taxi stands, because they feel like I guess they haven't been reviewed in
decades, from what I'm understanding. When were they reviewed last, Mr. Heather?
You know what, it probably predates me even at the city, and I'm here.
So maybe before there was a big switch over to both, that we do a bit of a consult with the industry to find out, are these the right locations even, right? Because the city's changing, stuff changes.
The thing was, can I just say, they were established before this whole whatever you want to call it, personal vehicles for hire came along. They were established in my first term. It was a push from Councillor Swandell, and they were put in place not till about 2015. But the whole industry has changed, right? So I don't know why we're doing something for the new people, the personal vehicles for hire, and we're not doing something just to rationalize the whole thing.
Well, and I don't disagree with you, Councillor, but I think what part of this is a recognition of changing modal use of vehicles for hire service by customers. And I think it would be, I don't think we'd be doing our due diligence as an administration and as a city if we stayed stagnant in not recognizing that the way people move around and get places has changed. I think we're seeing that on the transit side. Transit brought in the biggest change in transit network system in 100 years, probably since horses and buggies were the mode of transportation in Winnipeg.
Actually, we took over what happened is the city took over the private sector delivery of transit services because the private sector couldn't make a go of it, so the city had to take it over. So, just so you know, that's the history.
That's good. I think that what, go ahead, Brad.
I was just saying, just further to Grant's comments, the curbside management strategy is coming forward as well. So again, another opportunity to have another look at all the different loading zones that we have in the downtown that are predates, certainly my time at the parking authority. But it gives us opportunities to even look at perhaps expanding that even further. But I think this whole the pilot, or not the pilot, but the test is to just give us an opportunity to see what this works with the two different industries.
I think I have, I have, our vehicles for hire would have some concerns about shared spots. I have concerns about generic passenger loading spot zones from the basis of that allows for anybody, parents dropping kids off, whomever to use it.
Or my neighbor dropping a blind guy off because he's going to a concert at the Canada Life Center.
Yeah, there are loading zones for that.
Why not?
No, I think there's loading zones, and I think that there's places that we can, as a parking authority, make adjustments in the area to recognize that maybe, a review, a rationalization needs to occur. But I think that, and I think that, having zones that aren't restricted doesn't do the intended, it doesn't make the intended change where you're trying to direct people to a specific spot.
For a second.
Hey, then just make it for vehicles for hire, which includes all vehicles for hire, except for buses.
How is the Vancouver situation unfolding? How is that going there? The loading zones for all.
You know what? I've reached out to Vancouver. I haven't got a response yet. And that's, I see flaws in their system. Vancouver's really new at the game, and Vancouver only manages a very small part of the vehicle for hire sector. They don't do licensing. That's handled at the provincial level. They don't handle all the transportation piece because that's handled by their transportation authority. So they're looking at street side.
It's all unique, every city.
Cities are very unique. We're much more like Calgary in the way we operate. And as much as it pains me to say that, Calgary's a little ahead of us. But there's a number of items that they're not even on. They have corrals, we heard it this morning, during things like Stampede. But what they do is they repurpose off-street parking for that, or they'll repurpose areas and then direct people to that. And it's short-term stuff. It allows vehicles to move in there 15 minutes after the ride has been booked to go and get their parking.
We do that at the football stadium, eh?
Yeah, on private property, the Bombers have been doing that for since 2019. They have a ride share loading zone there outside the Princess Auto Stadium.
The other part of it too.
But they also have for taxis, eh?
Yeah, they do, and they're separated by signage.
Yeah.
And that, no question, that they absolutely do, and that's exactly what we're proposing downtown. Separated by signage, delineated so that people know exactly where they're going.
Are they different? They're vehicles for hire.
The other part of it too, the advantage that both Calgary and Vancouver has is that light rail that runs through their city. And it's a game changer in terms of, whether you're going to BC Place or the Rogers Center in Vancouver or the Saddle Dome in Calgary. That light rail is really point to point.
I think we have a fundamental issue here in that proponent is saying, we want to see change. We want it to benefit us as much as anybody else, and we have nothing for the other side. So we're talking about 10 parking spots in 3 locations in 2 areas total. Talking about 10 parking spots, and we need something to evaluate how that is going to work before we fundamentally make a major change. So that's the whole idea. Grant has put forth a very practical, thought process delivery of what we should do in the short term.
So
I have a big concern at the
it's not a pilot because you're not piloting. You're not asking for a pilot of a specific entity. there's differences in the parking authority in a pilot versus making bylaw changes. It's a lot to do with enforcement and.
So the way the pilot, the wording in the parking bylaw is written around a pilot is it basically says we can pilot something, but we have to take away or soften enforcement on it. Because there's nothing to enforce here,
Evaluation.
we can't take something away that doesn't exist. So we have to create an offense and then make a way to do that. So there is a pilot component to this, which is the signage, because we don't have provincial approval yet for signage under the Highway Traffic Act. But the rest of this, it would be implemented in place, or at least the offenses would be implemented. And then how we put up traffic control devices, which are the signs on the street, would control how it's done. So we can, once that's in place, we can also deploy signage, taxi stand signage, or loading zone signage, accessible signage. However, because those are already approved signs and the authority exists within administration to deploy those properly to better use that street surface.
So if what you're recommending doesn't work, how do you eliminate it? You just.
Well, I think what we would do is we could eliminate it, but I think what might be worthwhile is implement it now, see how the entire thing works with existing taxi stands. I can continue to engage with the taxi companies with their newly brought forward proposal, look for opportunities to provide them spaces that may be more conducive to delivering the high level of service that they deliver in the area, and bring back a report to council linked to the VFH annual report, which would be December 2026, which I'm obligated to do anyways, with a report on this and maybe further recommendations that can
Right, but I guess my
bring
question
everything
is,
together.
you're piloting the signs, is that what you're
Right,
piloting?
and so, yeah, so
But
because,
you would be permanently putting in the PTP locations, but if you want to, you can remove them.
right, yeah, so really what we're doing is we're permanently putting in the offense,
Enforcement.
the
To be able
offense
to
under the
enforce.
parking bylaws to
Sure.
be able to enforce use of a ride share or PTP
But
loading
Brent,
zone
this doesn't
legally.
become permanent until you apply to the province.
No,
No, this just the signs. But there's signs that, I mean, and I may be completely off
So
base
whatever
here,
we
but
do
there's
can be changed.
Yeah,
Right,
right,
but I'm-
as long as it's just
The
Yeah.
enforceability.
But I was just wondering, when you do apply to the province, you're asking to make this program permanent, or the signs, or
the signage.
the provincial regulation,
Yeah.
What happens when something is not this situation, but something's made permanent with the province and then you want to change it, you just apply to repeal?
Well, if the sign doesn't already exist, then we would have to apply to have a new sign created. If the sign does exist in the manual, then then we just use a different
So for
sign.
example, if the sign in the manual currently said ride hailing. And we said, well, we wanna see ride sharing, we can pilot ride sharing. But if we wanted to use ride hailing, we wouldn't have to ask the province for anything, because it's already available.
Right. So in order to answer that, if we wanted to put
So
in a
let's
taxi
just say,
stand, that
let's
already
say
exists.
we did the loading zone, the zones with taxis and rideshare and the public. Okay, or just taxis and rideshares, two different options. What would the enforcement look like?
I think it would be
To make sure
extremely
people-
difficult. It'd be extremely difficult. First off,
Well, we have enforcement, right? How do we deploy them to make sure, because there's a bit of an education awareness. Hey, learn about this new system we're doing. So what is that? What we want, council wants, let's just say we approve this, enforcement done, what does it look like?
well, so I think enforcement starts with education, and I think there's an education piece, and everybody owns a part of that. Government, the media, private companies, the transportation service providers. And then from there, I think we start looking at what successful ways may work to actually enforce on the street. I don't think it's reasonable or feasible to have somebody standing on a corner enforcing a zone 24/7. That just doesn't make sense, right?
Well, they're not a 24/7 zone.
No.
No, but you're having to explain signage or so from the entire evening, because they're
But we
restricted.
know where this started. It's around entertainment,
Yeah.
the events, right? So that's when the enforcement would be. Let's zero in on that time.
Yeah.
How would we do it?
I think, our plan right now is to use technology on the parking side and what we have for.
What does that mean?
Well,
Driving by.
license plate readers, yeah, driving by, flagging, because
In English, technology on the parking side, driving by.
driving by.
Okay.
Yeah,
And if it meant even having, for the first number, first month or something, having an officer on the event nights, being
Right,
at those
explaining it.
locations, like physically standing around. Sure, we certainly could, put something in place again, so it's visible that there is actual enforcement. But eventually we would want to get to the point where we have a wonderful camera fleet, so that's what we want to use eventually.
So sorry, I missed that, the technology.
well, so we'd use the technology, license plate reader technology, but we also had a plan to have a vehicle for hire specific officers out there, educating, working at these sites.
Thanks, Brent. How do we read the technology again?
Well, so those are the license plate reader technology that we use both on the parking side and
Drive-by.
drive-by. Yeah, so plates can be loaded and then we're able to, understand
How
whether
would you
it's
know
a.
how long it's been there?
You'd be doing basically the vehicle's doing drive-bys and the plates, it reads the plates, it counts the manual time, the same
But
difference.
it'd be nice for
what we
someone
do
to
in
stand
others.
there, it's an education thing, and then the word spreads, right?
I think that's part of our plan. We did that years ago with we had one area for the diamond lanes that were a real problem.
Okay.
And we actually had officers deployed there where we would do the
And the
education
downtown
piece.
is, they could possibly, right?
No, they wouldn't be part of the enforcement.
That they,
They could observe, but
Education.
do you have like all the PTP's plates in the system?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you drive by, you know if it's PTP or you know if it's well.
If it's not, yeah.
Can I ask a question? So at the Bird, this is the one I'm really worried about, the Bird. So is it on the, where the front door is, right? So it's gonna be in that space at the curb by the front door?
The space that we've allocated is on Notre Dame, just in front of I think it's called the Odeon Park.
The answer's no.
Okay.
I'm sorry, where?
The answer's no, Counselor. You asked if it would be right in front of the front doors.
No, where is it again? Sorry?
It's on Notre Dame between Smith and Donald.
Okay, isn't it
On Notre Dame itself.
from Notre Dame?
The north side of the.
Wait, so are you telling me if my neighbor drops me off at the Bird, he's gonna get a ticket because he dropped me off on the Notre Dame side there? Cause actually, when there's a concert on or the outdoor block party, it's pretty difficult to go down Smith between Alice and Notre Dame, eh? So like if my neighbor drops me off there because it's closest and safest for me, you're telling me you're gonna ticket him? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna ticket him?
There's a loading zone right out in front of the Burton Cummings Theater.
Oh, there is, eh? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you drive through there for the block party?
For the block party? I think with the block party,
That's the biggest event that they have is the block party.
Yeah, no, I know. The block party and events would wreak havoc with things like this. No different than a Winnipeg Jets whiteout celebration in the middle of June for a Stanley Cup final would cause problems with Donald Street Group,
I'm just saying, you're gonna give a ticket to a friend who dropped me off so I could go to the block party or whatever.
I think there's a lot of reasonability put into how enforcement's done, and I think
Discretion.
a lot of discretion. I don't think it's so cut and dry.
Okay. Okay, can you send me anything?
I'm just waiting for confirmation. Would we want limos included in that
No.
definition?
No.
No, just taxis and ride shares? Okay, so just to confirm, the wording I sent with PTP replaced with taxis would suffice?
So the proposal is to make that joint, yeah?
So it would be with the following amendments, it's section 11 amended to add the words or taxi after the words rideshare vehicle. Section 19 amended, add the words or taxi after the word rideshare vehicle. Then the definition section on page 2 there. 11.5, add the words or taxi after the words rideshare vehicle, and then the same thing, definitions amended at 19.3.
So the proposal is
To add
amend
taxis.
it to allow taxis or rideshare vehicles.
but
why
not
wouldn't we
15
allow
minutes.
limousines?
So
In the same spots.
Why wouldn't
They
we
wouldn't
allow,
fit.
why wouldn't we allow limousines?
They wouldn't fit, but they also tend to use the loading zones in the area. There's along Donald on the east side of Donald Street. On that curb is basically loading right outside the Met, so that's used more often.
They don't come very often. They're gonna let people off where they can.
Yeah, that's the other
That's
thing
what
is
happens.
that, I mean, realistically, we're talking about a very small segment of the vehicle for hire industry. When we're talking 10+ million rides, we're less than 100,000 total in the entire year.
No, I don't wanna be an elitist, but I mean, from time to time, there are groups of people that, you know, if you're out for a bachelor party or. Yes.
They're still used, no, and there are places, you know, where they tend to use because of the size, loading zones and stuff like that. Yeah. No, if the will of the committee is to amend the parking bylaw to have both rideshare and taxi, then the proposed amendments. The only one that probably wouldn't change, and then I can't remember if it was in the email, is the definition of rideshare can't have taxi.
Yeah, so, just 1 second here. So we have an additional one as well, changing, 15 to 5 minutes. So, in section 11 amended, it would just be adding the words or taxi after the words rideshare vehicle. Same in section 19 amended. On definitions amended 11.5, the same thing.
Definitions amended.
11.5, it's on the second page of the appendix A.
Yep.
Okay, and then same thing on 19.3, or taxi after the words rideshare vehicle.
Yep.
Also in 19.3, changing 15 minutes to 5 minutes.
We don't have to do that. No, we don't have to do that, and the reason is that the bylaw, that bylaw amendment says that it's whatever's on the traffic control device.
Yeah.
And if it's nothing's marked on the traffic control device, then it automatically reverts to 15 minutes. So as long as we put 5 minutes on the traffic control device, then it's restricted to 5 minutes. But if we find down the road that it needs to be 7 minutes, that's what we can change it to, or 10 minutes. But then the standard for a loading zone is 15 minutes normally, so as long as there's a sign, we're good. So we don't need to change that to 5. I think it's too restrictive at that
So
point.
what is it then? 15?
Well, wait, so
Well,
the default is 15, but we can, at the discretion or the will of the committee, adjust that to 5 minutes. So when we actually make the sign and go to the province with the sign, it's gonna say vehicle for hire loading, 5 minutes.
But the sign's gonna happen in 6 months or so.
No, the sign's gonna happen, we have a sign already
Okay,
made,
so what
ready to go.
What is it from the get-go then? What is
5
it?
minutes. If the change is 5 minutes, then it's 5 minutes.
And what does the sign say? What's the wording?
Well, right now it was proposed to say rideshare loading, much like what's in the report for a sign. But given this change, we'll have to go back to the drawing board and do something different.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk to our colleagues at Public Works and see what we can do, but.
Well, it's
but
important that we understand what the sign says.
I think that the best thing to do, and I don't really have a definition because vehicle for hire covers too broad of a category, so it might have to be rideshare and taxi loading zone.
How are you gonna decide?
Well, I'll talk to
Make sure to go.
Public Works and maybe I'll have to just, put a phone call into the companies and see what they're happy with.
Yeah.
Flip a coin.
15 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
But by the same token, 5 minutes means they're just gonna be looping and looping and looping around.
Oh, so the consideration on time is that the default on loading zones is 15 minutes. While the drop off time at the beginning of an event probably needs to be 3 to 5 minutes max. The person's already engaged the ride, whether they're taking a taxi or not, payment gets made. If they're taking a app based, they hop out of the vehicle, ride ends, payment gets made, away we go. The issue is behavior of people is not that you're going to train them to do something different than they're already doing. That's
But we gotta try, that's what the whole purpose of being
well,
here.
but the issue is that when the puck drops the whistle goes at the end of a game and the final buzzer goes, people are getting out of their seats and they're ordering their ride, whoever they're using. And it takes longer than 3 to 5 minutes in a crowd to get from one end of the arena. If you're on
Especially
the,
if you've had a couple of bumpy.
if you're on the Graham Avenue side, but you've got to get to the Portage Avenue side to get through that crowd, you're past 5 minutes.
But when you book it, you don't have to book for immediately. You can book for half an hour out, 20 minutes out. So people have to plan.
What do you do with the taxi?
What's that?
What does everybody do here
Same
with the
thing.
taxi?
Same thing when you call a taxi. I can book right now for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but his point is you don't know when the game's over.
Right.
Anyway,
But when
Don't know
the
what we're
game's
treating
over.
everybody
No,
fair.
when's the
if
game?
I'm using an Uber, I'm using my, listen, if I'm using an Uber, I'm using my device. And you're educating the people that there's this zone for taxis and rideshare. I don't like calling it that, but so you're in the app, so you order it when you get to the zone. So then the vehicle that they hired pulls in, you get in, and it goes. So a regular loading zone, just wait, a regular loading zone, there's one in front of the Ukrainian aesthetic shop on Selkirk Avenue. What that is used for, that loading zone, it's to unload and load goods, things that you put in a 3-ton truck, or in front of a loading zone in front of the Mennonite Central Committee's loading zone to bring furniture in and out when you buy it. It's a loading zone, right? That takes 15 minutes for sure. This whole thing about getting in and out of a vehicle for hire, come on. Unless you're moving people with severe disabilities, like I don't get it.
I think we're discounting the fact that for, it's coming sooner rather than later, but for 3 to 4 months of the year here, the temperatures aren't exactly conducive to people standing on the side of a road, waiting for a vehicle. And so they're staying inside buildings. They're staying inside Canada Life Center. And that's one of the safety concerns that Canada Life has even in moving this, is that they're having trouble clearing their building. So potentially any concerns around fires or any emergencies leaves more people inside the building than they're capable necessarily of clearing in a quick period. And something they've expressed in the past is they used to be able to clear the building in a short time. Now it's extending out to 45 minutes to an hour kind of thing after events.
Well, you're talking about my concern, which was I'm walking out the front door at Donald. The other place that people can go out is what, at Donald and Graham?
Yeah, both Donald and Graham and Hargrave and Graham have exits.
Yeah, so it's going to take a walk for anybody, right? So that was my concern. So it's up to 15 minutes though. If a person gets there faster, right? The drop-offs will go fast. That's for sure. Drop-offs will go really fast. Yeah.
Drop-offs are very fast. I agree with you. I think you know what? If the will of the council or will of the committee is to adjust the time for concerns there, we can put that in place. We can recognize whether there's issues and bring back, information to the committee and data. And part of the problem right now is we don't have a lot of data on what's actually working and what isn't working. Right now, it's a mad scramble.
Try this. So the other thing too that we didn't write in here is, and I don't know if this is in your plans, but let's talk about it, is to do a review or a rationalization or whatever you want to call it of the existing taxi parking spots. Can we write that?
You can write it in, or you can add something to say you direct administration to do that. I don't know if you have to, because I've been clear with the taxi companies that if they bring suggestions to us, it affects vehicle for hire, or it's within our purview, or it's parking or public works, we'll continue to bring it forward like we always have.
Sure, well, let's just write it in and get on with it, so.
I think the issue though is it should be on the taxis to bring something forward and propose changes, not for administration to direct that, because history has shown that when there's issues brought forward and there's not.
Okay, so you'll do it. If they come forward with
absolutely.
recommendations, you'll do it.
Absolutely.
Okay, because sometimes it doesn't.
Colleagues, we're going to add the taxi, right? And let's leave it at 15 minutes because I think it's a legitimate concern about how much time, right? Like,
I think it's good. I really think.
And one comment I just want to make, we talked about enforcement, you know, if these signs are combined, that there's both taxi and the rideshare, PTPs, whatever we call them. The taxi industry is used to utilizing a taxi stand for as long as they want. So I can see that becoming a bit of an education piece for this time restricted sign now. So again, I think speaks to having differentiated locations because the taxi industry is used to one way to deal with their stands, and that could be an enforcement issue. Just my observation.
Yeah, I have, pretty sure.
anyway.
It's getting very messy. There was 2 years of conversation and a month at committee here now.
If you want to open it up through the chair, you want to open up that we have lanes that are dedicated to taxi and bus and if we want everything to be equal, well, then that's fine. There's nobody here disputing that. But that's not what's being asked. What's being asked is that there's existing support for one side and this group obviously sees it as a threat. Maybe that is. Our job is to identify what's going on in our city and how we're evolving. This is easily articulated in this very small location, and now we're saying no, we're not ready for that. We're gonna blend it all in, and you won't learn from it. You'll just see a blended result. So
I'll learn something from it.
I mean,
not what the intent was. No.
ultimately, they're providing substantially the same service.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't see what the confusion is in terms of treating one differently from the other.
Yeah, anyway, that motion, I don't know if somebody's writing it or whatever, but I'm suggesting it's for both. It's for vehicles for hire.
Okay, why don't we just take a little break here, get some fresh air and come back at 10-minute break.
Okay.
Okay, we're reconvening our Public Works meeting today, and we're back in the motion. I think Councillor Sharma has a motion ready to go here.
We've been speaking here on this topic for a while. Our clerk, do you have something based on discussions
So
we
just,
had as a committee?
I'll read it forward, and feel free to offer me any suggestions, but it would be to concur in the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service with the following amendment. In recommendation 1, delete the period after the words to this report and replace with the following, comma, with the following amendments. Section 11 amended, add the words or taxi after the words rideshare vehicle. In section 19 amended, add the words or taxi after the words rideshare vehicle. In definitions amended 11.5, add the words or taxi after the words rideshare vehicle. In definitions amended 19.3, add the words or taxi after the words rideshare vehicle. And also to add the following new recommendation to and renumber the remaining recommendations accordingly, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to conduct a study to review and suggest updates to the locations of the existing taxi stands in consultation with the taxi industry and report back to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. Was there a preferred timeline of?
Yeah, is there, how
It
long?
was 6 months, was it? Or
180 days
Sorry, but
Not enough?
the report back period?
on the taxi stands.
Is that
Timeline.
6 months?
are we just gonna let them come forward, or?
We can not find timeline, we can certainly do that as
It's
well.
not our time.
It wouldn't be our timeline.
Okay.
So I don't wanna be
Okay.
out to 6 months.
So we'll leave it as report back to the Standing Policy Committee on Public
Should
Works
we
then.
say up to 12 months? We need to say something, don't we, Brendan? A date? Some sort?
Could be left open-ended, at that point, there would just be no defined timeline as to when the department would
Okay.
be required to return.
We'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay, so all of that formality of the amendment that you just read into the record, essentially what we're doing is putting forward some new zones, right, for pickup, which would be taxis and rideshare, correct? Okay, and the time limit, Mr. Grant, Mr. Heather?
Well,
Oh, right,
it's whatever the traffic control sign would say, and I'm hearing around the table that the will of the table is to have 10 minutes. But if that doesn't work down the road,
that's something
then,
you'll look into.
yeah,
right?
then we can we'll make sure that we show the sign to the committee at least, prior to it being deployed to the street.
We heard from many in delegation today. I think it's important that we find a solution. We heard from True North Sports and Entertainment on House as well. And right now, there's a lot of vehicles circling around when there's large events, et cetera. And so we'll try this out, see how it fares. And if not, come back for further discussion down the road. There are not a lot of examples of what's happening in other cities. There are, but it's not definitive what their outcomes are. That's what we also heard today. So we've led on various things. Let's try this out and see how it performs.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay, item 7, pedestrian cycling facilities as integrated with street renewal projects in 2024. This is a requirement that was put in place in July of 2021 that we would report back annually on projects that were essentially identified improvements not constructed with the street renewal. This past year, we've had 5 locations. Which is Appendix A, and that is Wellington Avenue is a regional rehabilitation. And the reason why there was nothing constructed there, which was identified in the budget, was that project's been deferred to the 2026 capital forecast. There was also Saskatchewan Avenue between Midland Street and Empress. And again, we have a study to complete the connection from James Street in play. So we're working on that. And then there was 3 local sidewalks that were not implemented that followed the intent of the PCS. And those were, one was not technically feasible. And there was 2 locations that the area was not supported by the area council. So the biggest thing is that since this report was requested, we've had an updated Transportation Master Plan 2050, and with that, we had an updated pedestrian and cycling strategies. So as you can see, for the majority, we are implementing the intent of the PCS, and where we're not implementing the intent of the PCS, we will report back on that. The one thing is that we don't believe that this report is required any longer. It was quite a debate from the 2015 pedestrian cycling strategies, where we had a map that demonstrated what could be, and people took it as absolutes. So we've really worked hard on educating everybody that there's studies required, even with projectional mapping, and that may mean alignments to other neighboring streets as a potential change, but you need to study that. And as Mr. Coho spoke earlier this morning, you know, he was hoping for, you know, a longer duration in that whole study mechanism on renewals. Right now, we're almost on a 3-year cycle, so we're doing a pretty good job of staging how our renewals are planned, budgeted, and then works being completed. So I think we're doing a pretty good job. With the ATAC community, that's where a lot of the active transportation group, the coordinating group, that's where we're doing a lot of our work. So I would you know, propose that we receive this report as information, and that for any further changes where we're not meeting the intent of the 2024 PCS or future, that's reported in the pedestrian and cycling's annual report on the action plan. Yes, through the chair, Councillor Edie.
Two things. Just number one was in that 2015 plan, I'll just let you know, said that they would consult with the councillors, and I can tell you that some of them were implemented in my ward. No discussion with me, they just happened. So anyway, I'll just say that. But
are you talking about Mackenzie?
Pardon me?
Are you referring to Mackenzie Street or?
No, I'm referring to Main and 7 Oaks Avenue as the way to get across Main Street to go down Jefferson. We did a good thing. We put in traffic signals there, yeah. but then now, anyway, I'm just saying things did happen, and the ATAC or whatever, they did take that as gospel because they're the ones who helped come up with the ideas of different things, which I didn't agree with, but.
Right, and we believe we have a more well-communicated flow of information, so we don't anticipate to see those storylines
Yeah,
as
well,
much
it's
in the future.
changed.
Yeah.
No, it's evolved. It's 2025 now. It's 10 years later. It's evolved. You have a recommendation in here, though. If we receive that as information, don't you have a recommendation that this is the last? I thought I read.
That's correct, so
We can't receive this as information. We gotta.
well,
Go with
okay,
the public services recommendation, though.
so when you again, you are correct. That again, so we're saying the report be concluded, so you're right, I recommend that we receive
So I'm
that,
gonna
yeah,
move-
not received as information. My apologies, that was an
I'll
incorrect
move
statement.
your recommendation.
Thank you. Administrative recommendation?
Okay, I just have some questions here first, okay, so how do we know? There's no report that tells us what AT was implemented into the roads budget.
Well, when you say there's no report, so on the pedestrian and cycling annual report, it talks about both sides. What was in the pedestrian and cycling funded plan, and what projects were identified in the regional and local, and that's separated as well out in the budget book under the detail sheet for.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
All, so you're
Not
saying.
like when you remember, if you're talking about specifically like a small sidewalk,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Well, that falls under that sidewalk program, so that's a subset in the annual plan. So in the pedestrian and cycling, if you wanna know all the proposed sidewalks that are underneath that program area, that doesn't show up in the budget, cause they're nominal value.
So how is it inventoried?
How is it inventoried?
Yeah.
Like, okay, can you clarify?
Like, road construction is done, and we've implemented, cycling facilities. Where's that inputted? And how do we know which is done?
That goes back to our annual report on the pedestrian and cycling strategies. Like, remember what we try to start to build is those annual reports that provide you valued information, because the biggest issue on the pedestrian and cycling action plan wasn't what was done, it was what was changed as a result of, say, I think Councillor Edie mentioned the Harry Lazarenko bridge access. So if you can't get property access, should we not spend any money? So we make decisions and move another project into that. So our goal internally was talking to our pedestrian and cycling support staff and asking that, let's move everything into a more robust, and keep building off of our annual plan. So, and that feeds you better and more effective information as well, because that generally comes through later on in the season, but prior to the budget approval process.
So where can I find the previous year's list of AT that was included in the roads project? You're saying it's in that.
Like if you
cycling
go
report?
to, well, when you go to, there's two things. It would be in the ped and cycling action plan, but it's also when we talk about our budget approval in our preliminary our detailed why am I losing my in the budget book, volume 2. When you go to that, you identify all the projects for approval that are
There's
18.
a dollar value associated to it.
No,
Yeah, I think-
no, but that's incorporated. We don't separate in the, we don't separate in our tending process, the AT component as a separate item for many different reasons.
Right.
It's incorporated into, say, for example, a $6.9 million project.
Okay, so when I look at the pedestrian and cycling facilities, the as integrated in street renewal projects, when I look at that report, okay, I'm looking at the 2024 report. I don't see a list of streets. Oh, here we go. Just
Yeah.
like
Like, so,
here.
and the other piece is, that each year we've been building off of that program area to continue to, as more requests come in and more detail, we've been providing that. So we want to keep building off of that instead of having, and I support SPCPW because you've supported us in consolidation of reports for snow removal and ice control, and so we're coming back with that annual report. So the more information we get and we can catalog, the more information comes back in the annual report. And it's been growing every year.
Okay, so just wait a minute here. So the report identifies the 2023 street renewal projects, not including minor rehabs and preservation treatments that did not fully incorporate new sidewalks and AT improvements. So the pedestrian and cycling facilities as integrated with street renewal projects, that is an annual report that comes out, correct? Okay, comes out. I didn't see it in our.
Well, usually, like we had targeted September of each year.
Well, you've got October. I haven't seen it this year. We're in November now. Where is it?
I didn't say, yeah, I didn't the Wigan plans.
So there's one that we asked for an extension on. Maybe let me just check. No. 2026 pedestrian and cycling program.
The 2025 we want to see.
Yeah, well, that shows you what was done in 25, right? So remember that this is formally updates on the pedestrian and cycling strategies document. We asked for a 90-day extension September 11th. So that should be coming forward December. Yeah.
And then that will include all the projects that incorporated AT, not the nominal little stuff.
Yeah.
But that'll include sidewalks.
Yeah, I think even last year when you look at, was it 24? Because we made some modifications on the, and what it was not just the coming year's plans, but what changed from last year. So when we had our budget approval, one of the things that's important to understand is what happened to, what was the example, I believe Councillor Wyatt in regards to Transcona Trail. What happened to the funding with the Transcona Trail? So you have to explain when changes are made as well to demonstrate what was done and why it wasn't done, whether that's the Sumka land purchase or whatever that was, at that time.
So, you know, in this report, sidewalk not feasible, counselor canceled. I can't see that because there were piles of trees. That funding associated with that road does not get reallocated to AT.
It did, well, okay, there's some, when you say it does not get allocated, first of all, they're looking at for solutions. And what was the solution? Was it a neighboring street? And if there was an opportunity on that neighboring street, we would reinvest in that neighboring street possibly next year or the year after, right? So it's, and we've been explaining that, and the value of those decisions is not just what the ped and cycling budget is. That is just a very small piece.
Example, Lakeshore Chancellor Drive one, I was never told it could go on another street. It was either that's the street or nothing.
So when you say that's the street or nothing, who made the decision for, was that you?
Yeah, because it went nowhere.
So, but you said that
I said, this is not a priority in the board. Excellence, whatever was the priority.
Yeah, so.
I was told that did not happen.
So we're not just running around taking, well, we got $1,950 in savings there. So I wanna provide a chip seal on my AT pathway. We're looking at a bigger program.
I don't know that, but you're just saying, you just said to us that you look at the next street over or whatever.
No, that would be when, this is a whole, here's our issue with few elected officials. So we provide a PCS strategy updated in 2024. And for whatever reason, you look at a map and you say, that's absolute and therefore you must do. Nowhere in there is there literature stating
No, we know that, we've worded it
So
now.
what we do is where roadways still aren't effective or studies, we take a look at the neighboring areas. If there's nothing in the area, probably that.
What is the area?
Well, the area would be you're moving people from one area to the other. You can't go and separate it by 9 blocks and say that makes sense. So you look at what's close proximity to try and make that contiguous option for people to move along AT corridors or pathways with limitations. It's not about money, it's about what's doing right for moving people around or allowing people to move safely.
No, I get that, I get that. Okay. I'm clear.
So I move the recommendation, this conclude this report, and we're looking for a better report in December.
Okay, all right, so Councilor Eady's moved the motion, the public services recommendation. All in favor?
Carried.
Okay, we're on, go ahead, Dave.
Okay, thank you. Report number 8, Winnipeg Road Safety Strategic Action Plan 2025 Progress Report Update. So council approved the Winnipeg Road Safety Strategic Action Plan, the RSAP, on July 21st, 2022. It provides focused and strategic direction for road safety investments going up to 2027. This report we have here today summarizes the 2023 collision data, which is the most recently available data we have, and provides an update on implementation progress since the last report in September 2024. So speaking to the collision data analysis in brief, the RSAP's goal is to reduce fatal and serious injury collisions by 20% by the end of 2027. Baseline metrics are based on a 5-year annual average between 2015 and 2019. Data from 2022 and 23 illustrates this reduction has not only already been met, but has been exceeded. However, this is partially due to the lingering travel impacts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and is not exclusively due to road safety investments. While the traffic kilometers traveled decreased in 2023 compared to pandemic levels, the values we're seeing in terms of injuries are still approximately 10% lower than the pre-pandemic levels. Looking at the implementation of the RSAP items, work is currently underway on over 65% of the plan's actions, 44 of 67 items. So highlights include leveraging a new transportation data system to update network screening tools, identify intersections of the greatest safety risk, developing a new citywide leading pedestrian interval policy following the successful implementation of LPIs at more than 80% of the downtown intersections. I want to update the committee just as a reminder that there's going to be a report coming in January to outline the approach we're going to take for citywide implementation of LPIs. We also initiated a traffic calming cab quick build program known as TC Cabs at 15 locations in the city. This was a tool that was implemented first in Alberta, and we brought it to Winnipeg to use here, and it's been used throughout the city. And also communicating with over 600 City of Winnipeg residents on road safety topics at various events, including pop-ups and workshops about safe walking, biking, and driving. The budget in 2026 will be focused on continuing to deliver RSAP action items with consulting safety assignments, advancing the road safety education outreach plan, and supporting speed and traffic calming intervention installations to influence the built environment. Funding priority will be given to short and medium-term actions. One additional update that was not in the report, but is in sort of the in discussion within the city right now, is talking about data-driven speed enforcement. The public service is working with the WPS to identify optimal locations for speed and red light cameras based on collision data.
Like permanent cameras?
Yeah, these are the ones that are fixed at the signals.
So I thought that.
But they are movable. They can be moved around, like they get permanently mounted, but they can be moved to more than one location. So
Based on what technology?
yeah, so updating the technology, because the old technology is now several antiquated, and they want to update it. So we know it's an extremely effective treatment for reducing angle collisions due to red light running. And we want to emphasize that our viewpoint on this and the public services viewpoint is not solely about revenue generation. It's about improving safety at those intersections. We're also working, and this is underway right now, working on an internal analysis and a data-driven review of the mobile enforcement in school zones that was recently in the media talking about those popular locations for the tickets to be ridden and it being a cash grab, that sort of commentary going on. We are talking with the WPS, and we will be looking at the top sites that they've identified, looking for the improvements that can be made in terms of safety and signage. The idea is to
make them make sure there's safe locations and that they're not just running up loads of tickets because there's some issue like a missing sign or the sign's blocked by tree canopy and stuff like that. So we've already started work. We as recently as this week, we identified locations that had the tree canopy over the signage, getting that corrected through forestry. We also want to mention one last thing that was this recent in the news as well with our cities, our stories. There was a safe walking program identified that wasn't part of this report just because it happened so recently. That was a program initiated by the Green Action Center, and we piggybacked on that to work with them. So
What does that mean? Do we funded them or what does that mean? Piggyback?
that we it was mainly that we provided in-kind resources. We shared our information that we had, shared knowledge that we had with them. So it's sort of a partnership on that. And that was just at 9 schools that had asked for this program to be done. It's something that could possibly be expanded upon in the future, but this is just like a small scale project, not meant to be like something that we're hiding something, a good news story under a bushel or anything. This is a very small opportunity, came up very recently. It was possibly going to be canceled, and we said we can help you with this. So that's why we did this small thing at 9 schools. It's possible that can be expanded on in the future. We like talking with our partners like Green Action Center. They're very big into safe routes to schools, like encouraging people to walk to schools, something that we're definitely interested in being a part of.
So this is all good and fine and everything, and you know, the actual plan to try to reduce to 20% by the end of 2027, and you've identified the actions. But there are other mitigators that result in collisions, such as distracted driving. How is that implemented in this road safety action plan, strategic plan?
One of the things that we do with our road safety group is we're working with the partners like MPI, like the province. They are more able to work on the education component of driving, but we do work with them. And when there's opportunities to work together, such as like promotional activities or modifying the Driver X training that's used to train new drivers, we're looking for opportunities to work with them on that. We can provide them information on where we see issues in the city versus the issues that drivers in rural areas have. So we're looking for opportunities on an ongoing basis to partner with them so that everyone's sort of working on the stuff that's in their wheelhouse. We've got MPI that can work on education. We've got the police that can work on enforcement. Those are all parts of getting towards Vision Zero. But we work on the stuff that's primarily the engineering and the design of how the city's transportation network is set up. That's what we can focus on. But we also we all overlap, we all dovetail and work together on things like this.
This morning and yesterday, today's Thursday. Yesterday and Tuesday, on my way to work, driving down 2 different locations, saw the services F-150 trucks that they use. They're sitting up a little bit higher, and they're pulling it right beside you and looking in to see if your cell phone is
right. Yes, yeah, writing those tickets, getting that enforcement down to reduce the
so good on their part, and I think it's an important component because anytime I'm at a red light, it's either the car in front of me or the car beside me. That person has their head down. The light turns
trying to
green.
sneak a peek at it.
Light turns green, and they're there for a good 5 to 7 seconds.
Yeah, then you have to honk your horn because they're distracting.
So for the 2026 budget, we have about $454,000 allocated to the active and safe at various locations.
Right.
So what's that going to be for?
There's an ongoing program with the Safe Routes to School. Part of it is coming up with the designs. We can get a lot of schools designed for $450,000. It's then getting those projects implemented, and so that's the conversation that's happening now with the different school boards are saying they're enthusiastic about working with the city.
Yeah, they're not going to put a penny in. I've worked with them for 20 years. Like they're not. It all sounds great, but they'll say it's the city streets.
Yeah, I think it's gonna take us working with the schools, working with the province to find the funds for these things. There's all these schools that have been built, that it's all very old infrastructure. There's no money available to do mega rebuilds of schools, mega rebuilds of the
So what
station
about,
around the schools.
what about new neighborhoods like in Waverly West, where they're building new schools or Sage Creek? Is there opportunity to weigh in on the design so that to make it safe for pickup and drop off and just?
We are weighing in on the new schools, yes, it's the trouble is it's the mix of the new schools and old schools being used in different ways, that's the challenge.
So what's happening to this half
Consult
million
with
dollars?
the Lord
What's it
Salford
going
Westwood
towards?
and Community Committee
Studies?
councillors.
It's handing over to Green Action Center for studies?
Some of it will be the studies, because that's, we're continuing to get those studies ready, but also there's room for like making small scale improvements, it's just that one half signal or one, update to it, to take a crosswalk and make it into a half signal, that can quickly consume that whole budget, because those are $250,000 project to put in a signal.
Wow, okay, we have a
Yeah.
lot of unallocated in future, like 27, that some of that study could.
We've been talking internally and we're coming up with a plan for a business case, talk about a program to work with the schools to look for funding sources, to bring that forward as a program. As we're talking about all these programs that we want to do in public works transportation, like the strategic road network, like the road safety program that we've got, these are big programs. I don't want to keep saying we're coming up with more programs to find ways to spend your money as the city, but schools might be one of these future programs that we need to look at, because it's one thing to write the study that says we come up with this wish list at a school, but it requires deep pockets to fund that. And how do you prioritize one school against another, or one school board against another, one quadrant of the city against another? There's a lot of competing interests, and it's almost like it's just based on the principal or parents of the school being interested, they bring it to our attention and we study it. But it's like traffic calming. How do we make sure that traffic calming is going to where it's needed rather than who's got the loudest voice?
Have you, in your time, ever seen a school division give you funding for AT? Like, maybe I'm unaware of it, but have you?
Not locally,
Right.
in other school boards, in other parts of Canada, there has been some action on this.
Okay.
So again, at a meeting on Monday, Tuesday, with Libertyville School Division, their trustees and superintendents, they talked about extending the school zones to 24 hours.
That's right, to make them simpler to understand by making them all the time throughout the day. That's something we're taking a look at that internally and we're gonna work with them on that. So we wanna hear more about that. We know that some, it's one of these things where it's different all over the place. Some places they have like, there's like a beacon, when the beacon is flashing, that's when it's in effect. Some places they got like a giant laundry list of like, this is when the school periods are, this is when it's in effect.
I think the saddest part of all of this is around schools, is it's the parents.
That is a,
Like, and
that is a
it's
factor,
ridiculous
yeah.
that we have to put hundreds of millions of dollars into this because the parents are clueless.
Yeah,
It's very,
only
very
thinking about their own, kid, not thinking about the greater good of the.
And it's not just public schools, it's private schools.
Okay.
But to get back to your point, we are taking a look at possibly modifying that, and we would likely need to talk to the province about that, about the school zones, but there's a couple of different ideas we're looking at with school zones, because another topic that's been brought up is you've got schools that are adjacent to higher speed roadways, and we can't change the school zones on those, they don't apply to those larger roads, but there's still many kids there, so that's another topic that's being brought out by some of the people in the school profession. That maybe,
Are you talking high schools too, like Glenlawn or?
yeah, that's it. These are all ideas that are coming part of the discussion, because they're still making decisions that aren't so great when it comes to crossing the street.
It's much like the construction zones where there's no activity at the specific zone, but you'll see the photo enforcement van there because
Yeah.
it could be a potential road hazard for a motorist who's driving by that particular construction zone.
That's right. Speaking, like, not to get off topic and to belabor this, but previously in construction zones, there was a sign that said it's a reduced speed limit while construction workers are present. And they took that out of use in Manitoba because it was deemed a safety issue. Because, there's still, but even though there's no workers present, you still need to be cautious going through a construction zone. a lot of people complain about it. A lot of people say, it's not fair, there's nobody there, I should be able to go through it at normal speed. But they're taking a risk, so that's why that's in play.
Well, and so, you know, I received a lot of phone calls when I can say race on Abenojinikina, the bridge over the Red River there by University of Manitoba. And again, it's narrow.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more narrow. So again, it doesn't meet the specifications for 80 kilometers an hour. So that's why it's at a reduced.
Right.
So, yeah.
Councilor Edie?
On the report, so getting away from schools and all that stuff. Should be all 4 seasons. School grounds are used by kids all times of the day. And older kids at night maybe smoking something. Anyway, so with this accident data or severe accident data from does it break down accidents, whether it was pedestrian vehicle? It does break down pedestrian vehicle, bicycle vehicle?
Yeah, I don't know if the data that we shared in the report is it's not the full suite of data we get from MPI, but we summarize it in the documentation that we have here, but we do have that information broken down into what types they are. We get the information from the MPI.
Did you map this out? Is there a map that shows where these accidents happen? Like, for example, in 23.
Not in the report.
Not in the report, but we could get you that information offline.
Well, okay, what I'm getting at here is.
Yeah.
So we're talking about road safety. I'm just wondering how many motor vehicle accidents were on Main Street from the, take it all the way out from downtown out to Kildoran Park or whatever. I'm just wondering how many accidents there are. Because when we're talking about road safety, Jim mentioned it. The North Winnipeg Parkway Active Transportation Trail needs to be finished to give cyclists an option to get downtown instead of riding down.
Yes, instead of
riding
into their own
down.
hands.
So what kind of accidents are we seeing on Main Street?
I don't have that information available, but we could put that together for you. We could summarize it that way.
Well, I know there was the concluding study on that should be coming forward pretty soon, Jim. It was funded, so I haven't seen a report on an estimates and whatever it is to complete the North Winnipeg Parkway Active Transportation, but it would be good to rationalize why we should do this, because I don't think you're putting in bike lanes on Main Street anytime soon, right?
Yeah.
And we don't measure accidents on sidewalks between bicycles and pedestrians. So there's a lot. I have a lot of near misses around there. So anyway, it's a very wide sidewalk.
Okay, so.
I think I had one more. Okay. So this strategy was only to 2027. Mr. West was here and we should be going to zero. The long-term plan is to get to zero. So we said 20% by 2027.
Yeah.
Another 20% the next 5 years, 30, like.
I don't know. I think we'd have to take a look at where things are at, what's reasonable, but we think we can achieve, and then put that forward as the next plan. Well, I don't believe Winnipeg has fully endorsed the Vision Zero. I think what we have in Winnipeg is known as Towards Zero, where it's maybe not all hands on deck to change everything instantaneously to get to zero, but it's trending in that direction. And that's the sort of the mandate we've been taking to heart and working on doing. So when our next report comes out, we'll be beefing it up. So we're moving towards that zero more quickly. But in order to do that, it takes more resources, more education, more buy-in from the public that this is important.
There's one more question about the data. So is there local or residential versus let's call it regional. You made a point about schools being regional roads, right? I guess a collector would be.
Yeah, the data can be split up.
Residential, but the data is broken down.
The data can be split up that way. You could share that with people.
Well, I think that's a really important one when we start talking about speeds.
Granted, yes.
Yeah. This, because, you know, the communities out there are demanding, you know, the data says, well, what does the data say about residential streets? I'd like to know.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move.
Well, last thing, I'm just really glad we have this strategic action plan and that we have people in the office doing it and it's getting better and better, I think. So I'm very happy about it. Okay, sorry, Councilor Chambers, you're gonna move the report?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Goods Movement Advisory Committee annual reports asking for an extension up to 150 days.
Yeah, our last report on the last annual report on the Goods Movement Advisory Committee went from March to March. It went from November to November and was presented in March of the next year to allow time for the committee members to review the content and make some comments on it. We're asking for the same thing for this year. I've said 150 days, but if we get it done a lot sooner than that, then we'll bring it forward sooner.
So it's a little bit of an adjustment because, and we met at GMAC yesterday, but the adjustment is that it would become more on an annual reporting basis, like you're tying it to the end of December then.
Oh, okay.
When you're
Because it is
reporting in
annual,
March.
You just want to patch
Yeah.
it a bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it makes more sense to, it was probably something when it was originally intended, it wasn't clearly identified when you were reporting back, but we intended on annually, and the GMAC group appreciates that and understands.
Okay, a motion to,
I'm sorry, which one is this?
This is the Goods Movement Advisory Committee Annual Report 2025, and all we're doing is, it's item number 9, and we're requesting an extension.
You're doing an internal goods movement versus external to the city?
No, the Goods Movement Advisory Committee was established through the direction of council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, it captures trucking in and out of the city, within the city, the railroads, the airports. They're all providing us feedback, and one of the things we're working on now right now is with Center Port, and we're also working on the truck route network update.
The extension up to 150 days.
okay, thanks very much, Councilor Chambers, all in favor? Carried. Number 10 is speed limit reduction on St. Anne's Road.
So we need another 180 days.
Asking for an extension, but yeah, they just being sort of overwhelmed with projects, had some turnover of staffing within the group, so.
So this is one that I had submitted. Also recognizing the fact that the speed limit north of the perimeter highways has been reduced to 60. As well, the speed limit on St. Mary's Road was reduced to 60. Now that it's truncated and cut up and whatnot, there's a lot more compliance there. So looking for the same on St. Anne's Road. So
who is responsible for the speed limits on the off ramps and on ramps on the perimeter and accessing and all of that?
The perimeter itself will be the province, but
Yeah.
the sort of like
Within the
discussion between the province and the city. If you have a location that you've got in mind, we can take it off the line and have a conversation. We meet with them regularly, so it's something we could bring forward.
Okay,
a
Councilor Chambers,
recommendation of extension up to
180 days, all in favor? Carried.
But
Safety study at Main Street and Assiniboine Avenue. So this is the report we were waiting for. We heard lots of good comments on it.
Yeah, so, in short, we want to keep this pilot running. It seems to have been effective.
Yeah.
Hasn't reduced things to 0, which is not the best, but it's made an impact. And we intend to make these measures permanent. Temporary traffic controls will remain in place until we get a permanent solution.
What's the permanent solution? Like, what do you mean?
Well, rather than being like barricades for the blocking.
Oh, I see.
We've installed concrete and modify the actual permanent infrastructure.
Sure. Well, I think it's come a long way from what it was, like, it's taken a long time because of.
Yeah, and we tried things, they didn't work, we
Yeah.
tried different
Yeah.
things,
Oh, that's
and
good.
this has actually, made the.
Okay, Counselor Edie?
So some of the things that are happening now is just, somebody did make the comment, there's a lot of Winnipeggers that have really bad driving habits. They think they have a right to do it like that, but, at this particular intersection, it sounds like it's vastly improved, but have you looked at an ability to catch violators who are into the pedestrian, right of way under the Highway Traffic Act, where there is a controlled intersection to provide a right of way for a pedestrian, they're not supposed to block it, right?
Yeah, I had the conversation this morning about blocking the box, which is how this is.
Yeah, well, then you
Yeah.
gotta go around and
And then, yeah, or you're
It's a
just
T
stuck,
intersection.
and then you're getting frustrated being the motorist stuck in there, and so you zip out when you find it, when you see a spot and you maybe interacting with pedestrians, and that can be happening.
maybe look at a camera enforcement thing there?
Perhaps we.
What about a double light thing, you know, like on Shaftesbury, where the rail line is, there's like two sets of
I think
lights.
the light before and.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
I think it would be worth taking a look at that, but I don't know if that's the solution, because that, like, to modify the signals that way or to relocate them would add cost, and it would be a significant cost. And we have to weigh the benefit versus the cost. But I brought this up with staff, and I think we can take a look at it. I just want to talk to them more about it before we dive into another big project on it. But talking to our enforcement, there's a enforcement aspect to that and driver education to that. So the next time we have our conversations with the other stakeholders like MPI, like the police, I'll bring this up and see what we can do to sort of.
It's a very, very busy.
Yeah, as the city's getting more congested, this is sort of becoming a new problem that maybe wasn't so prevalent years ago. So it's something I want to bring up with them and see what we can do, put our heads together and brainstorm some solutions.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, this turned out really good. I'm happy about it. I don't know, did Councillor Rowland speak to that? This was a big issue for her. I don't think
Said
she's-
it needed, whatever.
All right.
They all like the improvement, but everybody made a comment that there's still issues.
Yeah. Okay.
Although, that's Assiniboia, so you got that little thing that goes under the bridge to the Forks. That's a good little place for a police car to sit there and watch this motor vehicles, don't you think so?
We'll make that recommendation, Counselor Edie. Okay, you move the report? All,
Yeah.
okay, Counselor Edie's report, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, parking restrictions on St. Mary's Road between Marion Street and Fermer Avenue.
Okay, this report, our understanding was this was laid over so the council could speak with the businesses.
Yeah.
Impacted, we do not know if that has happened.
I don't know, but you know what? He said they were supportive. He was supportive, but he just wanted to talk to them about it. I don't know if that happened. Mays didn't show up today, Counselor Mays. I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know. Do we lay it over one more time or?
Let's do that, give them the opportunity.
Okay, we'll lay it over one more
Okay,
time.
and we will reach out again to see if this.
Yeah, I'll just send this to him and say. Time, okay. Okay, so Counselor Chambers, do you want to make a motion to lay it over?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay,
Okay, adjournment.
motion to adjourn. Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Carried.
Yeah.